Welcome to the PUBG Continental Series. Let's take a look at what PUBG Esports has in store for North America. Even though COVID-19 has turned the world upside down, PUBG Esports is committed to the safety of our players and the continued spirit of healthy competition. We've reloaded the 2020 esports season with a slate of competitive online events that will rival the success of the 2019 PUBG Global Championship. The PUBG Esports 2020 season kicks off with the Charity Showdown. From there, the season breaks into two tiers, Pro and Challenger, leading to a PCS Finals event. The 2014 Group Stage begins Friday, May 29th, and takes place each weekend for the next 3 weeks. The top 16 teams move on, while the bottom 8 teams face relegation against the top Challenger teams in the NA Challenger Cup. For the Grand Finals, we're bringing back the Pick'em Challenge, so fans can get in on the action by predicting the winners. The Group Stage will award a prize pool all on its own, paid out to the top 16 teams, with opportunities to earn bonuses based on performance. After advancing to the PCS1 Grand Finals, the stakes are raised yet again, as teams battle it out for their share of the $200,000 prize pool. In the Grand Finals, a single misplay can mean the difference of thousands of dollars. This entire process will repeat all over again for Phase 2. As the season rolls along, we'll continue to announce more developments, so be sure to follow @PUBG Esports on Twitter and Instagram to join the conversation. Your feedback helps guide us as we continue to grow PUBG Esports together. Thank you for being an essential part of the community wherever you are in the world, right side up or upside down. We hope you'll join us for an unforgettable year with the PUBG Continental Series.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome back wherever you're watching around the world. I hope you're ready for some North American PUBG. It is the final day of Week 3, the last day of play for teams to make a statement that they deserve to be in the Grand Finals, and it should be a bit of a barn burner. Group A is in the wings, watching, hoping, and praying that a team like Dodge may hold up against the onslaught of B and C teams looking to raid the gates and take over the win. But before we get into the action today, we should have a brief chat about the format, the schedule, and all the other things you might need to know as we wrap this bad boy up. My name's Toffees, and I'll be taking you through all of that as well as our action here today. Let's look first at the overview. 1 day left to play. It's Sunday the 14th, 4 p.m. PDT. I'm sure you're aware of this since you're sitting here watching me right now. On the right side, you can see the teams that are playing in the group stages. Group A, however, will not be competing today, as it will be sitting on the sidelines watching and hoping that their scores hold up. We'll take a look at the format. It is going to be 3 games on Erangel, followed by 2 games on Miramar. Kills are worth 1 point. The placement exactly the same as the NPL and prior to that. So you do need to keep in mind kill points have had a huge determining factor. In fact, in Europe today, the kill points, which are the tiebreaker, determined which team moved on to the Grand Finals and which team had to go to the relegation stages. Group stages are worth $50,000. The Grand Finals are worth $200,000, so that's a big impetus to make it there. The 3 groups of 8 teams have played in a round-robin format. The top 16 will move on to the Grand Finals and PCS2. That's kind of a big deal. The bottom 8 face relegation as they're forced to drop into the North American Challengers Cup and fight against the top 8 teams who've fought their way through Challengers over the last couple of weeks and want to earn their spot in PCS2. Now, what are we playing for here at PCS? $5,000 to the winning team, $2,000 for 16th, and a big old donut for everybody below that. There is some bonuses. Keep in mind, $500 each to the players with the highest kills, assists, knocks, and damage. $500 to the team with the most chicken dinners, and of course, $500 to the tournament MVP that will be determined by you, the viewers, as a popular vote. Also keeping in mind, if you make the top 16, not only do you go to the Grand Finals, but you also get your automatic invitation to the PUBG Continental Series 2 that will be starting relatively soon. Follow the social media accounts if you want to know exactly when. That's your best bet. But I'm not going to be doing this all by myself. I'm joined up here by my analysts. They'll be here with me all day today to wrap up the action. It is Godspeed there on the end, and Clover making a fashion statement that I have to say I am impressed with. Welcome.
You know what? I thought I would match you today, so.
A lot of fun going on. A lot of vibrancy. A lot of excitement. Yeah, thank you. Thank you on Clover's behalf, I guess I should say. as I accepted accolade for no particular reason. Now, let's talk about the tournament today. A is in the wings. They're watching, they're waiting, they're hoping, they're praying. They want to get through, but some of them, I think, are pretty much screwed. Now, before we talk specifically about those teams, I do want to tell you guys that you need to vote. Listen up, players and fans. You are going to be choosing the PCS North American Group Stage MVP. You cast your votes on Twitter at PUBG Esports. You only have 24 hours starting after the last match today. So for some weird reason, you decide not to finish watching us today, make sure you log back onto Twitter. Make sure you get your vote in. There's $500 and bragging rights on the line, because I know, Godspeed, you have been a part of this community for a long time. Every other pro will very likely respect that vote and worship the winner as the MVP going forward, right?
Of course. I mean,
Definitely.
That's how it's always been in the scene. Yeah.
All right, let's talk a little bit about Group B and C. They're the teams that will be competing today. For those of you who don't know who they are, we'll get them up on screen in just a minute so you can take a look at them. But a lot is going to ride on these teams. They have to step up and sort of chase the numbers. And what we've seen in the past, though, Clover, is sometimes that can be a disadvantage, because the teams at the very top of the leaderboard right now, they don't have a lot to lose, right? So if you're fighting in the middle, there's some danger out there for you.
Yeah, and as you can kind of take an overview here, this is who is going to be playing today, and there's a lot of powerhouses in this lobby, but there's also a couple of people that are in real danger. And so for some of the 6 teams, I would kind of say there's about 6 or 7 of them that are really at a risk. Not only are they going to have to fight each other, but they're going to have to battle against Sonics and Shoot to Kill that have been massive point sponges in their lobbies.
There's only 5 games left, so there's no time left for excuses. It's put up or shut up. But let's talk about the teams on a little more individual basis. The first 4 teams from the group. Why don't you talk to me about these folks from Group B, Clover?
303, 64 up, Fabled, and Illusion. 3 of them are at big risk right now for relegation. 303 had a really bad day yesterday. They only picked up 8 points. These are really good players, but they're still adjusting to the addition of Honey Badger. That said, Fabled, Illusion, these are guys that really find themselves with a good placement points, but they've been struggling lately to get the kills, and that's something that they're going to have to bring today.
Godspeed, talk to me about these blokes.
I mean, we have Liberate, SDK, TAC 8, and Wildcard. I mean, Wildcard, Shoot to Kill, very safe at this point. In fact, I would even argue that Tactical 8 and Liberate are also finding themselves in a somewhat safe position. At the same time, that doesn't mean that these guys can't, try to explode today and finish very strong, carry that momentum, going into the next stage of this. SDK, I know, will absolutely be gunning for first. They have quite a day ahead of them if they want to go ahead and do that. They're down by at least 74 points, but we've seen crazier things.
Talk to me about the first 4 in Group C, Clover.
Yeah, I mean, Elusive and Radiance as well. They had a really good previous day this weekend, and Elusive has been popping off more. They've kind of come into their own near the end of this tournament, as well as, I would say, Radiance, now that they've kind of adjusted to playing together. That said, Carnage and Comets are in real danger. Carnage is currently in 16th place. They've got to work really hard to hold that. Comets are just out of it at 19th place, but we've seen them really come into it when the pressure's on.
Absolutely. I can't disagree with that. We'll see if any of these teams step up. They do have a little bit of a ways to go for some of them. Let's take a look at the last 4, Godspeed, as you talk me through them.
Yeah, I mean, Snow Patrol, Sonics. Do we really even need to say anything about Sonics? I mean, these guys are absolutely insane. They have, they're probably the most consistent team. I would argue Oath, maybe you could say, is more just because of how many sheer wins they've had. But the fact that they have 106 placement points versus the 119 with Oath's 4 more wins is pretty crazy. Team Clueless, I mean, they're really lost right now. These guys are pretty much in dead last with Livid, and I don't really know what advice I would even give Clueless at this point. And Zenith is kind of, I mean, they're still there, they're still safe, but they've had moments of brilliance where they just really shine and they're really dominant, and then they kind of just have really bad days. And I think Soap Patrol, just to finish that up, is just a team here that's just soaking up experience, and I think they're going to come out of this stronger regardless of what happens to them.
Yeah, Zenith has been a confuser to me, because they seem like almost a supernatural ability to sort of make the right choices at the right time. They were in the groove, they were killing it in the group stages or prior to this, and then they come here and they've fallen off. I don't know if the level of competition has gone up, but Zenith, I think, is one of those teams that there's no more time for excuses. They need to turn it around. They need to get better.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that in the charity showdown as well. They started off really, really strong and then kind of tapered off as it went on. I don't know if maybe they got a little overconfidence in themselves and started to fall apart, but it seems to be what we're seeing here as well in the group stages. So,
Godspeed.
I was just going to say, with Zenith, I think it comes down to what Roth was telling us when we interviewed him. It's just the fact that he trusts his teams to kind of make their own decisions, but it's got to be a little more cohesive. But Toffees, I think something is coming up that you're pretty excited about.
Yeah, let's take a look back at what happened yesterday. It's time for the highlights. And we talk about those teams as it happened. You know, and I want to caveat as highlight starts real quick. Zenith isn't sick, so by no means are they like screwing the pooch. But based on what we saw from them prior to PCS and stuff,
they can. Toffees. Sorry, but how does Beams miss that? Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but like,
you're good.
Beams. So many good plays, but he just wasn't able to close it off there. And then, of course, we have Relo, who's just absolutely insane, Clover.
Yeah, I mean, Oath was just insanely scary yesterday, the single best day of the series. And I'd probably say out of any of the series globally, we've really seen so much come from them. Relo especially, I think, a really big candidate for the MVP here for NAs. We can see this nice play there on the wild card. But Duel, you know what? A bit of a heartbreak out of this series. We're really hoping to see them pull up a lot of a miracle yesterday. Tony B was accomplishing a lot, but again, look at this. I mean, just Duel was really the story of yesterday.
Yeah, and for me right here as
Oath, not Duel. Sorry, guys. Oath. Sorry, Duel.
Oh, this was just an absolute massacre. I mean, Wildcard really had nowhere to go. They had two separate teams looking at them, Oath and SDK. Even Dodge, I'm sure, maybe had a line of sight. That grenade was just out of control. And Wolf with the bolt, I mean, what else is there to say? He missed a couple shots before this, but we're not going to talk about that because he is just so deadly with that. And Oath just finishing it off with 4 wins. I mean, that's just absurd. It's actually absurd.
Yeah, I mean, when you watch that highlight reel, you'd be tempted as a viewer to be like, oh, Oath favoritism. But the reality is that's not the case. They won 4 out of 5 games yesterday. That's, well, that's stupid. Like, that is an app, like, Oath should be proud of themselves, but I'm going to go on a limb and say the rest of the team should be really disappointed in themselves. Like, honestly, Oath should not be able to win 4 out of 5 games. And they were not circles on top of each other. It's not like military. Like, they won a military, then they won North Georgia Pole. Then they sucked at Erangel. Then we go to Miramar, and they win one on Los Leones, and I think they won the other one up by Power Grid. So it wasn't even like they were getting the circles. They were playing incredibly well. So that said, let's take a look at how everything did end up breaking down yesterday. Overall leaderboard, and this just sort of exemplifies what we said. 10 chicken dinners for Oath. We'll talk about them more throughout the day, despite the fact that they're not playing, which is crazy. Talk to me a little more about the rest of the leaderboard, Clover.
I mean, you know what? Today, Sonics and Shoot to Kill, these are our second and third place teams. We've seen so much come from them, but today, they're going to have to play each other, and that could run a little bit of a risk. We've also got Wildcard still in. All right, now tied for Houston Hardships, but Houston is already done, and that's going to give Wildcard a chance to come back, climb up. They might not be able to climb beyond that top 3, but, you know, for the rest of these teams that are trying to hold on to that top 16, that's really what you want to look for, not being that last place, climbing up as high as you can, and maybe knocking some of those A teams down a few notches.
And, of course, the things we're going to keep an eye on is the 16th place position as well, but we'll watch that throughout the day, and that'll probably become more important towards the end. I do want to talk about the standout team from the tournament so far. We all talked about this a little bit before the game, and I'm going to settle on Oath. I think Oath has been the standout team so far in this tournament. Yes, they have not been as consistent as the Sonics, but the fact that they have 10 chicken dinners, 10 drumsticks next to their name, they've only played how many rounds now, Clover? Was it 30?
30
rounds,
games. 10 chickens.
That is a 33.33 or something like that win rate.
Repeating, of course.
A ridiculous amount of wins. That said, I want to know who your underdog is. Let's go to Godspeed. Who's your underdog based on the performance in this series?
I mean, Clover and I were actually talking about it. You were in the conversation as well. It was between 303 and Comets, but for me it's really Comets, and the reason why is because of the fact that they are sitting at 102 points currently, which is 2 placements below 303 Esports, but they don't have a single chicken dinner, which 303 does. So the fact that they are only 7 points behind without any dinners makes me think that they technically are the more consistent team, even though they've also had their flubs and, you know, their mistakes. but they really do have the fragging power, and this is a strong roster. I mean, Dietrich has really come into his own. We've seen great support and frag play from Sub, Victor, and Yaxley, so I think really it could be Comets to kind of make it up from underneath and rise above, so to speak.
All right, Clover, talk to me about your X factor.
You know what? It's going to be shoot to kill. They are in third place right now, and we've seen them be really, really good. And we've seen them kind of falter just a little bit. And with that said, I mean, Luke 12, Alo are just absolutely owning right now in damage. Luke 12 and Purdy owning in kills. They just need to kind of get it together. And I think if they can, that's going to spell trouble for a lot of people in this lobby. But when it comes down to the wire, that's where they struggle just a bit. And I think that's what really makes them the X factor today.
You can't spell trouble without an STK. That's 100% untrue, but it could have worked with what you said. I thought we'd give it a shot. So that said, we looked a little bit at the leaderboard. We have an idea of where everybody stands, and the fight that we didn't get a chance to talk about is going to be that top 16. As the day goes on, I expect us to focus more on sort of where 14th through 20th is as we talk about qualifying. But for now, we're going to take the opportunity to continue to focus on the top, because winning is a big deal in PUBG, and we're going to pick who we think is going to finish in first place at the end of play today for the overall. So the number one overall winner, my pick, I'm going to go with the Sonics. They have been consistent. They have been perpetual, and I think that they're hungry to prove that they are better than Oath. They want to come out. They are 4 superstars who like to be on top, so expect them to come out blazing today, and I think it's going to work out. Clover, who's your pick for tops?
You know, my pick is Oath. I know that they aren't playing today, but they have such a massive point lead. And with 2 powerhouses in the lobby, we've got Sonics and STK. They do run the chance of canceling each other out and maybe preventing themselves from surpassing Oath in points. That said, I mean, it's nothing to scoff at for their performance. I just think that Oath is really the strongest team right now in NA.
Dustin?
I mean, that's a fair assessment. For me, it's Oath. I'm going to be honest, Sonic's very likely to they only need 29 points. They're only 29 points behind Oath. Oath obviously isn't playing today. That being said, as good as Sonics is and as consistent as they have been, they've also faltered quite a bit, and they've had some really bad days. And I'm just not sure if today maybe they may take their foot off the gas a little bit because they know they're only 25 points behind and they have 5 games to do so. So I don't know. I'm just going to stick with Oath. This is a pick that I've had all the way since the showdown, and my MVP is on this team, and I just still think that they can hold that lead without even playing today.
I agree with you, and I think that you are right in the context of the Sonics. If any team can get a little wild and out and make some questionable decisions as individuals because they've already qualified and they just want to have some fun, it'll probably be the Sonics. So there is a bit of a risk there, because at the end of the day, like if top 16 is all that really matters, right? They're playing for a total first place prize of 5,000 at this stage. It goes up to 50 on the next one. So getting into that top 16 is a very, very big deal. Any final thoughts as you get ready to go into the first game of the day, Godspeed?
I mean, for me, the battle for first it's exciting, sure, but that's not what I'm really interested in. I'm just really looking at 16th place. Is it going to be Carnage? Is Dodge going to hold their spot? Will 303 or Comets make some sort of push? Maybe even Snow Patrol. You know what I mean? I'm really excited to see who's going to squeeze into the very last spots for this this top 16 qualifier.
Clover, what are you looking for out of game 1?
You know what? I mean, I do agree as well. 303, they've really got to step it up today. They're currently in 17th place. They only put down 8 points yesterday. That said, they have strong moments on Erangel. We're 3 up for Erangel today. I think they just need to come out of the gate running.
I agree with you. 303's got 2 chicken dinners, and yet they are not in the top 16, and that is not okay. Just no bones about it. I'm just going to throw that out there. This is... You want to win. You don't want to be a boneless chicken, and that's what they are right now. So they need to step up. They need to go all out. And the same thing goes for Comets. I really want them to step up as well and prove that they've got top 16, maybe even top 10 material. That said, guys, no more ado, no more chat. It's time for game number 1 of the final day of PCS. Let's head over to Matchroom and the Cammy D for the call.
Well, I don't know about you, Cam. There was a lot of things that I was wanting to talk about moving into this game, but the analyst desk hit near on everything. We've got a whole bunch of teams that actually aren't playing today that are in a cusp position. Most notably, one to keep an eye on is going to be Dodge holding down that 15th place. Could have a couple of teams just step up and go take that spot away from them, move them back down into the bottom 8. What are a couple of teams you have your eyes on?
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, what are a couple of teams that you have your eyes on?
It's really for the cusp. It really is going to be about if anyone can overtake Dodge right now. Carnage, I think, they're a very exciting team to watch, but they're just slightly there on 16th. I don't know if they're in a super safe position. I kind of just want to see how this first game pops off before I really go into it, because I want to see how some of these teams' form is feeling, how warmed up they are coming into the final game. That's basically what I'm looking for right now. Also, is SDK
dare you come in with logic? How dare you come in with logic? Oh, and okay, everything's all nice and calm. You're like, I've got to think about this, and I want to see how everybody's playing, except for shoot to kill. You're just coming in with knives right off the get-go. All right, well, I know you've got your eyes on shoot to kill now. We're making our way over to the first game of the day on Erangel. We've had some spicy circles, and I hope that trend continues, because by God, I want to see some fun, Cam.
Plane path is a good start. It's a little unfair to anyone that wants to drop far west side, but everyone else should be okay. I'm crossing my fingers that we don't get another game 1 Erangel military island circle. That's really all that I want to wait.
Opinion from me. I don't know. I would like to end on the military base. As long as we don't end up with Gatka Fields, because Gatka Fields, I felt it's always that slowdown point where everybody lays down. We saw that one yesterday. I want to get something spicy to get the action going.
I don't appreciate the pro Gatka Field propaganda that was being put out on the broadcast yesterday. Like, I think we need to have a lot more nuanced discussion about how garbage Gatka Fields actually is. So we're going to have some talks amongst each other about our I guess, the opinions and points of view that we're putting out on broadcast. And, okay, there it is. Upside, it's not a Sosnovka Island circle. Downside, dead center is the only place on this map that is worse than Gatka Fields, and it's that big giant hill between Stolber and Severny.
See, you're going to say that, and now we're going to have to fight, because I love watching action play out in that area.
No, it's awful. It's the worst.
Back over towards the west. I love watching people make the run over to get the complexes. I love the way that the sight lines lay out. I love everything about the northern part, especially around Stolber, and I'm hoping that we might make our way over there, because there's something about watching teams try to climb up Stolber in the late game. It is just so fun.
Oh, no, Stolber itself is fine. It's that big, giant open area that's between Stolber and Severny that's the main issue. Granted, the updated Erangel has fixed a number of those issues, but remember, there is that warehouse, and then there's a compound just to the northeast of warehouse. I don't necessarily have a call-out for it specifically. Oftentimes, when endings happen around that area, if you're not in those compounds, then you are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the reasons I like it, is it kind of becomes a race or a breaching context as teams try to take out different aspects of it. They make their plays based off of how they already know people are going to be positioning in the area. It's definitely not as run and gun, but I kind of like the fact that you lose territory so quickly, because that really requires you to make a lot of very important decisions in the early game. A lot of times people are always looking at the late game and it's like, oh, well, look, they got circle favor. Yeah, because they managed to get to this point early because they knew it was going to be a powerful location, or they took it in, like, let's say, phase 2 and stepped up and got some kills in a point where they needed to claim that spot. So that's why I like to see that territory play out. I feel like it has a ripple effect through the rest of the round whenever you see how teams maneuver in that spot in the early game.
Well, if there is a team that is moving quickly, it's of course going to be Illusion, who I think, well, they're looting up in Severny, so of course they have a priority position. And I was looking at numbers the other day, and Illusion by far traveled more than anyone else. And I think that's because we've seen a lot of, not just military base, a lot of southern-focused circles. And so, but now they have an opportunity to actually go first and get early on. I'm going to see how this affects their game, because this is one of the teams that we're kind of looking at coming into the group stage. Like, they're a newer team coming in from the sort of challengers, contenders, whatever, tier 2 level area. We wanted to see how they would perform and if they would level up, and if so, how quickly, stacked with the more veteran, old school tier 1 teams and players.
Well, speaking of veteran players, we got the Sonics. They've been holding down number 1, but had it taken away from them yesterday by Oath. They're going to be playing it out, see if they can catch back up, because they didn't have a chance to play in those rounds yesterday. No surprise coming out that they are very quick to move. Everybody knows that they're going to drop around Pachinki and then very quickly rotate to wherever they feel is quite powerful. But looks like we got a little bit of an interesting situation, as I guess Fable had to apply the brakes over here and get everything resituated before crossing this bridge. That's a very hazardous place to have to stop.
Yeah, they're right below 64 up, and I think that might have just been a little bit of a pit stop to allow everyone to group up and all come in together. They're arriving at the hill, though, right next to 64 up.
Ooh,
64 going to have the spot on them. Did Fable spot them? 64 actually just retreated from this location to go down to that gas station area, so it's actually not as big of a threat as I thought it was, because we did just moments ago see 64 up in the compounds that Fabled are just to the north of.
Yeah, but that's kind of the nature of the beast. I thought that they might still be there as well. I'm not going to lie. I thought there was a potential fight that was going to happen, but I like the fact that you're seeing how people are choosing to scout this one out. Just find yourself a dip somewhere that's safe, move forward, see if you can maybe spot something out, maybe aggress back down. Actually, it looks like Fable has decided to make that move back down next to 64 up. Greg Shot's in a little bit of trouble. He has a little bit of support from the high side hill that they were just at, but he is already down. And that's 64 up, just waiting, being patient, good awareness. They probably heard the vehicles come down, and nobody on Fable really can do much work in return.
Yeah, I wonder what the scouting was like. And we will say, Sociopath almost got turned on, which I think would have opened up a huge, I don't want to say can of worms. What's a positive can of worms? Like a can of Spam? A can of, like, Heinz baked beans? Positive
Pandora's
things
box. Usually, whenever something
well,
goes
no. We're looking for good things, positive things,
Good
things that are nice.
Look, Cam, it's you and me casting together. We don't say positive things. Actually, that's not true. I tend to be
That's true.
positive, so I don't know. We'll have to see.
Hey,
All right,
I gotta bring a little spice to balance out your sweetness.
I like that. I like that. We're like sweet and sour sauce there, you know. All right, so 303 making their rotation. Got to be careful. They're kind of putting themselves in a potential point where Zenith could be playing at, depending on how they play across this hillside. Zenith already holding a very strong 2-2 split that might be able to inflict a lot of damage, depending on the pathing Honey Badgers opt into taking. I like this. Make sure that they take that one little spot. They're going to get Honey Badger up into that point, but now the rest of the vehicles are committed along this path. Not a lot of follow-up damage coming through. Nobody's getting knocked out of the vehicle, so it looks like at least 3 are going to be able to pass through that point. But poor Voxic has been left behind and now has to run the gauntlet all by himself.
I wouldn't be too worried. You can see just how weak the sightline is because of all the trees and then all the levels in the cliffs. It's almost like a staircase coming down from Zenith's upper level to their lower level. It looked really strong at the start, but then once 303 just slid through like they did, it does show why their current crossfire is not strong in terms of like crossfire and damage. Now, if a fight were to break out, that would be a little bit of a different story, and we would see how that plays out then, but for 303's sake, they were able to make it through relatively unscathed, and now they're pretty isolated in this corner, which could give them a much safer early game.
A couple of different points of the map. You can see people are fighting over different dips, rotations coming in on some of our later teams are finding themselves being spotted out. But that was an example on why I like Stallber. You know, like there's all of these little weird paths that you can use to different points, and different teams can kind of defend along the way. We've been talking about Stallber so much, I get the feeling it's just going to go back over next to shooting range, just despite us, because it's like, you didn't talk about this area, so now you can go over here. But a lot of our teams naturally opting to play around Severny, down in those dips to the west of Stallber. Really, nobody opting to play back down towards the south. Given how much water is in play, most teams are assuming the fact that it's going to end up around that area just south of the northern coastline.
Yeah, you need a number of southern hardships in the early game to expect heavy play around Yasnaya, but a lot of the teams that are coming in all the way from the south, Snow Patrol, Tier 8, they really don't have a lot of other options this late in, especially because we have 30 seconds before the blue is fully closed. Their job right now is just to get into the circle and then make a decision off of phase number 2. I could see Tier 8 stopping here and maybe trying to deal some damage to Snow Patrol, if not just to push them into a different direction and a different angle. But if they were to do that, you'd obviously not want to be in a position that you're forced to commit to that fight. Maybe just send a couple of shots and then get in your vehicles and drive away. But Snow Patrol, they don't want to risk anything at all. They're inside the circle, and they are going to plant their feet for the next 5 seconds. They don't want to move an inch until they have more information.
Where are we going, Circle? Give it to us. Yes! Keep Yasnaya in play. Keep that open area that Cam hates so much, that I love so much. Back over to the west of Stallber. Keep Stallber in. I want to see this. Thank you, PUBG guys. This is a circle I've been wanting to see for quite a while. No surprise. Rotations. Everybody down to the south. Instantly hopping into vehicles. That means it might be a little bit chaotic as everybody's going to try to give Yasnaya a very wide berth and shoot to kill.
Ooh.
They try to come along towards the north, and they're already finding themselves caught. Liberate's been taking a couple of shots towards their backside, but Illusion, with that early rotation, already in a firm position. Now shoot to kill has to figure out where are they going. If they venture too much further south, they're going to find themselves in some hazardous points, but do manage to find the one complex that's still open and available around their position.
It's good that it's safety, but it's not a good position in the circle because it's so close to the edge. Jay All Day actually getting a double for himself and his squad.
That's
taking
bad
out
if
a couple
you're a
members of the
Comets
Comets,
fan,
and
though.
yeah, that's not
They're
good for
19th
Comets.
right
They're
now.
one of the teams.
All right, so now we've got Elusive still holding up that position, looking back down towards low ground points. We got Snow Patrol. Looks like they're going to be crashing back over towards Radiance with T8 driving around in the distance. They're both teams stopping. This is going to be a three-way fight fairly quickly. You can see Crawfresh already going down very quick. Going to be a nice reposition come out from Itchy Boy. No clean angle back over towards Los. Trying to see if maybe he can tap back over towards the headshot, but not going to be able to get it. Now Mitchy Boy realizing he might be in a little bit of a jeopardized position, wanting to try to retreat out of this, maybe use a little bit of distraction that's going off to the side, but yeah, the rest of the teammate says, nope, not worth, get out of here. T8 bails out of the fight as well, so both teams retreat out, leaving Radiance to have control.
Where can they go, though? Because it looks like they wanted to go further north, but Radiance, they weren't all in that compound. They actually have another compound to the north of it where Badilo and Waldo are holding down. This crossfire between Radiance could net them a lot of points. I do worry, though, that there are so many people driving around, they might have accidentally bitten off a little more than they can chew. So far, they've already gotten a kill out of it. And Los has actually ascended from the compound to go super aggressive. I like this. Maybe they can pick another one up from Tier 8 or Snow Patrol.
That's good information feedback over saying, hey, you've got it, we'll cover you. Stepping back out, you can see T8 being herded back up the hillside to where we saw Zenith playing just a little while ago. Snow Patrol still driving around. They can't figure out where they're wanting to try to aggress into the circle at, but now they have to be careful because they have Fabled that's back behind them. There's not a lot of good options back over towards the east. We saw a lot of teams rotate back over here. Naturally, Elusive, Radiance, T8, Snow Patrol that we've been caught up with, and then Fabled coming in right back behind that. So Snow Patrol has instead said, all right, let's just go ahead and crud across the south. Meanwhile, T8, slow rolling back over into this position, has an idea that maybe somebody could already be holding down this point.
He's actually going very, very aggressive considering his team hasn't caught up to him yet. And if he gets caught out like he is right now, good shots from Kickstart to start it off. Can they get the knock? Roth, I think, is going to be there for the follow-up on the off angle. Yeah, Tier 8 weren't even there to try and defend him before they got the full kill. I think he should have played that a little more passively, peeking over the ridge, trying to find some information. But to extend as far as he did was very risky with the lack of backup. And now the rest of Tier 8, they're just going to have to force through. Beams now goes down. That's the second player lost to Mystery.
Yeah, this is starting to be very hazardous for all the teams. They're trying to move back over towards the east with the new circle popping right now. Yeah, it's going to condense back around really closer towards Zenith, putting them right on the edge. So a lot of these teams that are towards the south of their position can't really see it right now too much because it's underneath of the picture-in-picture. But we have about 3 teams that are stacking around the point and might try to aggress back along Zenith's pathing.
SDK right now getting into a fight with Wildcard. A knock for either side. SDK, they have, I believe that's Uncivil off on the back corner. I don't know exactly what sort of angle he has, but approaching this compound is very difficult. You can see the window that Sharpshot is holding in, and Pentalo on the ground floor as well. It's a little rough. Alo is able to isolate Sharpshot's window, but he's going to need to get a knock, and I don't think Sharpshot's going to give him the opportunity. Wildcard know that they can just chill and wait and hang out.
I like going for the option, provide the cover fire, allow Purdy to roll back over towards, just do that slow crawl, try to get the res back up. They have the smokes down. Wildcard, are they going to choose to play this aggressive and step back out? It looks like they're fine with holding their defensive line. That means Purdy is going to get rezzed back up. Question comes into play, what does Shoot to Kill do next? Because they don't have a lot of good options from this point forward. Do they stay and take the fight, try to go for a little bit more, or do they just try to hop in the vehicle and send it away from this point while Wildcard is shooting you the whole time? See, way off in the distance, there's a little bit of support, but the longer this goes on, it's just going to be more and more problematic for Shoot to Kill.
At the same time, they can at least be rest assured that it's going to be problematic for Wildcard as well because neither of these squads is in this circle. And so in a way, Wildcard might just want to let Shoot to Kill bail. It's a good smoke that was tossed in on the ground floor, I believe, to allow Shoot to Kill to push forward. But no, I think STK want to go aggressive. They got that knock against Pentalol, but they're stalling out just a little bit.
Well, the problem with it is we already have one of the members of Shoot to Kill outside and in the blue. This is not in the safe zone, and so both of these teams are going to have to move. And it feels like it's almost a game of chicken. Shoot to Kill is waiting for Wildcard to flinch, and Wildcard is waiting for Shoot to Kill to flinch. So the longer they both sit here, that's going to be a lot of meds and utility being burned down. Meanwhile, other part of the map, back over towards the southeast, you're going to see it's going to be Radiance and Fabled finding themselves in a little bit of a contested point as Radiance trying to make their way up the hillside of Stolber. You can see it is a very chaotic position to try to play. Third-party shots coming in a tail side of Radiance, trying to figure out if they can get Battylol back up, but there's no clean pathing to work with.
The smoke's there to try to assist Battylol, but you said it, the shots from Comets coming out from Yasnaya, there's no cover that Radiance has to, I guess, break that line of sight. Hella, a little bit of an over peak. Victor steals Battylol, so that does mean that Radiance are now down to 3, Fable down to 2. Supernova looks like he wants to go aggressive, pushing through the smoke. Might actually catch Radiance off guard with this one.
Be careful, opting to play it back out in the blue, hoping the fact that Radiance might be looking back up the high side of the hill. Gonna get a couple of shots back over, but look at the spin comment out from the boys on Radiance, instantly getting the drop back over to him. Sure, one of the members from Radiance does go down, but that should be a quick res. A couple of shots coming in to provide a little bit more assistance. As you can see, it's getting very clustered over here. We've got Fabled that does go down, but Zenith's still holding a point. Elusive just towards the northwest from this point as well. So Radiance just kind of clinging to life as the new circle has popped, and it continues to go towards the western slopes of Stolber.
Radiance are still in a lot of trouble. At least Yasnaya is out, and Comets have already dipped and bailed. Zenith, the question is, are they going to stay here and try and keep Radiance out? They might not actually know of Radiance's position. Over here in the blue, the fight has still been popping off between SDK and Wildcard. It is now it's a 1v1 versus Jazza. And who is that final member? Can't see on the minimap. It's going to be Uncivil.
Yeah, he was their anchor point way off in the distance that was trying to provide some support. So they're going to be out there just nomming on a whole bunch of blue zone for a while now. Zenith has opted to rotate with 3 of their members, leaving 1 back down around Elusive's position. Civ, you can see, looking back over towards Jazza. And I guess if you play a game of chicken and neither one of you opts into flinching and trying to pull away from the point, you just end up slamming into each other and doing a lot of damage. Civ trying to go inside the vehicle, but finally Jazz is going to get him taken down, and that's going to be Shoot to Kill going out pretty early. Zenith's late down a point right over here next to Elusive. Jay all day looking back towards this direction. This might be a nice trap as Leda can pull back up the hillside. His team can probably get a couple of shots back down towards it, and yep, JL Day has to be very careful, tries to go around the side of it, but Leda finishes him off, and Elusive is eliminated.
Yeah, again, a good hold by Zenith, and we were, I guess, questioning their play yesterday. They seemed a little weaker, a little bit neutered, but they're starting to come alive again, and this is a Zenith that we've saw in weeks past that really put them up in contention into the top 5 position that they're at right now, and so hopefully they can continue that play throughout the rest of the day. I believe they're going to have Radiance approaching them soon, and Comets aren't too far from that, but here is going to be the other I guess immigrants from Yasnaya, Snow Patrol and 64 Up. And 64 Up have a good defensible position. That is, if they don't get caught out from anyone north of them. But I think an angle has already been found, and Hershey is going way aggressive.
I like this coming out from Snow Patrol. Be more aggressive early. You can see that they're fighting for their life, trying to get up in that top 16. Presently in 20th at this point. But good shots coming out from teammates. Sneak Attack's going to go ahead and hit a shot onto Broke Status to go ahead and get the drop onto him. So now it's going to be at least potentially 3 kills, but no! Getting spotted out. There's somebody hiding even further out in the blue, and that's kind of the nature of the beast that can happen around Stolber sometimes, specifically back down towards the south. Just to note, we have Sonics, we have Clueless, we have Snow Patrol, Comets, Zenith, 64 Up, and Jazza, the last member for Wildcard, all pushing into a similar point back down around the south. So that means the fact that third party is going to get fast and furious very quickly.
There's a reason why everyone is stuck here on the edge, because the center of the circle is so wide open. These rocks that Shrimsy is playing around is really the only playable area in the southwest corner. Tries to open up onto Clueless, doesn't find anything, but nades are raining down. The revive from Clueless does complete, but look at Mime up on the flank, finds Nitrogen, does get dropped.
Clueless trying to hold the top to the best of their abilities. Do have one of their members go down, but it's just bouncing down different points. You can see sending a couple of members back down, trying to get a little bit more damage on everybody that's trying to push back up the hillside. Now opting to go back over for the res. New circle has popped. It's pretty close to this location, but Sonics are not yet surrendering. They're continuing to try to climb up the hillside, but it's gonna cost them. Good shots coming up from Pistola Time, gonna take down Shrimsy, and Sonics go out in 10th.
a really strong hold by Clueless. They had the high ground advantage, but Sonics are not an easy team to defeat no matter what advantage you have onto them, so very good job by Clueless there. And they're not even done. They're going to continue to be loud and try and be as proud as they can. A couple of shots ringing in over to Zenith, but their position isn't super strong anymore. It's so close to the edge. Half of it's already taken out. They have a little bit of a rock face that they're running towards right now, but that will put them in close quarters with Carnage and then, of course, Jazza that they might not even be aware of. D-Treats finds one onto Latest. That's one down for Zenith.
He's been holding down this position for a while Zenith was taking all those pot shots into the side of what was going on with Snow Patrol, Sonics, everything along those lines. See Clueless now looking back over towards Carnage. Carnage kind of creeped in from back over towards the west and has now gotten a high ground advantage onto him. So Clueless kind of had to pop the brakes for a second, but that could cost them dearly as there are multiple teams starting to come up back behind them. Luckily for Clueless, these are all weakened teams at this point. Mitchie Boy somehow just kind of sneaking by everything, goes right by Clueless as they're really caught up looking towards Carnage's position.
Yeah, this might be bad. Pistola dropping back down to the south. I was worried for a second to put him out in the open. Illusion does get annihilated by 303 up on the north side. And so I think that's going to give 303 a lot of open area there, but most of the teams are going to be down on towards the south. 303 going to have to wait before they fight again. 20 FPS finds one member of Carnage, but can't land the shots. That's at least information, but look at Sneak Attack. It's in his name. It's in his name, and he's executing it. Mitchie goes down. Sneak Attack needs to go big.
That's the problem right now. Carnage is now getting too much control over this high ground, and they're playing it aggressive. They're trying to rain down as much death and destruction as they can, but the return's going to come back out as Zenith is now taking the high ground shots from them. Now, you can see them quickly repositioning. Carnage now knows they're in a little bit of trouble. They've got Clueless down on one position. They've got Zenith off towards the side of them, but nobody still knows that Sneak Attack is patiently waiting. He's biding his time. He knows that he can undo a team if a fight does happen here. He just has to be careful. He does not want to get spotted just quite yet. So instead, drops down to the belly, trying to use this little bit of a dip in front of him to give him a perfect opportunity. And oh my God, could you imagine if 20 FPS has to retreat away from this, goes for meds, and then suddenly sees him? But that's not going to be the case. Everybody from Clueless now caught up, looking towards Carnage, right on the edge of this circle, 5 seconds before the next one pops, and you have to assume these teams are going to move. Yes, does pop up, and it's going to leave a little bit of Carnage in play.
Yeah, medium shift a little bit towards the west, and this gives 303 a big advantage. Anyone who lives from the south is not likely going to live at full health. Carnage, I think, are a little upset that Clueless are being slow on this because at this point they would want to be able to put attention towards the rest of the circle, but Clueless aren't going to let them do that. Pistola is actually a nice wide flank, could catch them off guard. Slow crawling up the hill to make as little sound as possible. Spots one, gets the knock, good start.
Good play coming out from that. Quick reaction coming out from the rest of the members of Clueless as now they know that there's an opening that they can try to exploit. Pistola Time's trying to get in as much work, but he knows if he goes down here, the side flank is going to collapse. His teammates are going to be in trouble. It's his job to be the distraction, and by God, he's an amazing one. They managed to get all the way up above him. Dre's now completely surrounded. Good plays coming out from Clueless.
They just, every single time you think that they lack an advantage, whether it's in terms of firepower of the actual team, in terms of Sonics, or even coming up from the low ground, this is almost a completely different Clueless. However, can Sneak Attack make a big moment out of this? Can Jazza make a big moment out of this? Zenith is going loud on the east side, just taking out Tactical 8. Still at 3, and clearing out the rest of Stalberts. Just Grizzly left.
10 kills for
he
Zenith.
might be discovered quickly. Yeah, 10 kills. They're going loud.
Big performance coming out. Remember, we saw them back over towards the east, then move back down towards the south, was getting into a little bit of a fight. Now trying to get firm control over the eastern part of this circle. T8 trying to flank around into the position. Looks like Landoon has spotted him out. Gonna find himself in a little bit of a hazardous spot as Grizzly has nowhere to go from this point. He's got 2 different points of attack that could be coming his way. Luckily, the res is still coming back over for Zenith right now, so no shots raining back from that other angle, so he can get himself a little bit more time, but can he get anything with it as 303 is completely halted and is just waiting for these smokes to dissipate. It's really just about how much longer Grizzly can survive, but the blue is going to be coming in, and he is not inside the safe zone. Looks like he might be opting. Play back over towards Zenith. Maybe see if he can make a breach point, run up into their face, use a little bit of the hill, trying to slowly creep his way up and along this. As you can see, a care package dropped along the sight line. Grizzly trying to drop back down, gets a little bit of damage out, but has to immediately drop to his belly. The blue's coming in back behind him. It's just a matter of time unless he can get one of these down. Does manage to dodge out the Molotov, but it's not going to matter in the end. Zenith still holding up this high ground point. Now has to be very cautious as they could look back down. Ran a little bit of damage onto 303.
Yeah, they got a little bit of control on the eastern side, but 303 have been able to spread so far out on the north, and you saw all the angles that they were holding. They're going to have to pop some heads in order to break something up. And look how aggressive 303 is going even further towards the east. The circle shift does go in Zenith's favor in the sense that they don't have to move as much. But 303 have control of the circle. They have control of the zone. Kickstart going down is not going to help them either. Nitrogen with the full kill onto that.
Zenith is in a little bit of trouble. Clueless is starting to get aggressive back towards their positioning as well. Roth playing high up onto this point along with Mystery, trying to get as much damage, knocks, anything that they can, but they have to be so cautious off to the side of it. Going to be Nitrogen playing low, trying to see if maybe he can get a little bit of assistance up. He does have to worry about it. He does go down. Honey Badger does connect with a shot over towards him. But 20 FPS should be able to get the res. The last member of Snow Patrol also did go down, allowing for Jazza to slowly creep his way into the circle where we saw 303 playing earlier, but now is entirely abandoned.
God, look at this. You saw the rock face that 303 was able to use for cover, for angles. It gives them so much strength. Zenith, sure they have trees, but it's basically a sheer cliff with those trees on it, and that's why they're not able to move too much. Trying to spot out Pistola time, that's where all their attention is right now, is Team Clueless down towards the south.
Well, you can see that 303 is set up a little bit of a 2-2 split that they're trying to run right now. They have two members holding down the safe zone. The other two members slowly starting to flank around towards the north, back over towards the west. Really make sure that nobody creeped back over to where they just were. Specifically, that's where Jazza did opt into playing. But good luck spotting him out. He is completely hidden from anything that 303 would be trying to bring. Unless they just want to go for about a good 200-meter walk and check a random rock, he should be safe.
A random check, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a matter of luck if something gets him at this point. 303 still does have to look up this hillside, though.
The fact that he's in the circle gives me, this is a way big old throwback to Evermore in the Gamescom 2017 solos when he was just medding on the blue on the clip west clip. That's a throwback. That's a throwback. It's fine. We'll gloss over it. Zenith right now still trying to find the rest of Clueless.
All right, so here's the thing. Clueless needs to have a big game, and they're starting to stack it up. There are 4 teams remaining at this point. If you count Jazza, he's the last guy up for his squad. But you can see kind of the lay of the land. New Circle has popped. It's going to be Clueless having to move in just a little bit. 303 having to meet up with their duo, and poor Jazza having to leave the safety of his rock. Luckily, you're going to see Clueless taking a couple of shots back over towards 303, but looks like Nitrogen's going to regret that one real quick. 303 spins back around onto it, but the aggression coming out, trying to move back over into Roth's positioning, means that Clueless has to be very careful, as now they found themselves pincered between 2 different points. They were the original aggressors onto this, but with that, they've now found themselves too many different points, too much of a chance for a third party, and now it's starting to come apart for them, and they have to be very careful. Roth has a clean sightline back down towards them, and Clueless is going to go back out in 4th.
It was actually 303 that helped Zenith out tremendously here. Good, and believe that first knock against that trio of Clueless. And now this will give Zenith a little bit of extra space, but it's almost not really worth it because 303 still have so much. And look at D-Rich's wide, high side flank. They already cleared the northwest side, and now they're coming and clearing the east. They have 4 members up. They understand what advantage that gives, and Mystery might be spotted out by D-Rich here. I don't think Zenith are going to bother to check above them because, well, they can only look so many directions with 2 players.
Here's the thing, though. Leda, still alive right now, might be able to get something. Oh, nope, never mind. I'm going to take that one back. Looks like Landoon has managed to spot him. that turns this into a clean 4v2, and you can see 303 knows it. D-Rich playing the high side, trying to creep up this hill, getting a little bit of damage, but not enough to get a knock. He's having to hold the line all by himself. He does go down, but he can at least feed the information saying, I know where the last two guys are. Honey Badger moving forward, trying to get the grenade into range. Going to be hard to throw it uphill, but does manage to get a lot of damage back over towards Roth. Everybody is clinging to the hillsides, the trees, the rocks, trying to find some new sneaky angle to approach from, but 303 has so much control over the circle. It's all onto Zenith to make the play, and they have got to find their approach vector that they want to take. They have to contest with Honey Badger, who is right up next to him. Voxic that's playing down low. Looks like Voxic's going to try to go for the peak, but he does get dropped, turning this into a 2v2. Zenith is trying to turn this on its head, slowly creeping their way down the hillside. Landoon trying to go for a reposition onto it. Sure, 303 has control over the circle, but look, the center of the circle is right along this open part of the hill, and there is not a lot to work with.
It's a 2v2. Zenith are actually able to make this into a 2v2, and now that Vox is finished, that's a secured kill. So if anything, Zenith have picked up a whole lot of points. Mystery finds another one onto Landoon. Or Zenith actually stealing this away from 303.
Look at the push coming up. Mystery's got the angle back over towards him. Honey Badger does connect, turning this into a 1v1. Roth's got the high side, looking back over towards Honey Badger, who has the tree. Honey Badger hits the shot. He so needed that. That's going to make it 303 with the win. 8 kills to stack it up.
Ooh, they almost lost that. Woo. And what I love is the fact that those are the two teams that we saw on the east side of Stahlberg. Zenith had that crossfire that 303 made it through, and then full circle, literally on the map, they wrap around different directions and meet each other in the end. And Zenith all so close. 303 had such an advantage in that fight, but because they weren't able to make a lot of D-Rich's flank, a lot out of it, that gave Zenith just those few moments. And if you give those players on Zenith anything, there's a big chance that they're going to take it all away from you.
This is why I love Stahlberg games. My God, they're so fun to watch. I love watching the repositions come out. All right, 303. Honey Badger walking away with 4 kills. Landoon with 2. Voxic with 2. But Roth, 9 kills by himself.
Yeah.
Damn, Roth coming up big for his team. Leda walks away with 3. Mystery with 2. Kickstart with 1. That is a massive amount of points coming up for Zenith.
Listen, the only question that I have right now, though, is can Zenith keep this form up for the rest of the day? And we also want to look at to see how the teams that are trying to squeak into the bottom 16 are faring. But I'm so focused on that great play from both Zenith as well as 303, who of course were able to secure that win.
Well, 303 needed to have themselves a good game. They're walking away with a round victory and several kills. I know our analysts want to take a look at everything going on the leaderboard. You guys, take it away.
Thanks, Matcherman Cameron. 303 comes out with the victory. Not too shabby. Let's take a look at their scores. They ended up with a pretty decent kill count, 6, 7, 8 of them. But I'm going to be honest, Godspeed. Clover, we were watching just now, and all of us thought that they were going to throw it. They had 4 up against 2 of Zen, and it came down to 1. I mean, got a little scary.
That was looking a little sketchy, man. And we were like, oh... we were all just like, are they really going to throw this? But
yeah.
Thankfully, it was actually Honey Badger with the clutch in the 1v1 against Roth that was able to bring it home. But 303 really needs to, I think, overall just tighten up their game at the end, especially when it was a 3-on-2. We all understood D-Rich going down in the play they were trying to make. But, man, anyways, it's time. Toffees.
Highlights. We'll go back and look at that final again, I'm sure, in the highlight reel. But until then, let's take a look at what happened from the start to the finish.
I think as well, just immediately when the circle popped, everybody read it. It was going to go Stahlberg, and that meant that there was going to be a lot of fighting on the edge here. Zenith was actually pretty quick to move in, as we also see Radiance and Fabled kind of battling on the edge. So most of the teams fighting on the edge, it's where we saw a lot of this go out, and a couple of people unfortunately falling early at STK and Wildcard, 2 other teams. I was just a little bit upset to see performance for this match. I think they could have come out on a little bit more top. Carnage as well, good angle onto this, but so busy on the south.
Yeah, it was super busy on the south, and we also had Team Clueless, actually, who had quite a bit of a boon of a game as they came up and killed, you know, they got a decent amount of kills there, wiping a couple teams, including a fight with Sonics that they actually came out on top. But really, it's just the end. Mystery, Roth, doing so much work, and 303 able to finally close it out. Some beautiful shots and a nice off angle here from Honey Badger was really what secured them that game.
So excellent play. I do think that they almost pulled it off. Zenith comes out with a 15-kill win, and honestly, it's a little bit of a back to the start of the show when we talked about things we need to see. We said Zenith is one of those teams that was amazing and then kind of wasn't, and we need to see them step back up and prove that they deserve to be where they are. And they did. I mean, that was a excellent game. You can't, no matter what happened in it, you can't take a 15-kill win or second place away in terms of performance. They stepped up and almost won a 2v4 to wrap that thing out. And honestly, 303, despite being in, I think, 17th starting out today, Godspeed, they're not a slouch of a team. Their roster is respectable.
No, and that's the reason we keep talking about them, because their roster is strong and they have experience on that team, and they should be doing better than what they are, which is why, you know, finding them in 17th or starting out in the day at least isn't exactly where they want to be. But look at this. I mean, Zenith Esports, even with a second place, because of the kill points, 21 overall points, 303, a very nice 18 point for them in the first game. That's what they absolutely needed. And Clueless, I was talking to you earlier about it, there's a world where they come back and they actually do qualify. If they can just continue the momentum, I mean, yes, they're quite a few points down, but overall, I mean, there's hope. I don't want to say it's impossible.
It's not often that we see the drumstick on the second place team, is it, Clover?
No, and I mean, as well, look at this. All right, our top 5 for kills. This is a really good spread. We don't have one team really dominating over this. Finally, as well, getting to see Zenith step up. But look, Pistola Time, Sneak Attack, Honey Badger, Sociopath. These are people we don't usually see on the top 5. And these are teams that are sitting in that 16 mark. We said before going into this match what teams really needed to bring today. And I mean, this is what we were expecting, right? Sonic's STK falling a little bit early, wildcard as well. And that really allowed these guys to take over a game like this.
Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard and where everyone stands. We said that cutoff yesterday might be between 120 to 130. Let's see exactly where it is. The 16th place is determiner of who goes on to the next stage. Dodge is knocked down into 16th. Fabled will pass them and get a little more comfort, but probably not a ton in terms of their qualification level just yet. Dodge does not play any more games today, as the lowest member of A still in it, so they will probably get knocked off here as they're only 10 points away from Carnage. And the end of that game, Godspeed, we saw, I think it was Carnage, we saw 303, we saw Liberate, we saw Snow Patrol, and Clueless. So the teams that are on the hunt and on defense seem to really be showing up here.
Yeah, all of the teams that Dodge wanted to do poorly did well in the last game, or at least they made it quite far. And that's got to be stressful, man, because their lead on 16th is not... Carnage literally needs 11 points, and Dodge is out. They're kicked out. So if you're Dodge, you're sweating bullets right now. You don't want any of the teams, whether it's Carnage or even Comet, Snow Patrol. These guys are just kind of waiting to see what their fate is, and man, it's not looking good. That's all I can really say. I've been in that situation, and it sucks. Relo, on the other hand, is someone who doesn't suck. 65 kills. Yeah. That's absurd.
You know, yesterday, Oath's ownership tweeted out, we had a heck of a day, and they said, look at us, we were going to get a couple of the $500 rewards, and they had this graphic on there for Relo, and a lot of people responded with, like, hey, well, the Sonics have 5 games left to play. The problem, Clover, is that they just played one of those. They went out in 10th place, and they only got 3 kills.
Yeah, and, you know, I think that, again, that was kind of the story we were worried about. Were they going to be able to keep that momentum going? Last weekend was just so explosive for them. But again, I mean, Wynn's really not that far behind. 9 kills for Relo. If he could just pop off for the rest of today, could maybe jump onto this. Luke 12 and Mime tied for 49. They've got a little bit farther to go, but I mean, if you take a look at this damage and see the difference right now between Snakers and Luke 12, you know, and even Relo and Belfrost, it kind of tells the story of Oath and how hard these teams are going to have to work for it.
Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable that Snakers is going to take home that $500, Godspeed.
Yeah, I don't think,
like, that's pretty good.
I don't think Luke, or I mean, especially with, to be honest, the way SDK is playing, or they have been playing yesterday and the start of today, I don't really think that's gonna be contested. I think he's safe. Snakers is probably safe.
I think he probably already spent it on 1/4 of some Balenciagos or whatever the shoes that Sharky likes to wear is called.
Oh,
that's
truth. It's true,
right? It is true. I heard they're very comfortable. Very, very cool. All right, guys. Well, that is sort of the breakdown. We're going to keep an eye on that race in the top 16 as we go forward. Let me ask you real quick before we jump into the next map. What was your favorite moment from that last round, Clover?
I mean, really, that last fight down to the end, I know we were all kind of watching behind the scenes. We all kind of screamed, really afraid of whether or not 303 was going to clinch that, and it came down to the wire, and that was kind of my moment there.
Godspeed?
For me, it was just kind of nice to see Clueless take on Sonics. You know, they did take some damage in that fight, and they didn't come out completely unscathed. But the fact that they were able to do that, I mean, that's nice to see something out of Clueless. You know what I mean? And for me, that stood out.
Absolutely. You got to have guts. You know, Lou Brock said, you show me a guy who's afraid to look bad, and I'll show you a guy I can beat every single time. And that's what these teams in the bottom have to do. They can't be afraid to fight. Let's send it over to match number 2 with Matchroom and Cammy D with the call.
Thank you so much. And yes, I got my Stolber game. It was a lot of fun, Cam. A lot of stuff going on inside of it. So, okay, I'll say, you weren't happy about going back over towards the western area, Stolber. And we didn't end up there. We ended up Stolber proper. No. Where do you want to go this time? Where do you want to go?
Where do I want to go? I just want to go somewhere fun. Zarky. Let's go Zarky. Those actually,
You're
now
like
that I think about it, those Zarky matches are always very, very fun. Or like the ones that are like those fields just east where there was that big iconic Tempo Storm match from last year. There was a game in Challengers just a couple of weeks ago that were around there that was very, very enjoyable. That whole area is just very fun to play. But I'm looking at the map right now, and it doesn't look likely.
All right,
no spoilers.
Well, we're moving into game number 2. We got a lot of people up in the air getting ready to jump out. Plane's going to go over the canal, making it a little bit rough. Maybe we'll get a quarry circle?
That's I mean, I'd like a quarry circle because I feel like the only alternative is going to be a military island circle, which I think is fine now. As long as we don't open up with one, it's okay. But I also think a couple of teams are sick of those circles. But 4 teams on Sosnovka Island, maybe those guys are placing their bets.
That feels like a safety play, saying, okay, all right, with this plane path, good chance it could go back down towards military. Let's just go ahead and firmly group here. And it's a lot of our teams that are really on the hunt for more kills, more points. Illusion, T8, Snow Patrol, Fable, all of them are set up taking a little bit of a gamble because with this many people on military base, if they have to leave, it could be a problem.
Okay, for Circle, it's not going to be a military base. That's 2 in a row. I think that's something that should be commended. 2 Erangel games in a row that aren't on military.
Poro and I had to cast a game that ended on pretty much on the Western Bridge. And I am terrified.
I saw that.
End up getting that again. I mean, I won't complain because let's be honest, it was a little wild ass and I had a lot with it, so I wouldn't complain if it happened again. But, all right, so we got our circle going all the way up towards Georgia Pole, so everybody has a pretty decent chance to find themselves a home on this first rotation.
Yeah, it should be pretty good. Should be pretty good for a lot of them. I do worry, though, what's going to happen to these Sosnovka teams. Because you have Fabled on the west coast. They could easily hold down that bridge. But you also have Comets on the north part of that bridge. They could decide to hold it down. And if 303 or Elusive saw how many parachutes were going over towards Sosnovka Island, they could hold down the eastern bridge and block those eastern rotations. So in a way, by all these teams trying to hedge their bets and go onto Military Island, they might have just made their job even harder.
Yeah, this is going to be rough because a lot of these teams, if you look over the leaderboard on the left side, we've got to keep our eyes. Who's in that top 16? So whenever you're looking at the yellow, those are the guys that are in a little bit of a hazardous position, almost like a yellow light. It's at that point where you got to figure out, okay, stop if it's about to turn red and figure out what you got to fix, or just press pedal to the metal.
Just pump it.
Just go and say, I got to get kills, man. I need something.
Just go. Doesn't matter if I run this red light. Like, I just got to make it across.
All right, so we've got Carnage Gaming to keep an eye on. Fabled, who's creeped up, sitting in that 15th spot. 303 had themselves a good game, moving into 14th. But, Clueless was very active inside of a lot what was going on inside that last game. Snow Patrol as well. With this, a little bit calmer of a circle. So maybe a chance to get your feet back underneath of you and then figure out how you want to progress from here.
This also is a good circle for SDK, which we should talk about because that's one of the teams that is, supposed to be doing really good. And they are, to be fair, they are still doing very good in this competition. They're in 3rd place. Can't take that away from them. But it's a team that we always want to see step up and hit that next level. Alternatively, Sonics, they've hit that next level before. And even though last game they did get batted away almost a little too easily by Team Clueless. This is not a team that we've seen stay down too much for too long, and they're already on the move. It's, it's usual leave Pachinki before 4 minutes timings for that squad.
I know the players get mad when we talk about it, but mental is a big factor, and we've seen it affect different aspects of whenever you're going through this. Like knowing the fact that it's going to be a Herculean task to move yourself into the top 16, or the fact that it's just going to be so much harder to move yourself up and get in that first place position while you had to watch a big performance the day beforehand. All of these things do creep into the back of your head, and phenomenal players have such a good ability to just be like, that's it, I don't care what just happened, reset, let's get back into it. And we got a little bit of drive-by action, vehicles not even stopping as people taking a couple of shots. It's going to be wild card, no surprise, going a little bit wild, trying to hit everybody on elusive as they're rotating through. Meanwhile, Sonics, they had themselves a rough start in that last game and almost put themselves in a dangerous position. It's going to be H-Win that drives up, but look at that. Shrimzy comes in with a little bit of assistance off in the distance, and I was almost hoping that H-Win might just decide to run up there and maybe try to run over, but nah. They're just going to be happy to get their complex. Meanwhile, back over to the wildcard and elusive thing. It looks like wildcard's driving around the Badlands, trying to get a little bit tricksy with it. Jay all day was expecting it, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Jay takes a ton of damage. There's another wildcard member back behind him, and that's a good as 1 point delivered to wildcard.
Oh, JRJ almost had a really nice drop onto wildcard, but now that he is taken out, they can just retreat from the compound angle that the rest of elusive has. I believe that's innate there, just to the south. Yeah, it's T-Sock and Fizzle that are going to be left, and I think they're bailing. They don't want to stick around here because wildcard might just be one of those teams that when they see they had this much of a man advantage, could just go aggressive onto that position, and so they're just going to no. They just want to bail. They're going to leave.
We were talking about that a little bit on the desk yesterday, that wildcard isn't... that's one of the things I like about them. Whenever they feel they have the advantage is how they're going to play. That means that you never know how they're exactly going to play every single game. It's not a formula with them. It's almost a lot more like feeling. Like, we think we can win this fight, so let's do it, is almost one of their IGL call position points.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to shamelessly interrupt you here because
Go for it.
There were already 4 teams on Sosnovka Island. Radiance, they definitely did not watch all the parachutes. They might not have been able to from where they landed. They're going on to Sosnovka Island as well because they think that it's going to be an easier path into the circle, going down the East Bridge and back up the West Bridge, than just going west on the main island. We know that that's not the case. And Icy Flex on his bike is going to tell Baddylol that, wait a second, something is up. There shouldn't be, if this were a usual game, there shouldn't be a team that far east still.
Can we see the map for just a second? Because you can kind of get an idea on what we're talking about. The setup, 303 is making a rotation. They're pretty wide out in front of them. I don't think that there's anybody within about 500-600 meters. But it's starting to be a little bit of a problem back along that western bridge, as right now Fable is in the process of crossing it and hasn't been in a big rush. That has slowed down T8, who was watching that. Now they have Illusion that we saw just a second ago rolling back behind that. Don't forget Snow Patrol still hasn't even made a move into that position. And like you were talking about, Radiance got an awareness, saw what was going on and said, They now went back, recrossing the eastern bridge, but now it's starting to pop off just a touch as Wiam does get spotted out as Illusion's rolling through. And you can see that there are a ton of teams that are going to be driving along this path. Yes, run him over! I love it. Good play coming out from Ranger. Going ahead, secure that kill up.
Steezy potentially had an angle, but he didn't take it. He might just be waiting for backup or something. He's just not very confident in the rest of his squad's positions to want to take a fight. And you can see how widespread they are, that it does, make a little bit of sense to not go super loud, especially because this could easily bait Illusion to continue to go west and run into either Snow Patrol or Fabled, who are a lot closer to the bridge.
And it's kind of working. T8 opened the doors, just said, hey, come on in. Enjoy the views, see what it's like back over here on the western part of the bridge. So Illusion has now ran right in between them and is firmly surrounded by 3 different teams. You can see Illusion's going to hop out right now. Looks like they want to be careful before they decide to go across the bridge. But Snow Patrol is back behind this. Don't forget T8's also in a position for it, so this could get messy quickly as, Mitchie Boy has an easy shot right into the backside, and it's just Snow Patrol raining death and destruction on top of Illusion, even taking out their tires. I love it. Just deny everything from them.
You just got to kick them while they're down. And that's exactly what I was talking about. Like, Illusion, they were so focused on seeing if anyone was scouting out the top of the bridge that they just were completely ignorant
Illusion sent it across the bridge.
Here. Oh,
they just tried to roll through,
and
and now they've run into Fabled, and they just get destroyed trying to make their way through here. That is just a mess, and you can see this is all just a cascade set of events of people thinking, hey, let's play safe off military base.
Radiance, when they watch the VOD, they may not know exactly what teams were here, and so by watching the kill feed, they may not know, but watching the VOD, they're going to know that they dodged a huge bullet. And now the circle shift pull is as far away as you can imagine from Military Island. It's going to be a Sunken, it's going to be a Ruins, it's going to be a North Pachinki Badlands finish. This is great. This is an amazing part of the map to see because of how the terrain leads into the different team fights. Wildcard, dead center.
But look back down towards the south. If you saw it for a second, yeah, free me please. Now all by his lonesome, because guess what happened? T8 and Snow Patrol said, you know, that's not a good idea. Fable is positioned, so instead, let's go back over towards the eastern bridge. Let's jump back into the blue, let's take a little bit of damage, and now are driving on the exact same approach and getting right up on top of each other as they're moving back into this. That means that one of these teams might opt into playing. They could just kind of drive, honk their horns at each other, but it could be a problem for both of these teams as they're going to hit the bridge at almost the exact same time. And yeah, it looks like Snow Patrol knows what's up. It's going to be Beams that's kind of leading the way for T8 right now, not the cleanest sightlines. Meanwhile, Sonics, Liberate, and Clueless all look like they managed to get caught up in this fight just over here around Chopsticks, the northern area around here. Everybody should be familiar with these complexes. Very common place to where you see a lot of action break down at.
Ooh, I love this approach by Sonics. Even though Liberate started off the fight with a knock, they get the trade, and then they're wrapping around. Good old lobster pincer. Shrimzy finds at it. Mime also goes down. But a good trade by Shrimzy. He's really coming big, but Alo from the north is going to make this a lot more difficult.
It's just clinical at this point. 64 up, here's what's going on. Clueless is over there playing that dip, takes a couple of shots at 64 up. They're in a little bit of trouble, so it looks like they're going to reposition
they're
back
going
over
in
here. They're just going to crash the complex. They're rolling up on the other side of this. Third-party shots are coming in, so this is turning into a fiesta real fast. Shrimzy's the last one up for his team. This is a team that was aiming, trying to go for number one, and Sonic's now in a lot of trouble. He's just clinging to life on the outside of this, and 64 up just rolls in and says, thank you for all the hard work everybody's been put in here. We'll just go ahead and finish off Liberate. Now it's all just on Shrimzy. He's the last one alive, and you know it's got to be nerve-wracking. He knows Clueless is back behind him. He knows another team just rolled up. He doesn't even have a building that he's playing. He's just on the outside waiting to see if somebody steps through. He can hear the footsteps, and that's kind of what he's using for all of his information right now. A wall separating out where 64 up is presently playing at. Is 64 up going to assume that they got everything out of this, that maybe all the Sonics had already died? Or are they going to play this a little bit more defensive? They're going full on looting right now, but Shrimzy can't make the risk of going for any type of play. He's just going to sit back and hear all of this happening. At 64 up is going to be an even tougher opponent now that they have more tools to work with.
He really is trapped in this corner. Luckily, he has the vehicle behind him to stop anyone from vaulting out of that kitchen window, even if it was just for funsies, which means that he can isolate his angle just here towards the east. And yeah, I thought for that 64 up would have had a little bit of a sense that there was someone left, but they seem to be completely distracted by other squads. But Comets, they're rolling up as well, and they look a little wounded. There's only 2 members there, but they could also want to see what's been happening in this building. Shrimzy hears the footsteps. Not going to check his corner still.
I like it. Play it safe. Those third-party shots coming in are going to be from Shoot to Kill or Elusive both. You can see that Shoot to Kill is playing back over towards Everest. New circle pops, and it's going to be pretty far north from this point. So everybody that's playing around here is going to have to move, and that is a ton of teams. Shrimzy's now running out of options very, very quickly. So he knows that he has a squad right next to him. He knows that Clueless is back behind this. He knows that there's been multiple shots coming in from a third-party point, and he just has to hunker down. Finally, stepping around the corner, gonna take a couple of shots. That's gonna be quick pickup and flush, but now he knows it's gonna be a ton of people coming after him. Quick do-si-do around the outside of this. Gonna go ahead and try to get a little bit more meds, a little bit more time. Know somebody's gonna be coming around back from the point he was just playing at. It's gonna be points on 2 different aggression. Doesn't have anywhere he can go. Quick pincer, gonna go ahead and be good plays coming up from 64 up, but guess who hears this? It's going to be Clueless. They might opt into making a play because they are just on foot, and you can see it's going to be Comets that are taking the shots on the side of them. Gonna go ahead and try to pick up a couple of more points. These guys are playing to be killers right now, and both of them jump back behind the same tree. That's not a good thing to do. Luckily, nobody's taking any shots at them, but they do get away with it.
Yeah, Clueless, they need kills if they want to somehow climb their way into the top 16. They want to go big. And if you're going to go out, you better go out swinging. Molly's come in. Dirty Zin is safe for now. And this is going to drop an underhanded defensive frag grenade, but Nitrogen gets popped off by Purdy Curdy. Again, STK, they're just trying to third-party this as long as they can. This is going to force Clueless to go even more aggressive. Finds a shoulder. Pistola finds one.
Big plays coming out from Pistola time. Trying to find the angle back over through this. Has to be very careful. Going to have a little bit of an issue on the other side of it as 64 up is managing to take down most of his other members. He's now all by his lonesome. Only one kill coming out for the play, but gets back over towards it. Does get the knock. Repositions on the outside of this. Does come across the crate. Drops back down. Dirty Zin's going to walk back up behind him and quick pickup. Should be able to go run back over there and get the res, but these guys are going to have to move fast. As you can see, it's still raining death. They opt into going back into the building, but they're going to have to move very quickly. The blue is catching up to them fast.
Listen, 64 up are not in a strong position on the leaderboard, but we just saw 2 fights in a row that showed that one of their biggest strengths is going to be how immediately and how successfully they react to finish out these fights. First against Shrimzy, they just immediately double peek him from both angles, not letting him get any sort of opportunity to find a second kill. And then there, Dirty Zin rushes, doesn't allow a med kit before he even considers the revive. But as you mentioned, they're not in a strong position anymore. They got a couple of kills, but how much further are they going to be able to take this game? On the southeast side, the Comets. We saw them not far from that compound. They're pushing in onto the edge, but it's going to be 3-0-3. Putting themselves in a more central position. Sharp shot wild card with an even more central spot, holding that down, dropping Vox. Can they get the full kill?
Oh, it's going to be close if they can get the res. D-Rich just narrowly misses it. Oh, Landoon goes down as well. That's kind of the risk whenever you play the Badlands. You know you're in some trouble, and now D-Rich just has to gun it out of there. 303 going to find themselves in a lot of trouble as there's nowhere to escape this position. Instead, just reposition the vehicle, see if maybe you can get the res back over towards Landoon. Good play coming out from that. But the question has to happen. What do you do next from this point? Because you're not going to be inside the next safe zone. You're going to have to cross this hill, and you don't have a lot of tools utility to work with to teams that are firmly entrenched. And no, doesn't even get the res. It's taken from him by McCoy. D-Rich, what are you going to do from here? His vehicle is kind of left out in the open. That means the fact that it could have shots hit at any second.
Such a good start to the day for 303 as well. But 64 up, leaving their compound, the 2 survivors. And they're getting closer and closer to STK. I don't know how silent of a roll-up that was, but they do stop on a rock right before the compound. So I don't know how much STK was able to hear. But the shots are coming out, so they definitely have the info.
I like the idea. Oh, look at that. Civ with a nice shot. Going to go ahead and drop him down to 1. She's just going to have to roll by that and say, there's nothing I can do for you, but that puts him right in the sight lines of Comets. So now he's just going to have to roll into a very dangerous position as well. He's just going to get spotted out, and it's going to be a double tap coming through just to give him a vehicle explosion and send his car cascading into the hillside.
Now the Comets here. They've only been getting closer and closer to Fabled. But I think Fabled have a couple of attackers from the east side.
Radiance, yeah.
It's Radiance. Fabled are caught between 2 separate squads, and they don't have a lot of cover. If Comets, they hear this. They want to go aggressive and see if they can't catch a couple of tasty points for themselves.
Comets do have the hillside to work with. Fabled has to play this very carefully. Radiance trying to step away from this fight, but Fabled hasn't really had the time to go ahead, get the res back over just quite yet. They know that they're going to have to move, and good shots coming out in distance going to be Pentalo just to say, nope, you don't even get that res. I'm just going to go ahead and flush it out. Comet sitting on 3 kills right now in that 18th position. We still have Carnage Gaming up. We still have Snow Patrol up. All of them do have the opportunity to try to get themselves a good game, climb into that top 16, because it feels like it's just constantly getting more competitive around that mark. I think that Fabled has an idea that maybe Comets was approaching. Yeah, Tanaka looks back that direction, but Tanaka still has to crawl forward just a little bit more. Radiance trying to make their push up and forward is going to find themselves in a little bit more of a difficult spot as almost everybody is playing back over towards the east in the circle.
It's going to be Tactical 8 going out in 11th. There's a lot of fighting happening on the northeastern side. Comets are isolated from all of that. That's going to give them a lot of space, but you can see the big wide open field that they have to cross to STK. We already saw 64 up try, and they weren't too successful with that. And the Ruins can hold a lot of teams. Zenith are here first, but Wildcard trying to hold them down, hold them out, as well as Radiance from the east side. Radiance are just trying to third party every fight here that our observers go to, it feels like.
2 members now down for Zenith. Radiance trying to creep back along this. They have their opportunity, They're just going to go ahead and foot rush it, try to make the hard push as quick as they can. Roth is trying to defend the line. Takes a lot of damage, but does manage to survive. But he's going to have to retreat away from this. Trying to get the res back over onto it. Has to be very careful. You can see Leda is trying to stick this one. Knows the fact that it's going to be close, but just narrowly do manage to get the res back over. McCoy is starting to get to a point where he's going to have to breach along the side, and this is a very hazardous place to play. You can see just ducking down kind of denies a lot of sight lines, a lot of vision, gives a lot more opportunity to play. Everything's kind of sticking around ruins right now. Let's see how the new circle pops. It chooses to stay around there as well, giving Shoot to Kill a good position to play from, as well as Wildcard. Zenith just has to be careful about this push coming up from Radiance, instead opting to go ahead and give them that opening section, let them go ahead and get a little bit of a foothold into this, and instead opting to defend a little bit further towards the west.
I like this. Zenith are forcing Radiance to have to come through a choke if they want to go that aggressive. But unfortunately, Keenan has an angle to sort of punish that, which means that Zenith still don't have a strong position. The nade's going to knock Leda, and I don't know how strongly Zenith can respond. You can already see them backing away. Mystery might be able to find the revive, but they might be expecting a follow-up grenade.
Keep in mind, Carnage is playing to the north of this position and could have a couple little different moments where they could kind of look back down, take a couple of shots. But Zenith on full-on defense right now, just trying to make sure that they keep their territory nice and clean, make sure that nobody else encroaches up onto them. Radiance not opting to go for any form of aggression just quite yet, but it looks like Zenith firmly aware of Wildcard's position. Should be noted, Wildcard is running a very aggressive split right through that area, just on the outside of ruins. Along that hillside, they have a 1-2-1 split all the way back down to what used to be called the Yellows.
They're still Yellows in my heart. I'm still going to call them that. But Carnage slowly approaching in. They kept Delta in on the low ground to catch some information, listen for footsteps around that area, while the other members of Carnage try and stay on the high side. And Zenith, they were able to revive their teammate. All four still standing, but 0 kills for them so far. They might start to feel a little antsy, especially considering how well they performed last round. But they're in a troubling position. Carnage going in on Wildcard could give them an opportunity.
And that's the big thing. Note how many of these teams are below that 16 mark. It means a lot of them are trying to play very defensive. They want to keep their members up. They only want to go for safe plays. Carnage, though, never one to really fit that pattern.
Never
these
safe
guys,
plays.
They're all about going for a kill if they want to go for it. Very similar to how we were talking about with Wildcard earlier. And they have a lot of control back over towards the north. Radiance is kind of creeping along a path that might be able to do a little bit for them, but that's going to be about it. Snow Patrol does lose one as well. Mitchie Boy kind of caught out in the open. You're just kind of clinging to a tree for life right now. That's not a good position to play from. But he does have a teammate that might be able to provide a little bit of support. He's just trying to fight his way out of here. Maybe get elusive to look another direction. Trying to step away from this. He's out inside the blue. He's going to take a ton of damage. Trying to jump in, but not going to get it. Was reinforcements coming in, but now you can see Snow Patrol in a doubly bad spot as one of their members goes down to the blue, and the next one now trapped on another tree, having to figure out how he wants to move forward. Instead, just running along the blue, trying to see if maybe he can get any shots into it. Fizzle doesn't have the sightline for it, so instead going to run right up along T-Sock, who does manage to take him down, and Snow Patrol goes down to 9th.
Zenith up here. They haven't moved. The circle shift so far away from them, they know that they can actually hold the line and pick up kills against Radiance and potentially Carnage. Carnage are the ones shooting at Radiance right now, and that might actually shepherd Radiance into Zenith's line of fire. At least that's what Zenith are probably hoping right now. They're just prone. They're just waiting for someone to line up with their reticle.
Oh, look at the shots coming out from Shoot to Kill. Herding Comets back over next to Elusive. I don't know if Comets is firmly aware of this yet because no shots have come out from that. Meanwhile, Zenith does get a sightline back over towards Radiance. This is going to force all of these teams to kind of be caught up, and it's a mutually assured destruction at this point if these teams don't manage to detangle. Carnage has an idea on what's going on. You can see that Ripper's starting to play a little bit further back down towards the northern part of the new safe zone. Meanwhile, Zenith just has no choice. They have to defend this line. They cannot let Radiance sneak up back behind them, and Carnage is using this opportunity to try to get into a potential gatekeeping position. Now it's all onto Radiance. Can they breach this point? Can they find some type of angle? As Roth is going to take a couple of third-party shots in the back and force him to have to step away from this point. That might be an opportunity for Radiance to slow creep forward using smokes, blocking out those sight lines. Got to be careful. Molotov's going to land right at Waldo's feet. That's going to stall them, and every bit that you can stall Radiance right now is going to be a potential chance for more blue damage. It's going to force them to slow down, have to play this more casually. Now they're starting to have to get to a point where they're going to have to be aggressive. Roth is holding that outside wall. It's going to be walking right into it. It's going to be McCoy that goes down. Kickstart also playing along that path. Multiple members of Radiance going down, and the trap is sprung. Good play coming out from from Zenith. Now they have a chance to get the reses back up, but they're going to have to move in just a second. This blue is coming in fast. I don't even think that they've got the time for it.
They don't have the time for Broth. They might not even have the time for Mystery, and it doesn't even matter because Wildcard are going to be waiting for them to leave. They know that they're about to run into a meat grinder. There it is. First shots come out from Sharpshot. Laid it prone down first aid kit, but he's only delaying the inevitable. Hopefully Carnage can start something, but I think Carnage are beaming in onto Zenith as well. It's just Leda standing, and he's not going to go any further.
There's nowhere for him to go. He's got Wildcard on one side. He's got no way to climb up. He's just going to go down to the blue, so does at least manage to inflict a little bit of damage back over towards Carnage. Now the question comes into play, is Wildcard going to use this opportunity to pounce? It's just them over towards the north. We have 5 teams remaining. You're looking at Wildcard, looking back down towards Carnage. Shoot to kill. Pretty do up in the center of the circle. Comets do manage to survive back over towards the southwest. And one person still alive for Fabled, and that's going to be Tanaka. Now, is Wildcard. Are they going to make the play? Are they going to step up over into it? Good grenade's going to knock it. Going to get a follow-up grenade onto it. This is the time to pounce if Wildcard's going to do it. They're sitting on 7 kills. They know they've got the opportunity in front of them, and they are just dismantling Carnage. They're going to have the inside track on positioning. They're going to have the high sight lines. They're going to have everything they want as Carnage just instantly drops off of this, and now almost everything to the east belongs to Wildcard Gaming.
Very good hold by them. They were not sweating a single moment. When Carnage decided to put focus onto Zenith, that meant that they weren't able to spread towards the west. That meant that they were basically resigned themselves to the corner, which makes sense because going for the west, they'd be going into SDK, so might as well pick up these kills onto Zenith while you can. But in that corner, easy to land nades in for Wildcard, easy to get that sort of pincer crossfire onto a small little area that they had. And now Wildcard, they're moving forward, but Tanaka has been crawling in this entire time, the lone survivor from Fabled.
Wildcard doesn't want to waste too much time in that position, and that could come back to bite him, as Tanaka might have ability to just kind of creep right up back behind him. Nobody on Wildcard very aware of this defensive line breach that they've got going on, but let's be real, it's also Wildcard. If you take a shot at Wildcard, they spin back around real fast. I was going to say, yeah, the moment Tanaka pulled that trigger, it was just a quick, nope, I'm not going to let that one happen. And now it's just going to be a full-on open area to the east that Wildcard has control over. Comets do have back over towards the west, but they have to be very careful as it's very open in front of them. Shoot to kill, having the few defensive points to play that really could provide cover.
Shoot to kill. They have the only cover. They have the only compounds in the circle, and it's dead center. I'm gonna guess that they don't have that many kills. And yeah, they only have 2 right now, so they're gonna want to pick up as many as they can in this endgame, but that position should give them good placements at least. Wildcard, they're actually able to push further forward. A couple of tags, but they were able to get the revive on their fallen teammate. Stay as 4, trying to use the tree cover and potentially some smokes at some point while they can. I think they're actually going to be able to make it into the zone, at least momentarily.
We have 2 different teams playing along the edge. Shoot to kill kind of caught in between them, waiting for this new circle to pop in about 5 seconds. Good chance that Shoot to Kill's position is going to be in play just due to how centered up it is. And yep, it's going to continue to stay over in their favor. Now it's going to be Wildcard and Comets that both have to move. It's going to be about how they opt into playing this. Which team decides? Are they going to push back over towards Shoot to Kill, try to go for safety? Are they just going to try to flank around back over towards each other? Feels like Comet says, no, it's too hard to push back over next to Shoot to Kill. Instead, let's use the hillside and let's just push back over towards Wildcard. They do have a knock onto Sharpshot. They're hitting some damage onto Pentalol. This might be the opportunity, but they just don't have an easy way to push over there. Shoot to Kill can provide so much damage, and that's why you're starting to see smokes, grenades start to come out, but it's just not quite got the range. Comets doesn't want to overextend. Instead, perfectly fine with being in the safe zone. They're in a gatekeeping point. Now Wildcard has to choose. Do they push towards Comet's position, or do they push towards Shoot to Kill's position, because they are not in the safe zone, and there's not a lot of options in front of them unless they just want to become the biggest hippie and hug every tree that's in front of them.
Smokes are coming out. It looks like they're going to go to our SDK, and at this point, with this circle about to come in, or actually already coming in as it is, that's really their only option the minute that their southward direction was stopped by Comet's knock. They have a vehicle to push as well. Maybe they can get up into the building, but I don't think it's going to work out too well for them.
Tries to go for it, and that's a quick nope coming out from Shoot to Kill. Pentalol tries to go for the play, But got to be careful as Comets hears this. Yaxley's going for reposition off to the side of it. Victor could come up right back behind Wildcard, and they have to be cautious. Shoot to kill might not give them the chance, though. They are just raining death and destruction right on top of Wildcard. Only one member is still alive, and it's going to be Sharp Shot, and he is just caught in the middle of the smokes. Not a lot of territory to work with, so Comets starting to realize, hey, there's not a lot to be done over there anymore. Let's just retreat away from it, and Shoot to Kill finishes it off. Drops us down to 2 teams, 8 alive. It is a solid 4v4 with Comets playing the hill and Shoot to Kill playing the buildings.
I will say Comets were able, because of Wildcard's push, to push themselves towards the west, and they're able to set up a crossfire for STK once they finally have to leave those buildings. However, will they have the cover to keep themselves safe until that happens? Because the center is still quite close to the compounds that STK is holding down. I also wonder how many grenades that STK have left, because they used a couple onto Wildcard, but they haven't really had to fight a lot. You can see one molly and a couple of smokes. I believe that was a flash thrown out. Might delay it at least for a moment, but good on Comets to not give STK the opportunity to get even a single knock to open things up.
There's a point between 2 different storylines right now. Comets trying to play for their tournament life. They want to get into that top 16 so badly. Shoot to Kill, wanting to make a statement, get some wins, get some more points on the board, because they've been watching Oath and Sonics have massive days in the past couple of days. So now Comets have to figure out, how are they going to aggress? Luke gets the shots back over towards D-Treats. One member already down, but a lot of smokes being thrown back over towards Shoot to Kill's position. Like the fact that Purdy is just opting to play it brave, move a little bit more into control, play towards the smokes, see if maybe they can get some angles back, see if maybe they can catch somebody that might be aggressing inside the smokes. Don't allow that to happen. And now with this, Shoot to Kill is starting to get more control back towards the center point where everything's going to be condensing down to. Comets still being forced to play back over towards the edge could have a problem waiting for them in Purdy Curdy's positioning right now, as everybody else from Shoot to Kill is just waiting to see what information Purdy Curdy can relay back over. Victor's kind of on the other side of this, playing that same role that Purdy Curdy would be playing, but he's a little bit closer to the blue, waiting to see if anybody's going to take any shots. Luke goes ahead and gets the drop back over towards D-Treats yet again, but nobody on Comets can really step up. They're just kind of laying back down, seeing if they can get any vision, but Shoot to Kill starting to get a little bit more active, moving back along the side of the circle, slowly creeping back down into it. That's going to be another knock, and another one to follow it up. This is turning into trouble for Comets. They've only got one up and moving, and there is a lot of Shoot to Kill just coming after him right now. It's only a matter of time before it connects. 10 kills coming up for Shoot to Kill. Nice, good job on the victory.
A good finish. They actually have a lot more kills at the end of that than I was expecting, considering they didn't have to fight anything at all until the late game, but they pick up every single kill that comes to their doorstep and find themselves 20 points in that game. So definitely a good grab. You can't deny it. There was definitely a little bit of circle luck there, but considering that they had to chase the circle yesterday, I don't think they're going to be too upset by giving a little bit of a gift in return.
Well, yeah, and also trying to play that position. It was fairly clinical just off of where they were at, and everybody got caught up in fighting over towards Ruin, so they didn't manage to really rack up the kills like sometimes we see whenever these opening circles. You could tell that Comets were trying to find some way to open the defensive line that Shoot to Kill had set up, and it just wasn't happening. D-Treats twice tried to find some type of angle to hit a shot onto Shoot to Kill, and Luke just denied it both times. And with Purdy Curdy playing up and in their face, there just wasn't a lot of good movement options for Comets to work with.
Yeah, so I think what STK were able to do super successfully is use the top floor windows to give the cover for the teams at the bottom floor to actually move out and get that position at the dead center, which is, I think, really what won them the game, despite all of those smokes clouding all of their vision.
Well, big plays coming up from Comets inside that game. They needed to have themselves a big round. Second place with a lot of kills is something to work with, so we're going to go ahead and pass it over to the analysts so that way they can give you their breakdown in that last round.
A big win for STK that I will say has become kind of medium rare at this point, but they do manage to come out on top, get themselves a nice little win, and maybe silence some critics who say that they never get the circles, because they definitely got to play that pretty effectively. That split they started with, though, Godspeed, gave them a high percentage chance of getting that final circle.
Yeah, I mean, they secured multiple positions, as STK tends to do. I mean, that's not it's definitely something that's in their wheelhouse, and they use that effectively as far as like their splits or scouting out positions. But I mean, that was really rough for Comets the way STK played that. I mean, they played that very strong. They had, as Cammy was saying, really nice cover sightlines from the top of the windows, and they just systematically picked apart Comets. But at the end of the day, Comets made it to second place, and this is a team that, you know, we talked about a lot coming into this, that they are the underdogs, but they still are very much in the conversation to make top 16, and that's definitely a nice start for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the key, is that Comets and Carnage both came out and performed pretty well on that game, and they're the ones who are in 17th and 18th place currently. Snow Patrol is doing okay, but they got a bit of a climb ahead of them. That said, let's take a look at the highlights as we remember what was in that game and consider who is going to be moving forward. 303 Esports, guys, they had a great first match, obviously, but this was not their best game, so they do have to worry now about Carnage and Comets on the comeuppance. And this I don't know, Sonic's being a little wild right now, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I think Sonics is kind of letting their foot off the accelerator. They're already guaranteed in. I think maybe as well that lead that Oath had means, all right, we can have some fun with this. Let's relax a little bit. It's the last day. But, you know, 64 Up kind of had to struggle with this just a bit. I want to give credit where credit's due. 64 Up played well last match. They played decent this one, but they're still so far near the bottom that I have a hard time seeing them coming into the top 16. But you want to play strong. You want to go into relegation strong. As Zenith as well, there were so many teams wrapping into this area with Ruins. They really tried to hold on to this, but Wildcard capitalizing it as well. They finished out Zenith, finished out Carnage, and really held on to this in the end as they then rotated it out a little bit south and took out what was left of Fabled.
It was just complete destruction of Carnage from Wildcard, and then here we see STK just... The way that they're playing, I mean, if you look at their positioning, the way they're playing for trades, peeking together, is just so clean. I mean, that's just so absolutely clean, especially in an area where there really is no cover. They were just using what smokes and what they had, and I mean, they earned that win. They absolutely deserved it. Like, again, sure, they got circle, yeah, but they also held it out. They pushed out when they had to. They technically didn't have the circle at the end there. Comets had, you know, pretty good sightlines on them coming out, but, you know, they just cleaned it up anyways, and that's, you know, what we expect from STK, so I'm not surprised.
Clover, you said Sonics took their foot off the gas. It feels more like they may have tied a brick to the gas pedal while Mime leans out the sunroof with the dinosaur mask screaming, "Oh, woogie boogie!" Because they are kind of going a little nuts in the last two games. Like, we've seen them in some crazy fights. Mime doing Mime things out in front while Profi supports him. But you know what? I guess if you're that far ahead coming into a tournament where, like, really round of 16 is kind of like what you want to target, maybe it's nice to have kind of a free day to loosen up before you go to the grand finals. Godspeed.
I disagree. And the reason I say that is it's all about mentality. I don't think you should ever take your foot off the gas, whether you're safe or not, whether you qualified, whether you're in first place. I mean, to me, that's just a mentality shift that you shouldn't have, because at the end of the day, you should always give it 110%. You should go as far as you can, as fast as you can, because if you... Basically, you save that for when the game is done. You should never let your foot off the gas, is what I'm trying to say.
Well,
very convoluted way.
Well, no, it's fine. You can see that this is the leaderboard from that game. Shoot to kill up on top with 20 points. Wildcard is 16. Sonic's only with 4, and I think that is really relevant. I mean, some of you might know Mia Hamm, a soccer player in the U.S., and she said you don't just want to beat teams. You want to leave a lasting impression in their minds so they never want to see your face again. Sonics has an opportunity to do that to the entire lobby today if they come out and keep crushing and go into the next stage with such a lead that everyone just goes, we're just staying away from Sonics, right? Like, we're just going to leave them alone. If they show chinks in their armor, people maybe find ways to take them down. Clover, talking about the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, you know, another thing as well that I do also want to point out about this is that Zenith and Wildcard are kind of in 4th and 5th place right now, and Wildcard really popped off this match, picking up 16, Zenith only 5, and right now that actually puts Wildcard 10 points behind Zenith Esports. So if Wildcard stays on this today, they could actually leap up into 4th place.
Let's take a look at kills and damage. Remember, this is for the match, not the overall. Sharpshot gets a 4 and a 676. It's good to see Purdy Curdy up there again, as the shot caller is also the shot hitter. But 3 players from Wildcard on both sides. 4 total represented on this list. That's pretty good, Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard really killed it that game, and to be honest, they've been good for the most of most of this event, but I still think that team could be better, and I still think they should be higher. I mean, fourth, it seems like, wow, they're already in the top 5. What are you talking about? But realistically, with that roster, I mean, they should be like second or even first. I mean, over Oath, there's so much talent on that roster, and we've seen so many times. I mean, look at their placement points alone. 88, that's low. That's actually rather low for the top 5.
Overall leaderboard is up. So you can see the Oath holding on, but not as strong as they used to. Sonics, despite a bit of wild and out, is still closing the gap and can still finish in first place. The shoot to kill after getting the win does climb a lot closer to possibly contesting for that as well. Down by the 16th position, Dodge is holding on by the hair of their chinny chin chin as they're at 123 with Carnage and Comets both knocking on the qualification door. So we'll keep an eye on that as it continues to develop throughout the day, because both of those teams, there's a very real chance going forward, Clover, that we see the Comets fighting nonstop with Carnage for the rest of the day for the same qualifying position.
Yeah, I mean, Carnage had a really good position as well in Ruins. We saw them pick up some good points, but it's going to be between these two teams where their placement is, how many kills that they can get. I think it's going to come down to the wire on points between them as we kind of go for that fight. And again, everybody in the top 5, not quite safe just yet. We saw Fabled make it there a little bit late. Again, those placement points help them out. And so it's just, there's no, I want to say, clear line of sight right now about who is our secured 16.
And I think that is probably what the end of day will be talked about mostly, Godspeed, is who is going to make that cutoff. Those teams who are on the edge have to be aware, have to be very careful. And also teams like 303, they've got to keep that pace up. They started strong, Godspeed, but they fell off in that last game. And with only 5 games to play, 3 left, there's no time for that.
No, they did start strong, and they were kind of caught in an unfortunate situation in the game we just saw.
True.
But overall, they still have 3 games, and they should go into the next game with a positive attitude. They're very much within striking distance to keep themselves up there. I mean, they're technically, being chased, but they have the roster and they have the knowledge to do it. So I think that as long as they don't have any more travesty games, I think 303 will actually be fine. It's really, for me, it's Carnage and Comets that are the ones that are going to be kind of fighting for this. But to be honest, Snow Patrol's been kind of making it progressively towards the later game, both games so far. So, I mean, there's a case for them as well.
I mean, no pun intended, but they have been snowballing their score. Little by little, they've been showing up in the end game. They've been gathering points, a little bit at a time. And it's going to add up, especially if the teams just above them are kind of doing these polarized bounces like we saw 303 do, right? We know the Sonics, we know SDK, they've proven that consistency pays the bills. And if Snow Patrol can keep this up, I think they're back in the hunt, but they only have 3 games left to do it. 3 games left, Clover. What do you need to see right now on the last Erangel match?
I think you need to see Fabled step it up. They've fallen down to 15th place. Dodge, who's in 16th, isn't playing. And like you said, we've got Comets, we've got Carnage really vying for that spot. And if Fabled keeps fumbling a bit, we could see both of those teams even getting into the top 16. So right now, if you're Fabled, you're not safe. You really want to take that lead and make sure that those guys don't knock you out because they're coming for you.
Dustin, any thoughts?
For me, it kind of goes back to the Sonics things. I don't want to see them take their foot off the gas. I think that mentality is dangerous. I think that for a team as good as they are, they're arguably one of the best, if not the best team we have in North America. I think they should finish strong. I don't think they should slip into a comfortable state because that ultimately just, I think, again, for competition isn't necessarily the healthiest mentality. So I want to see them really put their foot back on the gas, frag the way they can. I mean, those players, all 4 of them are ridiculously good. And I want to see them close it out even stronger, even though that would go against my own pick for Oath winning. I don't like that mentality.
I 100% cannot disagree with that. So let's see. It's time for us to go to game number 3. Will the teams around 16 step up and make it happen? Will STK continue to be dominant and get themselves consistency, or will Sonics step up and get themselves yet another win? We'll find out as we head into the match right now with our casters, Cammy D and Matchroom.
Thank you so much, Toffees. And yeah, that's kind of the question. Are we going to see Sonics step up inside this next game? Because not that much of a lead that they really have to catch up with Oath right now. But I still have my attention that's drawn back down to what's going on around 16th and below that. Because Carnage, Comets, and Snow Patrol are all putting up one hell of a fight to try to catch up to Dodge's position.
Yeah. Yeah, I was a little curious on how safe Dodge were because they did have a little bit of a lead, and because the teams below them, well, they were below them. You can't really. I didn't know how much to expect of them coming into the day, but Comets have been performing well. Snow Patrol have been performing decently well. They're actually in the danger zone now that they're overtaken by 303.
All right, well, we are moving into our last Erangel for the qualifiers. So with this, you can see Plane Path's going to be starting up in the north, making its way almost due south, ending up over Military Base. Pretty friendly plane path, so most people should be able to stretch out, get whatever they want to get. Nobody really making any crazy adaptations just yet, and that's no surprise at all. Snow Patrol looks like they're going to opt back down towards Military Base yet again.
Yep, I mean, they're the team that loots there every single time, and no surprise with this plane path that they're not going to be contested as much as we saw last game. This is basically the exact same starting plane path from game number 1. And I'm curious that we see 64 up. I don't think we saw them go towards Zarky on the first game. If I remember correctly, Illusion was a little bit isolated on their own in Stalber, or in Severny.
Yeah, and so, new circle pops, and it looks like it's going to go back over towards Shoot to Kill's hometown of Georgia Pool. Going to have the Bay in effect. Also, those fields back down around Gatka that I love so much.
Please stop. I know you're doing it on purpose, and I'm not going to take the bait, but this is actually a very, very interesting circle because there's the river in play from Georgia Pool. There's the whole Georgia Pool Gulf, I guess, Bay that's in play. Zenith, they get a great early kill for themselves, so that's definitely a nice point to start their things off. I believe that was against Clueless.
Yeah, that was just a hit and run if I ever saw one. Just take that kill, run away with it real fast.
But SDK now arriving. This is always the question. When you're a team that loots Georgia Pool and the circle lands on Georgia Pool, how much time do you want to give yourself to loot up before you find a different position? Do you want to just stay in South Georgia Pool, or do you want to maybe push out a little bit, take one of the compounds next to one of the east bridges, or maybe even Ice Cream Stand, or there's the God compound east of Georgia Pool? They're going to have their early game is going to be a lot more, I guess, impactful this time around, because previously on Erangel, they've kind of just had to leave their position and go towards the circle. They haven't had to worry about their position being in the circle as much.
Well, Shoot to Kill very often likes to go loot South George, then go ahead and hit up Everest to get a little bit more vision, then sometimes maybe make their way over towards those buildings around Bridge, maybe go over towards the quads, the complex that's just east of Georgia Pool proper. So they have to be very careful about it. It should also be noted that 64 Up is playing the northern part of Georgia Pool as well. Now, T8, they've got themselves a nice little bit of territory that they can play, but they're spread all the way from the ruins. They have Sunken City, and they're also in those, I guess, the suburbs in between Pachinki and Apartments that you see get a lot of attention back over there. Meanwhile, in Apartments itself is going to be Wildcard.
Wildcard had a really, really good game previously. Third place, you might want to say it was a little disappointing considering how they started the game off, or at least how they handled the mid-game. But that was actually a very, very difficult push that they were forced into, and so hopefully they can use that momentum and to keep it flying forward, because we've seen some good wildcard days, we've seen some not so good wildcard days.
I just noticed something, Cam.
Yeah.
Zarky is still inside the circle.
Zarky is still inside the circle. If this shifts north, which I'm crossing my fingers as hard as possible, cutting off circulation to hit those Zarky fields, because that is some of the most enjoyable. It's like what you said about the east side of Stalber. The two most enjoyable parts of the map are the two parts of the map that we don't even get to see that much. And I don't know, maybe that's why they're so enjoyable, because they're so rare. They haven't been solved in the way that other places have.
It's just refreshing
I want
to
to
see new parts of the map. Yeah. I always enjoy it. Nothing that's why I pick on Gatka Fields, because by God, I've seen it so many times, and there's nothing wrong with Gatka Fields. It's just nice to see something.
There's a lot
new.
wrong to it. There's a lot wrong.
Oh,
don't be nice. There's a lot wrong.
All right, so you can see Sonic's going ahead and making a move. A lot of teams are already opting into their migration phases right now. Elusive also being on the roll with that right now. Most of the teams looking like they're playing back down around the south have to be a little bit careful, as it's going to be Comets going to be taking a couple of shots back over towards them. That tree just came out of nowhere.
No.
I know. You're at the firefight. What was going on? Look, it was a tactical stop. So you hit the tree so that way you don't drive where the sight line for the person that's shooting is, and then you just go up the hill and avoid it.
Okay, cool. I think it's more they just didn't get punished because the Comets were also trying to move and trying to get into the circle, so they don't want to commit too heavily to that compound.
That's the logical thing, but that's
the logical response.
Also, shoot to kill, as you saw inside the kill feed, did bump into 64 up, and they managed to pick up shoot to kill managed to pick up a kill inside of that. So getting to be a little bit rowdier of neighbors, as most teams are starting to try to plant their flag a little close to Everest at this point. So have to be kind of careful about that.
That's actually where SDK are setting up shop. You can see, I guess, the bleeding body. This is the crime scene of Sociopath getting taken out. And if Dirty Zin's not careful, he might get peeked again. I don't know exactly who took out that player, but Luke 12 was still looting up in the containers part of South Georgia Bowl, and he might want to go back for seconds. Elusive, they just got into a little bit of a scrap with Sonics. And I think so both are maintaining as for, a little bit of a scrap between brothers, but no real lasting damage, except for the fact that Elusive were able to get in front of Comet's rotation, and that's going to put Comets on the back foot.
There is no one around Elusive for about a kilometer, so they got wide open terrain to the south to do whatever they want. Clueless trying to make a little bit more of a play around them, get a little bit more information, still playing back around Pachinki. Also, not a team around them for about another 500 meters, so they're just going to hop in their vehicles and continue on their trek, just scouting it as they go. As I said, was want to do, we do see that Shoot to Kill is running a 2-2 split, having a couple of members play up around Everest, but it looks like H-Wing has a read on this, as I believe everybody knows that this is where Shoot to Kill likes to play, especially whenever the circle does favor them. Saying maybe he might find an opportunity to strike, have some type of effect on what's going on, as the rest of Sonics are kind of lined up back behind him to the south.
The problem is, it's not an easy push, considering that he can get spotted from the east side where a lot of teams are coming from, which is why I think he's perhaps being a little more on the timid end of things.
Sorry, Sharp Shot just ran over 2 hay bales while he had people shooting at him. It just made me happy. I like it.
It's a nice sound. It's a nice sound when you run him over. It's unfortunate when it's one of the few ones it's the penetrable hay bale right on top of the impenetrable hay bale.
Oh, Clueless, you got to be careful. They're starting to aggress back over to where T8's at. T8's finally opening up, but it's pretty late. Patrick had an idea that this might be coming after him. Loses about 3/4 of his health, but no real concern, as he should be able to get back over towards his teammates who have already found themselves, I was going to say kind of a safe spot, but it looks like Wildcard has now got their eyes back that direction. So back to Pachinki they go.
Yeah, not good, but at least Patrick's able to stay alive. They did lose Pistola time early. I forget who that. Oh yeah, so that was Pistola time that they lost to Zenith in the very early game, and so the fact that they were able to stay at least the 3 other remaining up is unfortunate. That they weren't able to find a position that they wanted. This is definitely a plan B for them. But Wiam, he's flexing out heavily from the rest of his squad.
He's got some toys.
They know how close Sonics are. If he extends too much, he might get caught out.
Oh, well, I'm kind of watching what's going on. Along this path, it looks like Fable is just cutting across the Badlands and could be rolling right between where we saw Clueless reposition and where we see T8 playing right now. So depending on how they opt into pathing, Fabled could find themselves in a little bit of a troubled spot, as they could be contending with T8 and Sonics almost back to back. So let's see if they choose to aggress along this path or if they choose to stop somewhere along the line. And I think that T8's starting to hear what's going on, is aware of how Fabled's repositioning on this, firmly just running back along this point, regroup on top of it, with any members they can, but they better be careful, as it looks like Fable is starting to regroup there quite quickly.
Yeah, they're pushing, and you saw the call for Wiam to run back as quickly as he can. Luckily, Fabled are a little slow on the full approach. That's going to give Tactical 8 a little bit of time to reposition, but the circle has moved. Does this change either Fabled or Tactical 8's plan? But no, Fabled want this fight. Hella finds one.
Fabled actually ran up, got these complexes, got firmly defended, then stepped out, started going after the member of T8 that was on top of the roof. T8 just kind of surrendered this with their split and not regrouping fast enough. Now Steezy's trying to play a tricksy little angle, seeing if maybe he can spot one out, but I think he got spotted as well, as there's a little bit of juke back and forth, trying to go for a peek on it. Oh. Steezy does connect with a beautiful spray back over towards this, but now he has to be very careful. Guess what? There's another contender that's starting to approach back behind that, and that's going to be Zenith. You can see him. They heard this firefight, and they want to get involved. They want a third party. They take out Wiam from behind, and so now Fabled using this opportunity to get a little bit more aggressive. Here's the grenade pull, steps right up into it, trying to get it finished out, and it's just a run from room to room. Lost him. The door closes in front of him. Greg should have an idea on where it's at. Easy pickup, and T8 goes down in 16th.
the fact that Tactical 8 allowed Fable to get those first frags, especially the one onto Grizzly, is shocking. I didn't see exactly what information they had. They knew Fable were approaching, but as you mentioned, they didn't really regroup and fully prepare for the push from that angle. I think they just expected Grizzly to be a little more of a ninja on the roof, but Fable, they survived with all 3 kills because one of them was taken by Zenith. At this time, though, can they move from that compound? Because it's not towards the center. Oh, no.
No, not right next to Everest. There are a ton of teams in this spot. That is very troublesome. There's a dip. You can see that the trees are kind of blocking out sight lines up on top of Everest. That's why you see players play along this point every once in a while. But don't forget, we have Sonics and Liberate that are both playing towards the foothills and could see back over towards this. So if you're going to try to cling to life from this position, you get right up next to Everest and pray that the people that are playing up on top of it can't look down and get vision. And that's why you can see Clueless, 20 FPS, constantly glancing up there, seeing if Shoot to Kill is going to get into a position for it. But he's got himself a nice little rock, a little peekaboo battle. Good shot to go ahead and scare Luke away with that one and be like, hey, yeah, we're here, but you're just going to have to deal with the fact that we're here.
Was Luke even shooting? I feel like he was just taunting them with the head wobble, with the head wave.
While this is going on, our party that we saw just a second ago with where Fabled was at now has a second contender, as Zenith is running up into that exact same spot after taking a couple of shots and realizing, hey, maybe we can take down Fabled as well. So you're going to see that popping off inside the kill feed as Tanaka does get spotted out. Supernova's already down. Zenith sitting on 3 kills right now, and Gregshot finding himself in a little bit of trouble. Hella is still up for the team, but Kick starts playing way out in the distance on this, so if anybody leaves their buildings, he has got a waiting angle to catch them. Zenith now firm control off of this position, and it's really just about what can Hella and Gregshot do in a close-range battle.
I don't know what Hella's doing. She's just waiting for someone to come aggressive onto her position, which I don't think is the correct way to play, especially when you're only down to 3 members? 2 heavy on the north. He's isolated, and Zenith are just rushing forward. Luckily, they don't check. Okay, they check her corner. She finds one, but Leda is going to drop her in return. So only gets one. I don't think that's enough for the rest of her team to make anything of this engagement.
Nice little bit of a bait there. Tries to get a little bit more damage. Gregshot, if you had an opportunity, it's whenever they're down. He doesn't want to leave the safety, though, hoping the fact that maybe he can play this if they push towards him. Try to use them, try to get them to funnel in. Problem with it is, this is no longer inside the safe zone, so they're going to have to make a little bit of play. Tries to get a couple of shots out of it, but now they firmly know where he's at. Zenith has multiple angles that they can try to approach this building, and you can see deciding to surround it first. Play it slow. Play it steady. Try to see if anybody's playing on the outside of it. I like that. Take the angle peek on it. You never know. Pre-fire as you go, because whenever you're playing close and you're playing for breach, that's where the problem's coming to play. You manage to get one of them, but doesn't manage to get any more. So that's going to be more kills stacking up for Zenith.
Yeah, 6 right now. They have 1 player downed. That's going to be an easy revive for them, and it's a good start.
Patrick,
but they are still on the back foot in terms of resources because those engagements. Patrick and the Clueless have been trying to approach SDK's position this whole time. And they do carve out a little piece from themselves. You can see on the minimap in the southwest corner. But now SDK still holding strong, still 4 up.
I like the fact that they were trying to get a little bit aggressive, but I feel this is too aggressive. He knew the fact that they were playing up on this point, and he knew he might be vulnerable going up for that play. I'm surprised he managed to get all the way up there, but now Shoot to Kill having to start to defend what's going on around them. They should be aware that Sonics is playing off on the position. They do have a little bit of an angle to work with. Shoot to Kill, are they going to opt into playing this out and really flush Sonics out of this position? You can see Profi, H1 thinking, maybe it might not be worth it. Instead, let's just go ahead and play back along these dips in the hillside.
Yeah, I think when he saw multiple heads on his final peak, he realized, no, okay, they're actually not in a fight anymore. This is not something that we want to take voluntarily right now, and so he's going to back off and just hold his split with the rest of his squad, which I think is ultimately the right play. Jazza finds another kill, the first kill for his team so far. And they hold down also a pretty strong compound, but it's not towards the center, so we'll see how strong it maintains this round.
I mean, this is just an Everest circle right now. It is due up in the center. It is eating a huge section of the map up right now that really is just hard to approach from. We do have like the crates area that's north of Georgia Pole in play. that complex due south that's technically considered Gatka that's still in play at this point. And it's kind of why you're seeing people play a lot of locations we don't see get played late, as 303 is just rolling right around where Comets are playing. They're going to go ahead and lose land due to that, but it looks like 303 might say, okay, it's Comets. Let's see if we can make a play onto it. The problem is the rest of Comets aren't playing from this point, so Sub-Zero has to defend this by himself. You can see reinforcements in vehicles starting to roll up, seeing if maybe they can get a little bit of help in this, but they have a safe approach vector that they can work with. The problem is Carnage now also starting to roll up onto this. Have to be very careful. They look like they might be opting to play that hillside, so reinforcements from both sides could find themselves quickly third party.
You saw D-Rich roll up for a split second, perhaps trying to find maybe a supporting angle, but you can actually see him leaving right now. Sub-Zero likely made the call to say, hey, I'm fine. I'll try and find another kill for myself, but you guys just play the rest of the game out without me, because he's ultimately trapped. And when the circle centers up immediately on top of Georgia Pole Mountain, they're going to want to start moving right now, because it's going to get very, very packed on the open cliffs.
Yeah, that sentiment coming out from Carnage saying, no, we don't want anything to do with hospitals going to pay off. Usually when you end up crashing towards Everest, it's kind of problematic, but whenever the circle is entirely Everest, with just a couple of buildings on the outside of it, that means that you made the right call. You at least have a foothold to work with, and everybody is going to come rushing into it is the problem. You got to firmly defend up. Shoot to kill can't protect you on all those different angles, and looks like Delta says, hey, I have the tools to maybe make my way up this hillside. So while everybody's rotating, maybe I can get something. But I was going to say, it might be a little bit too risky. You guys need to defend those footholds, because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to want to take them away from you.
I feel like this is going to be a tower defense game for Shoot to Kill, because they're going to have all of these ravenous zombies surrounding their location. They're just trying to shoot off from multiple angles like Doom Guy on top of the mountain of demons.
Well, I mean, it's about to be the ultimate battle of King of the Hill, and Shoot to Kill has got the top of it right now. Zenith and Radiance have kind of bumped into each other back over towards the northeast. They're getting caught up in a little bit of a fight. Zenith's trying to hold this out. Sonics do have a sight line away from this. Retreats about away from what's going on with Shoot to Kill. Back over towards the west, though, it's about to get messy as everybody is collapsing to that point where we saw Carnage run to. I think 3 different teams all running along that point. Everybody is just collapsing, and Shoot to Kill is literally shooting like fish at a barrel right now, looking down the hillside, raining all kinds of death. Elusive crashed into this point. We can see that Carnage was there. We got Comets hanging out back around this point. 64 up and Illusion are just watching everything come apart. 7 kills right now for Shoot to Kill, and there's plenty more targets down below him as he just beads in on a dead body. Why not? I mean, this is starting to feel very, very hazardous for every team that has to contend with Shoot to Kill's high ground advantage.
Yeah, because if you want to defend against high ground, your attention is pulled away from all the other teams immediately around you. But if you try and fight on the ground floor with the teams like right next to you, Shoot to Kill going to peek you from above. Having 7 kills this early on is what you expect from a team that fights super early, but SCK haven't been doing that. They've just been defending their position in the center of the circle. This could be a really, really big game for them.
Yeah, people in problem spots right now, I can't help but feel, are 64 up in Illusion. Illusion wanting to have themselves a good game holding down that 13th place. But again, my eyes are drawn back to 17th, 18th, 19th, 22nd, 23rd, all still alive right now. And these are the teams that are trying to get into that top 16 positions. So they might have an opportunity depending on how this all plays out. Carnage and Comet still being unlikely neighbors and not too happy about it. Just throwing a couple of, throwing litter at each other at this point, just throwing over a couple of grenades and whatnot, not connecting onto anything, but at least making them think about any decisions and how they want to play around this point.
More shots. Salo gets tagged again. I will say, STK have been tagged a couple of times. There have been a couple of knocks in the kill feed. So I do wonder how thin their meds have gotten at this point. They might want to start to play it a little... who am I kidding? It's STK. They're not going to play conservative at all.
Well, Radiance did opt into playing along the side of Everest and somehow got ahead of Sonic's positioning. So, with Shoot to Kill being focused on what's been going on around the dip that Carnage has been playing at, Snow Patrol, Radiance, and Sonics have all collapsed back over towards the eastern part of Everest. You can see Sonics trying to run back up, provide a little bit of reinforcements for the fight that's happening with Radiance from this point, and it's starting to turn a little bit problematic as nobody can really help and assist in any form and factor. But here comes Mime. Mime has the tool to clean out a team that's firmly entrenched. He can just run right up on top of this. We can see Radiance starting to get a little bit more aggressive for it, but now the bullets are starting to fly. Mime's trying to creep back over. He's got Trim Shrimsy on the side of him. That's one of them down. Waldo still playing up towards the top, but he has to be worried about Snow Patrol throwing out long-range grenades. Good toss.
Boy.
Big plays coming up from Waldo, and that's going to give him a little bit more breathing room. But has the damage been done? Mime has to turn back around, get Shrimsy up. Waldo at least has himself a little bit of time to maybe get McCoy. It looks like that's what he's going to opt into doing, as Snow Patrol wants nothing to do with what's going on with this, even though they're in the higher position.
The problem is with Snow Patrol is that they're only 2 members, and they're isolated from each other, forced to prone down because of SCK's positioning. And if they were to try and move and maybe pick up a kill in third party, they would get deleted by everyone else around them. So I'm not surprised to see them play it so safe. I like the fact that Waldo went to go pick up McCoy as well instead of going aggressive. I don't think he would have had the angle, and I'm assuming that he's also out of grenades. But now that Shrimsy is up, can Mime continue his hero push? He's saved Sonics out of tricky situations multiple times before, but look how close McCoy has pushed himself. Waldo's going to continue to stay on the high ground, give some oversight, and McCoy's going on the flank.
It's going to be essentially a peak battle on both sides. It looks like McCoy's looking back over towards Mime position. Mime says, no, okay, we'll kind of reposition back over. Looks like they might be opting to playing towards the low ground, instead kind of surrendering a section of this fight. On the other side of Everest, you can see Carnage still firmly entrenched, Comets as well. We do have a little bit of new people that are making their way over here, as Illusion is now taken up over towards the eastern position from Carnage. The problem with it is now they're starting to get harassed on 2 different points, and you can see that's the problem for Carnage. You've just got too many people around you, and a big play coming out from Comets, opting to come right back up behind them, getting assistance from Shoot to Kill. The problem now is for Comets, they've taken a little bit of damage off this. They've got Victor off of 1 point, and they have Detreats down in another, but it's just constantly being contested up towards the top, as Liberate is using distraction upon distraction to try to climb the hillside and maybe contest Shoot to Kill's position.
Good luck. Shoot to Kill, the fact that they're still able to stay up as 13 kills. 13 kills already, and there's 25 left alive. This is all the karma that they stacked up from yesterday, all coming into play right now. But yeah, on the Comets vehicle uses, I don't really know. Just trying to move some way. It's movable cover at this point is the best that they got.
I think that's all they tried to do, is they just want to move it 5 feet to maybe have themselves a little bit of safety, get something to work with. Wildcard's also trying to aggress up this hillside, is kind of pincered Liberate into an awkward spot. New circle pops, and it's going to be right on Shoot to Kill's point inside of Everest. So now the true test of metal comes up. How well are you at fighting and climbing and jumping as you go? Uh-oh, that's big. Wildcard Spintelwell does manage to get a shot back over towards Luke 12. Civ does have an angle onto Wildcard from the side of it, trying to harass a little bit more damage, but there's about to be 3 to 4 teams that might all try to path along a similar point here. Shoot to Kill's defenses starting to weaken with Luke 12 going down. That means that Purdy Kurt is having to defend this by himself, and he goes for res onto this. He can find himself in a lot of trouble trying to get the spray back over towards him, but not going to connect. Instead, going for the Molotov. I love it. Is it going to connect? As the toss does go out, it is going to go ahead and flush out one, but here comes Wildcard, aware of where Liberate is playing, making the run up right up on top of Guab. Can Guab hold the line? And it's not going to last for too long. That's just too many Wildcard members making the push. Now, with that breach open, guess what? The path maybe to creep up into Shoot to Kill's position is open. Shoot to Kill is aware of this. They know that they've got to get the res. That means that Purdy has to leave his defensive point to come back over here and try to go for it. The other members of Shoot to Kill don't have the cleanest sight lines. That's going to allow Wildcard to slowly creep back up, move into more and more aggressive points to where they can finally start to path up into Shoot to Kill's position.
At this point, Shoot to Kill needs to pick what side they want to defend, and the west side is the one that they want to do so. If they spread themselves too thin still, they're going to get torn apart. It's already a bit of a risk right now. Wildcard getting closer and closer. They were able to get the revive, but Petrolol getting the knock against Purdy. Are they aware of Luke's close forward position?
Wildcard getting more aggressive. Remember, Shoot to Kill they had damage helmets, damage armor. They've been having to fight for a long time. Throwables are now starting to come in, landing right on top of Shoot to Kill, but not going to connect with Purdy Curdy. He is still up and alive. So a chance for a potential res. The problem with it is this is starting to be a big distraction. Shoot to Kill is having to send all of their defensive line, all of their attention back over towards Wildcard, and that's starting to open up on the other side of Sonics and Snow Patrol are getting caught up in the fight. Good shots coming up from Civ. Going to go ahead and get the knock onto Sharp Shot. Now it's a little bit of an exchange back and forth. Can we see Wildcard start to get this aggressive? Keenan thinks that he might have the option. Instead, decides to creep back down. Go for the res. pump the brakes just a little bit. They've got the foothold position to play from. So with this, Alo has to be careful every single time he goes for this peak. Purdy Curdy back up as well. So full on defensive line starting to come up for shoot to kill, but Wildcard do manage to get the res as well.
Just it's beautiful seeing SDK fight when they're set up in a solid position. Uncivil holding the line to allow the revive without the push from Sharpshot stopping it, and they're still S4. They're still up S4. They probably have 0 helmets, 0 vests, but they're still up, and that's the important part, and they're backing away from that, trying to maintain control of center. It does pull north a little bit, but it's still a good position for them. They still need to focus on wildcard.
It's just the remnants of teams that are down along the hillside right now, just kind of clinging to life with what they could find. Shoot to Kill did manage to get a little bit of separation for them. They got vehicles up there, just, in case they need to go down the hillside in a fashionable way. They have something to work with. With everything that was going back over towards the eastern part of this fight, Sonic's now down to 2 members. Sneak Attack, the last member up for his team. That's starting to be a running theme, it feels like. Sneak Attack being the last guy up for Snow Patrol, maybe trying to get some type of Sneak Attack off as this goes through. Wildcard's starting to get a little bit more aggressive towards Shoot to Kill position, and it has gotten quiet now that Shoot to Kill doesn't feel they have the control to look back down the mountainside.
Yeah, they're putting their attention a little bit on the east side to make sure that they don't get backstabbed. And Sonics, though, fortunately for STK, they decide to go more towards the north downhill, and that's good because Wildcard are going aggressive and STK are prepared for it. Look at Luke even prone right under that lip. Could catch them off guard.
This is just a matter of who gets vision on who first. You can see kind of what a lot of these teams down towards the bottom are dealing with. They're just kind of clinging to life in any form of cubby, any crevice inside the rocks that they can find because they know now there's 2 teams up here. Comets do have a little bit of an aggressive way they can play this, but you can see the moment you peek out, Sharpshot just says nope. And with this, Comet's like, all right, well, apparently there's a new contender for the top of the hillside. We're just going to go ahead and let you stay up there. Shoot to Kill hears this, but wasn't in a point to where they could really do anything to, they can't really push anything onto it. The big X factor for this could be Sneak Attack. Depending on if he can find some way to make his way up the hillside, he could find himself right over here next to Shoot to Kill and maybe distract them at a very important moment.
Problem is, I don't actually know how easy it is to climb up from Sneak Attack's position immediately onto SDK. I think he would only be able to come in from the far east side or come in right in between SDK and Wildcard, but who knows, maybe he's got some goat legs on him and do some mountain climbing.
It's Wildcard that's actually taking the shots at Sneak Attack to pin him in position. Everybody from Shoot to Kill is 100% beaded in on Wildcard. Look at the mini-map and you see all the arrows pointed right in that direction. So now it's just a matter of if we can see 1 or 2 knocks on either side might be the opportunity. 14 kills coming up. Oh! There's the knock. Good shots coming out from Civ. Can't quite get the flush. Are they going to use this opportunity? You can see Luke 12 moving a little bit more of aggressive spot, seeing if maybe he can get to a point where he can throw something back their direction, get a little bit of spray inside the smokes, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Luke doesn't want to overextend just yet. Comets made their way back down the hillside, so they're not going to be pushing back over towards this. So it's just a little bit of a push battle between them as Keenan does get rezzed. This is starting to be a stacking factor for both of these teams, though, as with the repeat rezzes constantly coming in, that means that they're going to bleed out faster and have less armor, less utility. And Mime, oh my god, Mime has the tools to do so much work on this. Remember, we saw him a second ago. Oh, well, apparently he decided to drop it, passed it back over behind him. But he's going to be able to aggress into a very interesting spot and might be able to attack. Shrimsy's still playing back down to the low ground.
Yeah, Sonics want to keep control of, I guess, what's the center of the circle and wait for STK, or at least the survivors of STK versus Wildcard to come to them. But Comets, they're not in the center, so they're going to try and push up the hill and take care of everyone else on the west side. But Keenan, Wildcard might not want to be pushing on STK anymore, and you can see them falling back from the top of the hill. They should be able to spot Comets momentarily. D-Treats goes down. Oh, well, okay. Not as easy as I thought, but they're still able to make it.
Well, Shoot to Kill is still having to contend with what's going on the other side. So this is the opportunity that they cannot grab a hold of. I don't know if they're aware of where Mime is chilling at right now, but he has the capabilities to put in work onto Shoot to Kill from this point. They don't want to push back down onto this, and they have to have an idea. I think that Civ's senses are starting to tingle a little bit, and he's like, okay, maybe there's somebody around us from this point. But we have now gotten to phase 9 on top of Everest, Cam. I love everything about what's going on right now because it's going to be a slow, condensing circle that's just going to force everybody to the center. Do they have a path? Anything to work with? That's what Shoot to Kill was kind of repositioning for. They want to be close to that point. Oddly enough, Mime is also in a phenomenal point, very close towards the center. Sneak Attack still alive, slow creeping up his way, right alongside the blue, but it's going to be a lot of pressure over towards Wildcard, who has to say, all right, we've just got to run in. We have to win this fight. It's just guns a-blazing. We have to get these opening knocks, and we've got to make the push.
The problem is there are 11 players alive, and SDK and Wildcard and everyone else is aware of it. So that's why they're being super sensitive picking these corners. They find Sneak Attack. And they should know right now that it's pretty safe on the south side. And Shrimsy goes down to Sharp Shot. This could be really bad for Sonics. Wildcard making it closer and closer. Shoot to Kill.
Wildcard trying to aggress a little bit further forward. Mime is still the threat looming on the horizon for Shoot to Kill. They had a great last game. They're wanting to pick up another win. Wildcard always bloodthirsty, always wanting to get more out of it. But are we finally going to see somebody maybe make their play back over towards Mime? Because that could be the moment. If Wildcard sees a single person in the kill feed from Shoot to Kill go down, they're going to make their play. Jazz has to be careful. He steps out inside the blue, but it's going to be constant pushing. They're jumping along the hillside like mountain goats. Steps up, gets the pop onto one of them, but it's exchange. One member down on both sides. It's starting to come apart. Shoot to Kill gets quickly eliminated. Mine pops up back behind it. Molotov's now coming out on the other side of this. He now knows he has an angle. Looks back over towards Wildcard's position. Gets one of them. Can he turn this around? Can he get the upset? He is just walking away with this one right now. He is doing so much work on both these teams. Sharp Shot can't go for the play onto it. Gets the shot! And Sonics walks away with 12 kills and what nobody would expect. Mime makes his candidacy for MVP.
Listen, when Shrimsy went down, I thought Mime was going to be able to get maybe one kill before he gets taken out. But he is just waiting there the entire time, allows Wildcard to get rid of STK, which, by the way, I'm pretty sure only happened because STK lost their helmets years ago before that end position. And then I don't know if Wildcard didn't expect him, and he just comes out on the side, but he uses all of those smokes that were out on the field to his own advantage. There's a reason why Mime earned the nickname the 1-2 carry last year.
Prime time, Mime time with 7 kills. Shrimsy back behind that with 3. Profi coming away with 2. Pentalol has 3. Wildcard Keenan has 2. Jazza has 2. Luke 12 walking away with 7 kills. Purdy Curdy with 4. Alo with 4. It was the guys on the hillside that were just making the low ground a bloodbath.
I mean, I'm actually surprised that Sonics got that many kills because we didn't see a lot of action because we were so focused on STK's control of the mountain, but they were kind of just there sort of cleaning up the smaller bugs, the smaller rats, picking up, I'm assuming picking up on them like every once in a while, while it's STK that was like the big loud guy, and that in a way kind of gave Sonics an advantage because no one was paying attention to them. They did lose a couple players earlier, forced to play it a little slow, but they get the win in the end. And are they above Oath at this point, I think?
With that amount of kills and a round victory, I think that this might be the one that gives them. Everybody knows I'm bad at caster math, so I'm not even going to I'm going to say probability in favor. But, Cam, we got to cast a Stolber game and an Everest game. This might be my happiest day ever.
Yeah,
I love everything about it.
That's pretty good for us.
I know. All right. Well, this is going to be the end of our run for the day. You're going to have some other casters coming in and back behind that. And that's going to be Porosaurus and Hypoc to take you through the last 2 games on Miramar. But our analyst desk has a ton I know that they want to break down from that last round.
It'd be awkward if I said that there was nothing I wanted to break down from that last round. Because it's untrue. Big thanks to Matchroom and Cammy D bringing us the 3 Erangel matches. They are done for the series. They get to go and relax and watch the end of this thing. Guys, that was a fun game. I gave a little bit of shade to the Sonics after the last match and said they're clowning around just a little bit. And this time they came to get down. Primetime Mime Time comes up with 7 kills. Shimzy with 3. That was pretty bananas. Honestly, I thought STK was going to win this game based on the fact that the circle landed by where they start. They got the top of Everest. They got the circle after circle after circle. I'm not really sure what went wrong because they got a lot of kills. Let's take a look at the highlights and break down how that match went the way that it did. We'll kick it off with you, Clover.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, they did have the position here, but Comets as well really came to bring it. Picked up a couple of kill points, placement points, and that actually threw them into the top 16, something that we've kind of talked about all day, but it was, again, very busy as that circle started to hang up to Everest pretty quickly. We saw Sonics take a nice push. They did lose 2 early here to Radiance, but Shrimsy and Mime were able to stay up, rotate to the north of the mountain, and that worked well in their favor in the end, of course, as Mime cleaned up house onto Wildcard. We saw really did a good job securing the west side of the circle.
Yeah, not only did they secure the west side of the circle, but Wildcard did a really good job of fighting all the way towards the top. They obviously did run into the wall that was STK, but STK themselves, I mean, this is a notoriously difficult position to hold at the very top of the mountain. You can easily get pushed from behind, from in front, even from the sides. And STK did a great job to survive there as long as they could. But, you know, Comets is really what I want to focus on, because even though they went out in 5th, you know, they have absolutely showed up today. They've pushed themselves into the top 16, and because of that, you know, I think they're on the trajectory to just be safe. I'm not sure what Keenan was doing. I think he was trying to heal, but Mime with the disgusting plays, getting the double there, and then finishing it off with a nice little spray here. Was just, I gotta give a shout out to Degon, you know, my former Contenders casting partner. I mean, he was the one that came up with the primetime, Mime time, the one true carry, and it's showing off, man. So shout out to him, and shout out to Mime, man. What a ridiculously talented player.
What a player. But you saw in the comments, they've climbed. I think they're going to be in the top 16 at this point. Carnage is closing the gap, and Snow Patrol does just keep kind of hanging around. Every time we cut back, they're still staying in the mix. Though I want to say, the teams that are climbing didn't get a lot of points in that game, but I think that's okay because the top 3 teams in that match had 37 kills. 64 people drop into this game, for crying out loud. The top 3 teams killed 37 of them. Like, yeah, that my math's right. It's crazy. Yeah, so let's take a look at that match leaderboard so we can see just how many kills they got. By the way, STK does join the 16K club on this game while still finishing in 3rd place. Go ahead, Clover.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. It's a lot of points for teams. Now, you did touch on this, of course. Snow Patrol got 0 kill points. All 4 of their points from this match came from placement. As Sneak Attack kind of lived up to his name, stayed sneaky right on the edge of zone, found out. But again, Wildcard Gaming starting to pop off. This is helping him out, but Shoot to Kill, Sonics, these are the 2 teams that we really wanted to see bring it up today. Both pulling in 22 points this match, both playing really well. Ultimately, there can only be one first-place winner on the entire leaderboard for the group stage.
I mean, I think what you want to see is these mid-pack teams right now, Godspeed, is you want to see that if you're not winning, the teams that are already qualified and already have a ton of points are winning big, right? You don't want your competitors nearby to be getting those points. So that is good news for them. Let's take a look at the kills and damage leaders from that game. Luke 12 and Uncivil putting up some work from Everest, Alo, Purdy, the entire team basically represented here. But that's, I mean, they had the high ground. Like, they're gonna, that's what you do when you've got the top of Everest.
Yeah, I mean, you have so much vision on basically everything that's going around. Regardless, though, that is a difficult spot to hold. But SDK did a great job. They held out to, you know, basically almost at the very end. And Sonics is actually going to pass, basically going to pass based on kill points. You know, so that's going to be Sonics, you know, taking up #1 spot. But I mean, Shoot to Kill could have 2 just absolutely wild games, and Sonics could drop a couple goose eggs. Who I also have to give a shout out to Sonics for, you know, kind of shutting me up as far as the whole mentality spiel I had the last time. You know, I wasn't necessarily sure if they were actually, you know, taking the foot off the gas, or maybe it was just an unfortunate crash and the other 2 teams piled onto them. But I mean, they showed up and they absolutely killed it. Mime absolutely killed it. So I'm gonna have to throw myself under the bus for that one.
I'm right with you. I think whether or not they were going YOLO, low in the first 2, it doesn't matter because they've come back, they put up the win, and they've shown us that they've got what it takes. Let's talk about down by that 16th place, Clover. Comets does oust Dodge. Dodge is done and will be going to relegations officially. Comets now in the hunt, but 303 and Comets are only 2 points apart. Carnage has 119 and 2 games to go, and Snow Patrol with a dream scenario in the next 2 could potentially be up there.
Yeah, and you know, Carnage, of course, now that we're going into Miramar, this is a map that they're a lot stronger on. 3-3 and Comets tend to put up most of their points on Erangel, so they can't get too comfortable just yet. No, it's too early to celebrate because they do need to worry about Carnage knocking one of the two of them out, or even maybe Fabled as well, continuing to hold that 14th spot.
Yeah, I think that's the key, is those two teams at 15, 16, and maybe even Fabled are going to be juxtaposing with each other to not be knocked down by Carnage should they make their next big play. Overall kill leader is still Relo. We thought that he might be contested by the end of day today, and they are getting closer, Godspeed, but they aren't quite there yet, and that's still 6 kills is a lot to get in 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, it just really depends on I guess how well they're able to be put into a position of frag, right? Relo he's up there, but I wouldn't be surprised at this point if anyone, whether it's Mime or Luke, actually do take the top spot. Snakers, however, I'm pretty sure he's completely safe. I don't know. I don't know. Luke he's sneaking. Yeah, Luke is sneaking up, so I don't actually know if he's completely safe, but I think he's safe-ish. We'll say that. Safe-ish.
Safe-ish. That's a good... Yeah, the ISH on there makes it not as sketch. I respect that. Relatively safe. Clover, is he safe?
It's tough to say. Luke... safe-ish, right? Luke does have these moments of brilliance, but Miramar has kind of been a make or break for STK. Sometimes we'll see them go out early or go out with some minimal kills. I think if Luke can pop off for these next 2 matches, maybe get a 900+ point damage between 2 of them, it's very possible, but they're going to have to work really hard for it now that it looks like Sonics have finally woken up.
It's like 1,800 damage he needs, I think. A little more. That's a lot of damage in 2 games.
Nox overall, prime time, mime time, is taking the lead with the 56. Relo and Snakers right behind him. And Pentalol, I don't want to say a surprise up there, but he wasn't in the other leaderboards. He's actually doing pretty well with 53 of them.
It's because he's been farming Nox instead of kills. So it's rough, and I feel for Penta, man. He's such a talented player, and he's so good. I mean, mechanically, he's so gifted, and it's obvious. I mean, he's getting a lot of Nox. It's just unfortunately for him and Wildcard, they're not translating to points.
Number 1 assist in the game is Balefrost, the young gun, playing very ungreedy for Oath, as we saw yesterday. Keenan up there as well at 31. We've seen Keenan sort of in the same boat as Penta, where they're putting in a lot of work, but not necessarily getting the glory end to them.
Yeah, I mean, with 2 matches left as well, it's going to be a little bit tricky to pull up those 9 assists, but we've just been seeing Wildcard pick every fight. We're seeing them in the kill feed constantly. Even if they're not able to get all the kills, they're continuously getting knocks. So another ish. Keenan has a ish chance to take it here, but it's going to be a lot of work for them.
There's a lot of ish in the sea, and I don't know which one's going to end up coming out on top. So we'll see. Could happen, might not happen. That said, let's get some final thoughts as Erangel ends, and we're getting ready to go to Miramar. What did you learn from watching these teams on Erangel, Clover?
With these circles as well, just keeping an eye on your rotations, not getting third-partied. We saw so many teams rotating into the same areas, and that was really kind of the thing that hurt a lot of them. That's something that we see oftentimes in Miramar, and I think going ahead, the teams that are in trouble just need to be really mindful, not get tunnel vision onto one fight and get taken out early, because every point's going to matter from here on out.
Godspeed?
That's true. I mean, for me, it's interesting to see all the teams that were, on the cusp of getting top 16 actually playing really well, and it just begs the question, why couldn't they play like this, from the very beginning? I mean, like Comets, obviously 3-3, and even Snow Patrol finding themselves, towards the top as far as each game they're coming in, 4th, 5th, or just in the top 5, top 7, top 8. This is something that they should have been doing from the beginning, and they wouldn't be in the position they're in now. So it's at least good to know that they're stepping up.
It's a learning experience for a lot of these teams, especially those who are going to get stuck in relegations, to learn how to come back from that. But that's not all for us, guys. We're going to come back from a break in just a few minutes. We're going to give everybody a chance to get caught up. 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back here to wrap up the last day of group stage play. So don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the PUBG Continental Series. Let's take a look at what PUBG Esports has in store for North America. Even though COVID-19 has turned the world upside down, PUBG Esports is committed to the safety of our players and the continued spirit of healthy competition. We've reloaded the 2020 esports season with a slate of competitive online events that will rival the success of the 2019 PUBG Global Championship. The PUBG Esports 2020 season kicks off with the Charity Showdown. From there, the season breaks into two tiers, Pro and Challenger, leading to a PCS Finals event. The 2014 Group Stage begins Friday, May 29th, and takes place each weekend for the next 3 weeks. The top 16 teams move on, while the bottom 8 teams face relegation against the top Challenger teams in the NA Challenger Cup. For the Grand Finals, we're bringing back the Pick'em Challenge, so fans can get in on the action by predicting the winners. The group stage will award a prize pool all on its own, paid out to the top 16 teams with opportunities to earn bonuses based on performance. After advancing to the PCS1 Grand Finals, the stakes are raised yet again as teams battle it out for their share of the $200,000 prize pool. In the Grand Finals, a single misplay can mean the difference of thousands of dollars. This entire process will repeat all over again for Phase 2. As the season rolls along, we'll continue to announce more developments, so be sure to follow @PUBG Esports on Twitter and Instagram to join the conversation. Your feedback helps guide us as we continue to grow PUBG Esports together. Thank you for being an essential part of the community wherever you are in the world, right side up or upside down. We hope you'll join us for an unforgettable year with the PUBG Continental Series.
Welcome back. It is the final day of the North American PUBG Continental Series. The top 16 get to advance to the Grand Finals, and we only have 2 games left to play in the beautiful desert landscape of Miramar. It's going to be a bit of a barn burner. Matcham and Cammy D are putting on their retirement pants and relaxing, and we're going to be bringing in Porosaurus and Hypoc to wrap it up shortly. But before we do that, let's take a quick refresh so that you guys who might have been joining us understand the format and the prize pool for this event. 3 games of Erangel are in the books, done and dusted, as the Sims would say. 2 matches left on Miramar, 1 point per kill, and the placement system, you can see it to your right. And remember, very pertinent right now, kill points are your tiebreaker. If you finish with the same placement points, who got the most kills is the man up. Now, what are they playing for? They're playing for a prize. $5,000 for first place, $2,000 for 16th, and nothing below that. Also, bragging rights, an invite to PCS2, the Grand Finals worth a prize pool of $200,000, and some bonus prizing. $500 each to the players with the highest kills, assists, knocks, and damage. $500 to the team with the most chicken dinners, and $500 to the tournament MVP popular vote. Now, you're going to have your chance to vote for that very, very soon, so don't go anywhere. Make sure you stay with us because your voice needs to be heard. But I'm not here by myself. I'm joined by the best and the brightest chickens in the bucket. Not joined by them yet. In fact, it's just me, but I really hyped him up. Before we do that, I want to show you something, actually, because remember, the top 8 teams, or the top 16 advance, the bottom 8 have to fight the top 8 teams from the Challengers Series. That's been going on for the last couple of weeks. They've worked very hard to earn their spot. They get a chance to earn their way into PCS2 if they defeat those 8 teams that are dropping down. And so we've put together a nice little compilation to show you exactly what's been happening in the Challenger Series throughout the last couple of weeks. So we're going to get that all set up. We're going to show you how it works. And keep in mind, these are the teams we're going to be seeing next week in the matches against the bottom 8 from PCS.
Has a grenade, has a Molotov, has vision at this point.
Oh, Greta, push this.
Circle's going to be
You got
coming
this.
in.
There you go.
Finally
Go,
gets
go,
the
go,
spray
go, go.
back over there. Duels with Greta with a grenade. Blows up the
There you
face.
go.
Another shot's coming up from Greta. She is on fire right now. Spins it back around. 4 kills over for Greta.
Spray from Sovereign, able to do quite a bit of damage, able to get 1, able to get 2. Sovereign!
Oh, spotting out J Snow, can't find the knock onto this, gets the knock onto Zell, gets the knock onto Barry Vibes, cleans up both, picking up 2 points, 11 kills so far for Don. Haagen-Dazs is still in the Shack mini fridge. There we go, finds him.
Hardy just sneak walking this. If he
Oh,
wins this,
take
I
it.
swear to God.
Oh, take the shot. Oh, man, Hardy with the barrel, will
Matt
find
Hardy!
it. He goes out.
I think this was monkey business crashing on the Shirky and 6 feet over. And oh my
Ooh.
God, the shots.
Man Hardy's got the angle onto it, but Shirky getting strats on red, down to 6 HP. One eye open. Can he find the knock? Here he goes.
Okay.
Dubras goes down. 2 teams
do some
left
damage here.
alive. There we go.
Oh.
Soup, by the way, finding another knock. Will get that flush. 5 kills for him now. There's just 1 player left. Can he get it? A couple of shots. 1, 2, 1, 2. There you got it.
That's another kill from Yami Kitty. They got 5. Sambuca's here. This is the last 2 teams. Sam gets the 1. That's first knock. Gets the second.
Will it be the blue? Will it be
Ooh,
plush?
Flush God.
Okay. They've got Oppie Boppie in a perfect position to gatekeep this. But oh my
Oh,
God.
Klep gets the knock there onto Nomad Wrath as well. And here you go. Edge now coming in for the hard push onto Cobra, trying to deny their entry point into here.
Oh
Klep
my
picks up another one
God.
onto Pluis.
Gonna get that knock onto Lejeune, finishing him off as well. Mixed breed getting picked apart here. Oh, Leesum, turn around, do it to him. Gets the headshot. Leesum absolutely destroying. Able to get that knock.
This is the part that's scary when you start doing this. When you start doing edging. Oh, Angelo! Are you kidding me? He gets 2.
Uh-oh, looks like
Oh,
Shepard
look-
is going to
look
get
at
hit by that
Molly.
Molotov.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
but
Zodiac.
Zodiac tried to get fancy with it, got caught coming out of the window. Klep's going to knock and immediately finish it here. We can see Rarity coming in for the push. Another
Oh.
knock is out. 2 players
the
down.
God?
Klep is starting to clean this up.
Complex, but Orion's going to step away from it. Oh, Recoil tries to go for the run over. Nice move.
Running with it, ambushed there. Exile, you really want that thing to stop because Jepe's going to be right behind you. No, he gets run over. You're dead.
Orion is pretty much just guaranteed the win here. They got 7 kills.
It's not a pan.
The pan sails off into the distance. Is East Coast Red Zone? Maybe he left one behind? Nope, he's on the side of... Oh, Ragdoll Physics is the best.
Oh,
had a
no.
4v1 push
Throwables
here.
are out.
Look
It's
at
happened.
this.
Oh, what a crash
Why
from
not?
Monkey.
Well, I promised you I'd be back with the 2 roosters in our desk's chicken dinner, and here they are right now. I jumped the gun a little bit, but they've got some good info for you. Now, Clover, I know that you spent a lot of time watching, casting the Challenger Series. You're very familiar with a lot of these teams. Talk to me about sort of that 3-week period that they played and what to expect next week as we go into these relegation matches.
You know, I mean, these are teams that we've seen play not only in the Challenger Series, but of course in the NA Charity Showdown. They've really done a lot of improvement, and we've just seen so much growth. And I'd say as well, a couple of these teams are nothing to scoff at. The teams here from group stages that are going to be going down to the Cup next weekend can't walk into that confident thinking that they're going to come out on top. You've got Dawn, Orion, GG, One Eye Open. These are the 3 leaders out of the Challenger Series. They've racked up a lot of kills, and they look scary good. You know, another thing as well, they've kind of been used to winning. They're used to playing really aggressive, and that's something that some of these passive teams out of this lobby need to be ready to counteract. Another thing as well is we've actually got 9 teams coming up from the Challenger Series. As you guys do know, Livid was unfortunately disqualified from this stage, and that gave Rarity an opportunity. They were just barely knocked out. It came down to the very last match of the Challenger Series, and they lost out by 2 points. So getting that opportunity to redeem themselves, it's going to be, I think, a really big bloodbath for a lot of these teams coming out of the Challenger Series, because they've got so much to play for and so much to prove. Because going forward, I mean, they want to be in that PCS too.
Yeah, it doesn't mean Rarity's going to get through, but it does mean they have a shot. Livid, I guess, realized there was no way they could win relegation, so they walk away and do open up that opportunity for someone else to take a shot who actually deserves it. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard. 314 points for Sonics, 314 for Oath. Shoot to Kill is continuing to close that gap little by little, hand over fist. But the main thing to focus on, I think, is that 16th position cutoff. 17 and below have to go to that relegation combat zone we talked about, Godspeed. 16 and above get a chance to play for $200,000. That's a pretty big difference. Talk to me about where the scores stand and what you expect to see.
I'll be honest, Carnage should probably be able to climb a little higher, but if Comets keeps playing the way that they have been, honestly, they might even pass 303 and then put 303 in threat of being passed up by Carnage, or maybe even Snow Patrol, man. I'm really kind of hoping for a Cinderella story with that team. I think they definitely have the ability to do it. I mean, they've shown that they can make it to the end of the game, so that could be exciting. And then Sonics has already overtaken, Oath. That's going to be it for Oath. Sadly, they can't play today, but Shoot to Kill, I mean, we could see something a little exciting for them. Maybe 2 really big games, a couple big wins.
I would love to see it. We're going to Miramar. We know that they can play well there. They've got a good drop there that seems relatively uncontested, so they can. And on it, and whoever they've been showing some love to, the Circle Gods have been loving on them today, finally. So that's great. It is a weird not having their fans mad in chat about the circles. That's kind of uncomfortable for me. That said, though, I do want to let you guys know that it's up to you to choose the MVP. You are going to be in charge today. At the end of the last match, you can go over to Twitter at PUBG Esports, and you have 24 hours starting after the last match to cast your vote for who you believe the MVP of this series has been. $500 on the line and bragging rights for, well, all of eternity. So make sure you get there. Make sure you support your guys. Make sure you help them prove that they absolutely are the best. All right, so that's on the way soon. Guys, we are moving to Miramar. It is the last 2 games of the day. It's your last chance to make a statement, particularly if you're in that 16 position. Do you expect teams like Comets and Carnage to continue to find those points on Miramar, Clover?
I'm a little bit worried for Comets. This is maybe not their stronghold in comparison to what we've seen Carnage be able to pull off. Carnage did look really nice in that last match on Erangel. They kind of cleaned up just a bit, but so did Comets. So it's going to be a race. It's just so hard to tell, to be honest, because I think both of them want it. They're showing us that they want it. But it's just going to be who can stay alive longest, rack up those kills, and come out on top.
Godspeed, it's often said that the Snow Patrol is not something you see in the desert. Do you think the Snow Patrol can show up here, or are they going to melt down in the last 2 games?
As far as my knowledge goes back, I'm pretty sure Snow Patrol struggled on Miramar, but I mean, Clover is right, as did Comets. Carnage, I think, of the teams that are on the cusp, has been kind of the most consistent, if you will, as far as Miramar goes. But I still have faith in Comets, actually. I think they're going to be okay. I think they're going to make some adjustments here, and I think they will qualify.
All right, well, you heard it. We're going to see exactly how that goes right now, as it is time for us to get into the penultimate match of this series. It is Miramar, map 1 of 2, and it is going to be a fun one. Let's send it over to Porosaurus and Hypoc for the action in the desert.
And hello! Once again, Twitch chat, fancy seeing you here. I am Porosaurus, and joining me once again, as always, my bestie, hetero life mate, Hypoc. How are you doing, sir? We've seen all of our Erangel games today. Pretty much everything seems sorted almost at this point, but there's still kind of a few things left to fight for.
I mean, the eyes are obviously drawn towards that cutoff point now, and I mean, the guys on the desk have just pretty much nailed on the head there. We're looking at Comets, we're looking at Snow Patrol. Dodge, unfortunately, obviously one of the teams that's kind of slipped now, but there's still a lot to play for. Obviously, the guys at the top, they're playing for bragging rights, the title of best in NA currently. and a difference of $1,000, a couple of $100 each. But I guess that title, that's the bigger prize to take home in my eyes. Is saying, you know, you've come out of this stage as number one.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I think you and I both. I mean, we've been hanging out over in the quote unquote green room, watching all these games, and I think at the beginning of the day we were looking at Sonics and we were like, hey, you know, are they even taking this seriously? Are they just kind of memeing around? Just some of the stuff that they were doing, it seemed like they were just hard crashing buildings at 4 in the mid game and just kind of YOLOing around like nobody cared. And then all of a sudden they screw around and Mime does his thing, which has put him, I gotta imagine, near the top of the MVP conversation at this point. And now all of a sudden they've jumped oath. They're back in first.
Yeah, I mean, it's playing with nothing to lose, you know, can produce some fantastic results sometimes, right? If you've got nothing to worry about, then why not crash a compound as 4 in Circle 1 and see what happens? And I don't think it was actually Circle 1, that's the exaggeration. I think it was like Circle 3 on that like Gakka shift north of Chopsticks. But still, it's one of those things that we talk about time and time again. A team that's not, you know, they're not worried right now, right? There's absolutely no concern that, you know, slipping up is going to cost them anything. And again, how much they are waiting, you know, getting the top prize in terms of money from this stage, or they're just playing for, you know, we're styling out. We want to win games in exciting fashion, and obviously that's all you can really say about that Everest ending, Poro.
Yeah, well, they definitely delivered on the win in exciting fashion. Speaking of a team that's got a little bit of something left to play for, STK, they've been getting some circle love today, and this game will be no different. But you know, they've been showing up on Erangel, kind of mixed bag on Miramar so far, and you know, and this is obviously a team. This is, you know, a team that can handle Miramar. We've seen them handle it in the past before. I mean, they were kind of known as a Miramar team for a while.
We've not seen the Miramar SDK of old for a long time, though.
That's kind of that's kind of where I was going.
Yeah, well, sorry to steal that away.
No, you got it.
I don't know what has caused. I mean, they're notorious for being, you know, like a deadly on-foot team as 4 and wrapping the edge and stuff on, which is again why they were so good at Sandhog, was just these straight up terrain fights that they're so good at taking. And I don't think we've really seen much of that play style out of them, to be honest. And I'm not sure why, whether that's a conscious decision or you know, just down to maybe just rethinking tactics slightly. I don't know, but that was definitely the SDK I was always terrified of fighting as a player, was you know, 4 up open terrain and having them wrapping the edge of the circle on you. So it's a shame, but that's kind of the SDK I love, is the ones that abandon vehicles in Circle 2 and just take it on foot and end up winning a game somehow.
I feel like Northwest Circles have not been their bag, have been kind of their kryptonite. For whatever reason, the Northwestern Circles weren't really working out too well for them, and we saw quite a few of them through qualifiers, through
we've seen some funky circles.
Stage. We have seen quite a number of funky circles. This time around, though, they're getting. We did get a Bendita one yesterday. This one maybe favoring a little bit west of that. I mean, we're just kind of centered up north of Picado here, where you see a few teams already making the rotation. Snow Patrol, they still got something to fight for. They got to get past Liberate here. Looks like they'll do just that, but definitely a little bit scary for Hershey. Actually, he's going to go ahead and ditch the car. Looks like he's going to get picked up by a teammate here. Yeah, that thing is on fire. You don't want to get back in there.
Yeah, so just look at it. Obviously, you're talking about Snow Patrol having something to play for. Obviously, they are still in the equation. Carnage too. Comets obviously now have slotted themselves into that 16th place. But again, 303, they're only 2 points ahead of Comets. So it's definitely not, I guess, locked and loaded as it stands right now. We've still got, again, 4 teams really that are in contention in the last 2 maps. That, again, Snow Patrol have got a big deficit to make up. But these other teams could very well trade throughout the last 2 games.
If you look at the leaderboards, Comets so far today in 5th place overall with 23 points picked up on Erangel. It's 303 just behind them in 7th with 18 points. And Snow Patrol has been able to pick up 15 so far. Carnage only 8. So I guess the question being that, you know, we usually talk about it, the teams that have a bad day on one map usually turn things around on the second. You know, at this point for Carnage, it's more of a matter of necessity than anything.
Yeah.
If they want to still be in this.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to work scenarios now. It's again, it's not like we're seeing. I mean, Snow Patrol. That's actually harsh. Snow Patrol we've seen in the end game a couple of times today already, but it's going to mean all 4 of these guys making it to end game pretty much to be. Oh, that nade looks juicy.
Oh my God, Penta!
It bounced straight under the Bronco.
Under the Bronco, and he's going to pop Mitchy Boy, and now
he's going to put out another one.
Well, this is the
he
thing.
flashed
Wildcard,
himself.
they're in a 2-2 here. You see the other 2 from Wildcard way off in the distance. They're going to hop in vehicles, try to come over here and provide a little bit of support. They got a nice little spread going on Snow Patrol right now. As you can see, Jazza just holding down the shack. The Molotov's going to come in, but it's going to be a little bit late. Hershey,
oh, Jazza.
Jazza with the 2-piece is going to find 2 right off the bat. Now it's just sneak attack and crawfish. They're hiding in the top of this compound. This compound, though, pretty difficult to push. But Wildcard, they've got support now. All 4 members here. And Snow Patrol, we may have cashed or cursed you.
Yeah,
that was a nice
is
nade out of Keenan. Yeah, this is going to be a tough push, but now the Wildcard's got all 4 here. Unless they just absolutely throw this thing over the mountain like Uncle Rico, they should have this. Crawford's going to find 1, but immediately get traded out by Keenan. Sneak attack. Let's see if he can maybe pull off something. Nope, that's going to be it. That is not what Snow Patrol needed. They are, yeah, as you said. I mean, you see, sitting in 19th with 107, chasing 125. They got 1 game left now, and
yeah,
that's right.
And again, like I was just touching on before this, before Penta opened this fight up with that beautiful nade. It's gonna require, like, you know, the 3 of them above Snow Patrol to go out 0 points, because they have to make up the deficit plus whatever points those teams accumulate in this game, and obviously the next game as well. And I mean, that's just the complete opposite of what's needed. And again, not necessarily a misplay on their part.
No.
Obviously, Penta opened that up. Wildcard collapsed. There's
only so much you can do.
Exactly. Jazza opening up with 2 fantastic knocks as well when he rotated over. But yeah, the split unpunishable from Wildcard.
Yeah, that was a lovely 2-piece from Jazza, and that pretty much decided the fight here. As we see Carnage going to take a few passing shots at Mystery as Zenith makes their way through, and this could be trouble, as Carnage now going to find themselves in the same position that Snow Patrol just was in a fight with one of our teams at the top of the leaderboard. Looks like Roth is already down for Zenith. Leda, not sure.
Kickstart's all the way in the crater compound as well, so he's not in a position really to, I guess, trade if Delta or Ripper peeks down onto later. You can cover the over peak, but there's no trade if there's a close quarters fight that breaks out here. You can see the circle pretty much center up. That's what we love to see. Pretty much coming straight down the Picardo Highway out to the north. And here you go now. Delta getting the first tag onto later.
Okay.
Oh.
Delta going to find the down, and that's exactly what Carnage needed here. As you mentioned, Mystery all the way off in Bendita Crater, hopped in the vehicle, looked like he might have been heading over this way, but they put the brakes on that thing, put the kibosh on it real quick, and now it's just Mystery and Kickstart split essentially by the full 4-man squad of CG, and likely to remain so here into the foreseeable future unless a team makes a rotation up through them. They've got Comets coming in from the south. That could end up being a thing here shortly. Meanwhile, Elusive, what's going on here? I'm not sure who that was. Was that Innate? Yeah, Innate. Going to lose the vehicle. He'll get picked up by T-Sock, though, and they will bail off under the watchful eyes of Shrimsy from Sonics, but nothing too dangerous just yet.
Relatively, I mean, other than that straight team fight, relatively quiet start. Obviously, these these central circles. There's not an awful lot going to be happening early on, but I mean, I'm surprised to see as many down as we have, to be honest, in the 10 minutes. Maybe just some YOLO sends going on.
Ooh, okay, Fizzle. That's gonna tell Shrimsy you can't peek that anymore. Go ahead, go hide up in the stairwell. Get your heel on, brother. You don't want to re-peek that. Now, Sonic's in a 2-2 split in the center of this circle. They've got STK just off to the east in Graveyard, and Hills kind of overlooking. You can see Mime and Profi looking down onto Picado below. Liberate, all four inside the gas station L Hotel. And if you were to look any farther south, you would see a very wide split Radiance as well. But as you said, I mean, these central circles, these things that are 100% playable right off the jump, it's usually a slow burn towards the early and mid game, and then when we get to about circle 4 or 5, that's when things start really starting to heat up and pick up a little bit.
Yeah, this is interesting. I've not seen Sonics do this before. They got a 2-2 split between C9 dip and then the compound just off north of Picado. I've never actually seen them take that wider setup here. Usually they'd have 2 in C9 dip and then 2 stragglers down to the shacks just off to the north. There's a little spine hill that just comes down across the dirt road. I'm surprised actually they've settled for the other side of the road in the compound. It seems a bit weird to me, but I again. Already said it today. Maybe they're just looking for some kills and maybe want to take some 2v4 crash defense, I guess. But it's a new setup for sure.
I kind of like it, to be honest.
I like it.
I mean, so you've got your northernmost duo holding down a compound in the center of the circle. You send 2 more south, and they basically are on the hilltop. They can see everything coming out of Picado and everything coming in from points south of that as well. Basically, the only thing they're not going to have vision on is whatever's off to their west and uphill. But the likelihood that anybody that's over there is going to push down on you is so small, really.
Yeah, and the problem with this circle, this... We were talking about this yesterday. I'm pretty sure it was me and you when we were talking about the power grid shift in that weird Miramar game, and now we're faced with another. I don't actually know if this one can go west. I didn't get a good look at the map there, but we are on a 50-50 here. The rocks along the power grid plateau, I guess, are the dead center of the circle here. They're pretty much chopping the circle in half. So a lot of teams now split onto either side, and depending on the next shift, honestly, that's going to cause problems whichever way it goes, because there's not going to be a lot of wrap potentials once Circle 4 posts, because there's not enough space for it. We've still got 15 teams alive.
And Wildcard just laughing right now. Dead center of the circle, they're playing the ridgeline, as you said. No matter where this thing goes, east or west, they'll be covered. But meanwhile, a lot of teams trying to make their way in. 303 just going to make their way past Team Clueless. They're going to go up to the power grid. They'll have the westernmost edge of this circle to themselves. So if it does cut west, they'll be feeling pretty okay about things. Meanwhile, off to the east, Comets, Carnage, and Zen still trying to make their rotation in, but they've got to worry about STK, who's right on the edge here. Meanwhile, Liberate going to run right on top of Radiance. This is Picado. This fight was eventually going to pop off. I'm kind of surprised to see it pop off this early, as I think maybe one team, I think Liberate maybe have opened up on Elusive, and that was the cue for Radiance to push in. They are going to lose Los HD right off the bat, but it's kind of weird seeing a Picado fight at 15 minutes, but here we are.
Yeah, and I mean, the other problem with this is we know how hard it is to get out north of Picado. Once you settle for this in Circle 2, if the circle goes away from here, it's not pretty. Yeah. That highway's so open, anybody occupying the hills around it, you literally have to run the gauntlet. And again, being the first team to leave here is never the situation you want to be in, because everybody that sits behind you in Picado is going to shoot you anyway. So I'm not really sure how this one's going to play out for either of these teams that are still sat back there.
Dicey situation for sure. Meanwhile, Comets, they do the long wrap around the eastern side, avoiding STK, avoiding Zenith, but now They are pushing into the northern part of the circle, which, as you can see, very, very occupied. Illusion going to take a few shots.
Oh, no.
As they are playing with a sub now. I think one of their... Oh, there he goes.
Oh,
whoa.
Well, there's the sub.
Whoa was our sub.
There's the sub.
Of old MPL fame. And he has been downed and flushed. So an inauspicious return to the spotlight for Mr. Woe as he gets taken out almost immediately.
Wouldn't it be terrible if he was just subbing for game 5 and that was how he died? Just 15 minutes in, just out. As you can see, the circle did actually pull back to
Sonics.
the southwest. Yeah. I mean, Sonic's absolutely gifted here, but again, look how many people are out, down in Picado, out on the west side.
And now Team Clueless actually rotating into Picado as well. So this is about to be 3 teams in Picado with Elusive just on the western edge, and you've got 64 up Wildcard, Carnage, and Tactical 8 all just kind of looking down onto this. I mean, this is going to be rough stuff. The only thing that they might have going for them is that all the teams that would be overlooking this might end up shooting at each other. So that's about the one positive.
There's going to be so many people in Picado, though. There's already 2 teams looking to wrap the west side, and they don't have anywhere to go but crash Picado here. And that's going to be the problem, because I've already said, like, if in this situation, if you're the first team that tries to leave Picado, it's over.
Yeah.
Like, there's just no getting away from that. So to add another 2, potentially 3 teams that I saw on the map, just briefly, wrapping from north down to west from the power grid, that's going to be really, really ugly to watch.
There you go. You see Luke spotting out Maji from Carnage. Waldo taking out at it. This is all going on inside of Picado, but you also got to keep in mind we've got the north side, the northwestern side of this circle. Wildcard just barely inside on the northwestern edge with their high ground spot, but they've got Comets, Fabled, 303 all coming down here, all wanting to maintain that high ground. So it's going to be probably an interesting battle coming out of Picado and coming into that northwestern part of the circle. Meanwhile, Sonics, STK, all them should probably be just chilling, relaxing for a little bit here. Just getting free shots at everybody.
You see 303 actually lighting up Comets in the kill feed, and that's, again, another team we don't want to see dropping a donut in this game. Mystery getting his head ripped off actually by Top Dog. Those are some nice shots from Top Dog there, down from the lower building. Kickstart's got to come up and get the res here in the tower. Oh no, Supernova. He was the one up the top there that was farming. Now he's got a full 303 team, and actually Voxic going to land a spray onto him. Supernova will fall either to the blue. We'll get flushed out here, but
that's a good kill for them, but I mean, now they got to deal with Fable. The rest of Fabled is already inside circle, and they're in a perfect spot to gatekeep this.
I was just about to say, I'm not sure what value it gets them, because Supernova was the one trolling up the top of that mountain, just sending shots.
Ooh.
Now, actually, some good return fire from Landoon, but I mean, 303 shouldn't be running from this fight. They should be trying to take it in some way, but it looks like they're just gonna bail, and I'm assuming they're gonna die one by one here. There you go. D-Rich is gonna fall to D-Treats. That's the first one down. Sharpshot's actually gonna find Voxic at range, so that just leaves Honey Badger and Landoon.
All of this for Supernova. Unfortunate. 64 up. Meanwhile, has made their way in just inside the circle, overlooking Picado. And you can see Liberate just trying desperately to make the run. And it looks like they've got 2 left. Ice Tech and Lush have been able to avoid LOS for the time being. But Radiance, you said, I mean, that was the team that was supposed to be, they're the last ones leaving. They should be shooting, right?
I mean, I'm not entirely sure what happened to any of the other teams in here, but Liberate have managed to get out. Elusive have been here since Circle 2, by the way. So they're just big chilling. They're foaming at the mouth, waiting for somebody to come out of Picado. But, I mean, I'm not sure how Liberate have been allowed to make this cross. Radiance now flexing out a little bit. One of the games we saw them do really well the other day, actually, Poro, was in this very position, sweeping the rocks on the outside of Picado. They managed to pick themselves up a lot of kills, but looking to do the same again. 64 up doing the mountain goat. Broke Status nearly breaking his own ankles there.
He almost did, but yeah, as you said, Radiance, I mean, They're pinning themselves down. Oh, Lush is going to find Batty with a nice little headshot. And gets the flush as well. McCoy has managed to leave. Looks like Waldo has managed to leave as well, but he's got a bunch of friends right around him. And maybe Waldo can do a little sneak attack from behind here. As I don't know if 64 up. There we go. He's going to find one. Going to get traded back about 50 HP. Whoa, Sharpshot going to be shooting him from the backside as well. 64 up, just getting pinned from both directions here. As Waldo going to make the run, try to avoid Sociopath here. If Sociopath hard peeks this when he's not ready. Okay, he's going to find him. Good stuff from Sociopath from 64 up. They pick up a kill, which kind of got to figure maybe they could have maybe done a little bit better from the position that they had on the cliffside overlooking Picado rather, but this is what they've got to work with now. Zing gets to find out. Sociopath, the last one up, as Hoshi gets roasted by Fizzle and William. And it is all down to there he goes.
Yeah, just one player literally just, I mean, being the reason that they die. They just got so caught up there with Waldo kind of counter peeking, just head peeking over that ridge. And it's horrible to see one player. One player to just hold off 4 people when they end up dying to the blue wall, killed from 500 meters away. But McCoy, interestingly enough, did make it down. Yeah, he made it down to the rusty car on the road. I'm just as impressed as you are. I don't know how Elusive didn't kill him. Maybe they were getting forced back into the dip.
Looks like they might have had a little bit of pressure from T8 and Wildcard, possibly even Carnage. You can see the south side of this circle. I mean, it's surprising that we still have 26 left alive in this thing because it is compact, as the new circle is going to pretty much just have Mime or Sonics and Tactical 8 in it.
Just call the whole team by one person. Mime's going to be in the middle of the circle. It's fine.
It was a fantastic play. All right, that's all I got to say. Like we had a lot of discussion about possible MVPs, and obviously Relo, Snakers, those boys doing a fantastic job throughout the duration of the group stages with kills and damage. But man, it feels like Mime has just had so many highlight reel plays.
Yeah,
it's something special.
There we go.
All right, that's gonna do it for Fabled. So Tactical 8, 3 up, but they've got Carnage behind them. And Carnage is going to have to come in here eventually. And, are they just sending it? They're sending it. Maji and William. Whoa! He gets thrown a mile away from the vehicle. And William's going to find one.
The pre-nade.
The pre-nade. Okay. Maji, come there. They did it. They took out all the Tactical 8. Oh, wait, no, Grizzly. I see him. Okay. I'm sorry, chat. I'm tripping. But yes,
dude, I'm not sure that pre-nade from William was actually insane. It got Magi down. Ray's actually going to try and come out here.
No.
Oh, no.
Luke.
Okay.
Luke going to be there with the quick shots. And look at this, actually. Kickstart coming from behind. STK took it by surprise. Got 1 down. Gets 2 down. STK, you got the circle. This is supposed to be a win for you. Easy. How are you getting roasted by a solo?
Kurt's coming out with a nade.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, he's throwables. Yeah, that's done. Easy.
There you go.
Look, they're only memes because every meme has a little bit of truth behind it, chat. And the STK plus throwables has got a long and storied history.
He'll watch that back and smile. I guarantee that.
For sure. Well, they will get 1 res off of it at least. They did, unfortunately, lose Alo. But they are still 3 strong. Got a lot of terrain to work with on this northwestern side, or northeastern side rather. But Sonics, as you see, still in the compound. We'll see where this next circle takes us. I imagine Sonics will have to leave, and then they'll be forced to cross this road, which is danger, no matter who you are. There you go. They've got a little bit of a ridge line that they can work with on the southern part. I mean, you can see just the tiniest, faintest bit of ridge line. But they've got Wildcard down there to the south. You can see they are definitely being closely watched here by Shoot to Kill, as Grizzly will find T-Sock. That's going to do it for Elusive going out in 5th place. We're down to our top 4. Oh, Grizzly, he's going to try to hold off Wildcard here. But look at the push.
Oh, my God.
It's a good push from Wildcard. Whoa, okay. Jazza is on point today. That's going to be Grizzly getting taken out. Wildcard manages to get 2 across the street, which was always going to look like a difficult proposition. Looks like Mime has already made it across as well.
Mime doing Mime things. I guess he's just going to push 1v2 versus Wildcard. Oh, no. Profi, okay. The 2 solo players are going to come up and do it. So we'll see. Shrimsy's in the car as well. I feel a little bit better about the push now. But 3 members of Sonics now going to try and take control of this hill. They know Wildcard are coming up here. They probably know the numbers here because they did see one of SDK die earlier. So fully expecting them.
Wildcard.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a quiet one for Sonics. Obviously, they've been sat chilling in that compound. You see Shrimsy now going to fall down, unfortunately. That's
Oh, Profi.
Oh, Profi.
Jazza, no. Okay, Mime.
Nice.
We'll clutch that one out as Sonics make short work of the remaining duo of Wildcard. And here we are yet again. Sonics versus STK. It's a 4v3. Sonics does have all members up, 5 kills to their name. I'm not sure who has Prio on circle right now, but it is, I mean, you can basically see there's the minor ridgelines STK has to work with right now, and then the minor ridgeline Sonics has to work with, and all of this is going on the very far edge of the circle. So it's really, this is just a snipe off, essentially.
I mean, actually, the longer, depending on this next shift, if any of Sonics' hill is in, they're going to have a really good high ground angle to kind of deny any of the space that SDK will be able to move into. But if it shifts away from the hill, actually the complete opposite. Okay. And, yeah, I mean, you can see there where it's cut off the terrain
well, they got vehicles,
that Sonics is occupying.
Sonics has vehicles, so they might be able to make something work here. You see Profi already going to jump in 1. That rock, unfortunately, is not in. So Profi just going to go ahead and send it to the smallest of hills here. Not quite. I mean, actually, that's actually a nice little
that's not as bad because actually, you think about Phase 8 is coming to the start, so it's going to take a lot of utility from SDK to get close to Profi's position. They actually have the bigger ground to cover now between these 2 teams.
It looks like they do still have a vehicle there. Civ has a pickup right by his rock, but the question is, like, when do you? I mean, if you're SDK, when do you send it, and where do you send it to? I mean, Sonics had this ready-made hill right in front of them, and Profi was able to get there just in time. Mime, oh, he's going to lose a tire, but it's not going to be enough to stop him from getting to where he needs to go. Shrimsy just going to gut it out, make it through the smoke cloud, and SDK not going to be able to hit those shots. Win, last one up, holding that far position as he is so used to doing with that DMR sniper. Should throw down a little bit of smoke. Should be able to get up here with the rest of the boys. Where's Profi going? And how did he get up here? This is huge. I love this.
Profi was the one that pulled up to that ridge.
He was the first one there.
Yeah, if Profi's got a flash here, he's going to get 1, potentially 2 knocks for free. Because SDK have absolutely no idea that he's up here.
All he's got is 1 molly, though. He's going to come up over the top. He'll find Luke 12. Unfortunately, Civ will drop behind the rock and the vehicle. So Profi can't get a quick 2. Civ going to stay alive for right now. Here comes the flashbang. But now SDK knows they're in trouble. Okay, Purdy's going to go down to a grenade from Shrimsy. Shrimsy coming up with the push right on time with Profi. Perfectly timed by Sonics. And STK just gets wrapped on. Civ will find 1. Civ will find a flush. But he won't get the last kill. Sonics coming in again, increasing their lead with another first place, back-to-back first place over STK, might add.
Yeah, that flank from Profi was huge. So I somehow missed that. That must have happened in the space of like 3 seconds.
It was so fast.
Again, that's one of the plays that, we criticize Profi for those in the past, but times like that, why not?
But I mean, it was so smart though. I mean, he was able to do it while avoiding line of sight of all of SDK, and he had the whole rest of his team providing distraction, just gophering, ground homing, and say, "Hey, look at me, shoot at my head. Don't notice the guy running on your flank over here. I'm re-peeking you, dog, from the same angle." And then, unfortunately for SDK, honestly, I think if SDK gets a knock there, that might go differently, because I don't know if Profi gets all the way over there, then I don't know if Shrimzy's in a position where he can do the push, unless they just decide to say, screw whoever got knocked, and then continue that push on. I mean, Profi might end up on an island out there by himself, had STK got one knock, but unfortunately it doesn't go that way. And Sonics comes in with 6, 7, 8, 18 more points. STK, they're going to pick up 4, 5, 6 for themselves, but we're going to leave it to the analyst desk, because there's a lot of teams that are still fighting for that top 16 position. And I don't know, man. There was a lot that went out early. So let's see what the analyst desk has to say about that last game on Miramar. Guys, take it away.
Thank you to the intrepid Pakasaurus, you guys coming through with a great cast there on our second to last game of the day. Hey, before we get to the 16th place stuff, let's talk about the throwdown that we've been waiting for today, a final 2 between STK and the Sonics. The Sonics come out on top. STK, though, represented themselves pretty well, Godspeed.
They did. I mean, they... once again, we're fortunate enough to get a little bit of circle love, and with that, they did quite a bit of work. And at the end, really, it just came to, like Poro said, that flank from Profi was actually huge, and the fact that he got a really clean knock off of it was absolutely what they needed. Speaking of knocks, I mean, Wildcard and Snow Patrol were in quite a bit of a kerfuffle, so to speak. Pentalol and Jazza kind of just cleaned that up really well. Fable also tried to survive, but Fable actually, I feel like, has been having a really rough day overall. I don't know really what's been going on with them. 303 as well. Started off hot, slowed down a little bit. But 64 up, as Clover mentioned as well, I mean, they have been super consistently climbing. It's been slow, but it's been a nice, consistent climb for them.
Yeah, and, another thing as well, I mean, they're still at the bottom. I think this is a little too late, but plenty of opportunity as well as we kind of come back to the final play. What we've been waiting for here, Sonics and Shoot to Kill, both teams came into this with 5 kills each. Of course, we saw that really nice push from Profi. He got the opening knock onto Luke 12, and that opened doors a couple of exchange of knocks, but Sonics, 8 kills on Miramar. At the very beginning of PCS1, this is a map they struggled on just a bit. We used to say they looked so good on Erangel. We'd come to Miramar. We'd go, where did they go? What happened? I don't think we can say that anymore. I think they really performed so well on this map, and they've just come out so strong from this series, and that's kind of what we were expecting as well.
Yeah, we'll get that match leaderboard up here in just a second so we can look at the actual sort of points that they pull off on that one. And we have spent a lot of the day talking about the mid-pack, so it is nice to take a little break to talk about the teams on top as Sonics continue to chase down Oath. They took the lead. They're separating themselves, and I think that there's a little bit of pride there. We talked about that back and forth we saw on Twitter and stuff earlier, Godspeed, of Oath and Sonics kind of egging each other on, and I think that this back and forth will only serve to make them better as they go to the grand finals.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, that's healthy competition. Like, you want someone to kind of be pulling under your coat and just be like, hey, like, we're not going anywhere, or just giving you a little of the business. You know what I mean? Like, it's friendly banter, and it really does elevate the level of play between the two teams. It forms a little bit of a rivalry, and then everyone wins, not only the players, but the viewers as well.
Wildcard did go out before Shoot to Kill, but their 10 kills, which is a whopper of a kill count, gets them up into second place. Shoot to Kill with a big number total, Sonics with a big number total, and that does do a favor for the teams on the bottom, because that sucked a lot of the points into the top half of the leaderboard. Carnage, the only team that's still in the hunt that really put up sort of a notable point total. 303 gets 3. That's about it. We're going to break down where the middle of the leaderboard is right before we go into the next game. For now, let's take a look at the kill and damage leaders, Clover.
Yeah, I mean, Kickstart Zenith are seeing them pop off a bit here, but again, look at this. Once again, Wildcard just dominating both sides. Sharpshot and Jazza in kills, joined as well by Keenan into damage, and Zragod, again, can't discount it. Carnage trying to pull that up. Profi as well with 3 kills, so the teams that we really wanted to see bring it, we're seeing bringing it today, but I mean, I know it kind of hasn't been the story as much, but really, I'm so proud of Wildcard this weekend. They're not going to make that top 3, but you know what? I think that's the momentum that they're going to need going in to next week. Right now, kind of a bit right now behind Shoot to Kill. We've got one more match left, but get it close. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I think teams are still getting their feet under them, Godspeed. It's the first sort of return to all these new rosters. Wildcard seems to sort of be getting their head about them. Zenith is playing a lot better than they were at the beginning. It's been a lot of fun. So take a look at that leaderboard. That's the top. That's interesting. But what really is catching my eye is what's going down by 16th place. Remember, the top 16 advance. Right now, we've got Comets in 16 with 127. 303 at 130, Fabled at 135. So all three are in. There's one threat on the board, one real threat. Snow Patrol, don't write them off. I guess they could pull off something crazy. But Carnage doesn't need a lot. They only need 2 points to get ahead of the Comets. That said, though, if Comets or 303 has a better game than, say, Fabled can fall back down and get caught by Carnage relatively easily. So going into this next game, Godspeed, all eyes are on Carnage.
Yeah, this is a four-way shuffle at the bottom to see who's going to get that last spot. That's exactly what we want to see, to be completely honest. That's the type of exciting finish that we wanted for these group stages. I mean, even here, looking at the kills, really still at first with 65, Luca's catching up. He only needs 5 kills, 6 kills to pass him, or Mime, or even Hwin at this point. Like, it's not out of the realm of possibility at all for any one of those players to get the amount of kills they need in one game to beat Relo.
And you can bet your PUBG boxers that the team is going to try to get Luke 12 those 5 kills, as well as the damage. He doesn't need that much more. So there, I would not put it past STK to come out of Hacienda swinging, Clover.
Yeah, I mean, this is really, I think their time to shine. You've got to show us that you're going to take it. Luke 12, we've seen him put 9 kills on a game, and I don't think that's completely out of the realm of possibility. Oath did finish a bit confident. We saw, that Twitter post saying, look at all these bounties that we picked up, but Sonic's SKK starting to steal that back again, and just one more match to find out if they can maybe knock a couple of those trophies out of Oath's hands.
I mean, I think that's what it comes down to, is see if you can get a little extra cash for the teams at the top, because they're pretty much solidified as they prepare for the next round. And then it comes down to who's on the bottom, revolving around that 16th place position, a 4-way shuffle to see who gets to go and who has to go back and fight for their spot in the next group stage. Because that's also part of it, Godspeed. You don't want to go to relegation. You don't want to deal with the stress of fighting off those other teams. They're all a bit of a wild card, so just don't put yourself in that spot, and it comes down to these teams who I think let it ride a little too long.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about relegation before as well. I think it's just very dangerous to go down there. At the same time, I forgot who I was having this conversation with, but it might have been Poro or Pac. I don't remember. But the same, going into relegation could also be kind of a godsend for your team. If you're struggling, if you're not doing something right, going down there and really fighting for your spot and, working on mistakes that you made can actually be a positive thing. Relegation shouldn't always be looked at as a super negative thing. And that's something I kind of harped on the last time we were on cast together is, it sucks going in relegation because those teams can play random. They can be really sporadic. They can be in spots where you wouldn't normally expect. And it's dangerous. At the same time, playing against those teams and figuring out whatever the issues or pitfalls you had, in the top league may have been, could be a benefit. So I just hope whatever teams do go down there, fix mistakes or at least try to work on something and come out better for it.
Clover, final thoughts?
I mean, exactly that. Right now, we've got so many teams playing for relegation. It is not such a terrible thing, but, it's not going to be easy to come back out of that as well. So if you're some of these teams that have been making a lot of mistakes, maybe you're struggling, just try and hold on to that top 16 spot, because there are some nasty teams waiting for you in the Challengers Cup, and you've just got to be prepared. That said, I mean, just Carnage. Carnage is who I'm really just kind of rooting for right now. They've really started to show that they want this, and I believe.
I believe that it is almost time for the final game. One last match. The top 16 advance for their share of the $200,000 grand prize. There are 4 teams battling it out in the kerfuffle of a shuffle to see who gets to go. Let's head to the desert for our last game of the series with Pac and Poro, baby!
That is right, Toffees. We are coming at you now with the final game, and I'm muted, aren't I? Yep.
And you need to unmute.
I was. I came in with all the energy, dude. I was like, "Hey, Toffees, I see you bringing up the hype and pumping it up, and I'm gonna take that energy and I'm gonna come into this." And then I was muted. Because
we don't get a second chance for that, dude.
We don't
get a second chance for that.
Unfortunate. Well, hey, guess what? We're in the last game. Final game of the day. And now that's it. Okay. All right. Sorry, I thought I had technical difficulties. I wasn't sure. Somebody told me that I had a little voice in my ear telling me that I wasn't getting heard. So, okay, we are in game. I'm sorry for the shaky intro, chat, but we'll wrap it up. We'll rally here. Hypoc will take over, and I'll get knock the cobwebs out of my head here as we get into this final game of the day.
Well, we got an interesting plane. That's something different for a game we're casting, right, Poro? That's
I mean,
I'm hoping we don't end with an Impala circle here, dude. Like, that would be the worst outcome for me.
You've got this thing about Impala circles, man. I'm telling you. Like, I feel like ever since that day we saw Shoot to Kill just blind sending it down the road in the middle of Impala,
they've never been the same since.
Something about it has thrown you off. I'm not sure. But hey, look, the analyst desk touched on it. We've got, I guess, give or take 5 teams that are fighting for this final spot, right? Yeah. 303 with 130, Comets with 127, Carnage with 125. And then Snow Patrol with 107 has a shot here. And, oh my god. Okay. Well, you didn't get an Impala circle.
Well, I didn't get an Impala circle.
There you go. There you go. Let's just get a 45%er right off the jump. But yeah, so eyes are definitely on these teams. 303 Comets, Carnage, and to an extent Snow Patrol. If Snow Patrol can manage to pull off something, that would honestly be the craziest comeback. I think that would be, in points, somewhere equal to FaZe's comeback at PGC, I believe. I think FaZe needed something like 20-something plus points to come back in the final game, and they pulled it off, and that's kind of where Snow Patrol's sitting right now. But Carnage, they've only got 2 points, and Comets and 303, they have a very tenuous hold on 15th and 16th at best, as you can see on our leaderboards there. So definitely don't want to go out early.
Look at it. It's actually painfully close.
Mm-hmm.
And again, Snow Patrol absolutely still in the running, but I guess by the same argument, not in the running by what we've seen. You never want to leave it to the last game. And yeah, we talk about the FaZe comeback at PGC, but
there's a reason that was called the most insane esports event in PUBG history.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not unfair to say we're talking about a completely different caliber of team as well.
Also, yes.
And obviously the lobby is something to consider. I don't think we've seen the foundations of a Snow Patrol comeback.
Good start.
I say that. One of the members of Liberate actually going to get caught out by Crawfresh here, but just vehicle damage going over to him. They're chasing this. They want this kill. This is what you want to see from a team that's chasing points in the last game. They're trying to pull up here to get this kill. Unfortunately, I think he's going to get away. There is some support with Liberate teammates surrounding, but this is the start you want to see. I mean, if they do this for the next 24 minutes, then maybe they can.
All it takes is a couple of good fights to go your way, and you're playing the rest of that game out with some confidence. So far, Snow Patrol, nothing found just yet. Liberate going to go ahead and bail on this. I think they looked like they might have been interested in stopping at the compound for a second, but instead they just decided to keep on going, opting to go for circle position over that fight. Okay, dude, we haven't had really a chance, and in all fairness to the desk, analyst desk, they're not going to get a whole lot of time because when we come back, we basically talk about the leaderboard and everything, and then it's a real quick shutdown or whatever. So I wanted to take a little bit of time during this early game to give a shout out to some of our teams that maybe we haven't really talked about a lot that are going to be going on to these grand finals. Starting I think with maybe Radiance, Houston Hardships, any trolls in the chat, Exodus. all of those teams, I think, had a lot of expectations put upon them just because of the fact that they had so many former pros playing. But at the same time, still to be able to make that, to get into the top 16 is definitely a tremendous accomplishment. And then you start hitting from 10 to 16. And these are the guys that I'm really, really proud of, and I'm really happy to see make it in here. When you look at like Tactical 8, Elusive, Liberate, Illusion, Fabled, hopefully, possibly 303 and Comets. We've talked forever about how the NA scene needed some new blood in it, to kind of freshen things up and kind of turn things around a little bit. And now we're getting that, and we're starting to see these teams perform.
Yeah, and I think the only one that's not in there that would have been the expectation is Duel, and that's been a storyline we've kind of beat to death over the last 48 hours. But for me, to be honest, it's the only disappointment on the board, and that's saying something. The rest of them, I'll be honest, and again, not to throw any shade at the bottom third of the leaderboard. The rest of them, you could probably understand. Maybe Dodge as well. You could put in that bracket because the Dodge we've seen the last 3 weeks isn't the Dodge we saw in the qualifiers. It really wasn't. They for me were a team to watch, and they haven't produced the same gameplay they did. They were absolutely on fire throughout the qualifiers, and I think they're completely outclassed in this lobby. I don't think it's come down to necessarily. Oh, okay. I don't think it's necessarily come down to just consistently bad macro play.
Oh, look at this!
We are actually seeing Snow Patrol push onto Wildcard. They're going to get Penta down at the compound. Jazza hesitant to go for this res immediately, but looking like this one's going to get confirmed out. The nade doing a ton of damage to Penta there. Jazza already poised in the vehicle. Actually, he's coming back up here. He's going to actually re-challenge onto this. Mitchy Boy lands the headshot. Going to send a nade over. That is a good nade.
Mitchy Boy, back off. There you go. Yeah, this all sprung up because of Wildcard just taking some long-range shots at a transitioning Sonics. Had no idea that Snow Patrol were pushing up on foot behind him. And look at that. They're going to get the res, but immediately goes down again. Pentalol now on his second knock. Jazza, you can still see below 50% health. And Mitchy Boy, that's a good reload. Okay, he's going to confirm the kill. That's good. Right off the bat. Make sure you pick up that point. Snow Patrol still in a good spot here. This is all going on. You can see inside the circle. Doesn't look like anybody is going to be making their way into this part of the map anytime soon. Meanwhile, Radiance, they find themselves trading back and forth with 303 up near Impala. And 303, they're going to get one. They needed that. But they lose Landoon. So a trade out coming on here as a 303. And look at this. You can see that little bit of green off in the distance. That's Los. Is right in between Honey Badger and Voxic, it looks like. So Radiance somehow got caught very, very split up here. And Los now on an island. He could sneak up, and he's going to find an opening shot on the Honey Badger. Honey Badger, though, going to trade it right back, and the Honey Badger wins the 1v1, and that is huge for 303. And Radiance now down to 2.
Yeah, unfortunate to lose out on that 1v1. Radiance, again, not to slight them, this doesn't put a dampener at all on their performance so far, but maybe just biting off a bit more than they could chew. They're extremely split there. Voxic's actually going to find Waldo at distance, and now McCoy, the last one up for Radiance. This circle pulling all the way back over to the east. That's a fantastic shift for Elusive, actually.
That is extremely spicy. Great shift for Elusive. So far, so good for 303 as far as holding on to their spot in the top 16. As we see, Snow Patrol is doing everything they can. Looks like Wildcard managed to get the duo away and maybe trade out a down there. As Elusive now going to be, looks like Woe is going to try to avoid the Sonics boys. See if he can stay alive a little bit longer in this game. He's already down to half HP. As I believe Sonics is just going to go ahead and try to push anything that they see at this point.
I mean, rightfully so.
Yeah.
Rightfully
They've earned the right.
Yeah. I mean...
Oh
my god! I thought he was going to try and arrest him.
I think he was trying to.
He did, yeah, he was trying to, yeah.
100% trying to there. And oh my god, he lands the first two. Can he land any more? Not gonna find those ones, but yeah, he opened up with a pretty sick little spray there onto Woe. As you see, Illusion rather will make their way out of this. At least for the time being, they do have to be concerned that Sonics might be on their tails. Meanwhile, Elusive, as you said, dead center of the circle, but they do have company just off to the south. Uh-oh, 303. They're going to run into STK. Oh, no. 303 was looking great. They had the north. They had picked off 3 of Radiance. And now STK managing to swoop in and steal one away as it's down to Voxic and Honey Badger now. I got to say, Hypoc, 303, 3 kills. If they go out this early, that's I don't know if that's still enough to feel safe.
No, it's definitely not. With and again, the deciding factor being the other 2 teams chasing them still being alive. Obviously, at the point they go out, you know you're confirmed. But whilst it's still up for grabs, obviously Carnage and Comets can look to make it. I mean, right, there's 2 points separating Carnage and Comets, right? So they're the 2 teams that are in close contention with each other, but 303 are only 6 points ahead of that. So I'm not sure 303 should be putting all their eggs in one basket, so to say, with their positioning here. Again, the fight on Radiance is fine. They turned that one around, but maybe hanging around a bit too long.
Possibly. Maybe trying to go for that last kill onto McCoy and ends up costing him. Meanwhile, Comets, we've been looking at them. They're just south of Elusive in the center of the circle. They've got Liberate just off to their west. Meanwhile, Carnage, as you pointed out, still 4 strong. They found a compound in the south side of Los Leones. Nothing really making their way over in their direction just yet. As we see Greg Shot going to go ahead and loot the fallen body of Hella. Fabled has been a great story, I got to say. I'll be 100% honest. I did not think that they would make the top 16. I really didn't. And I ended up
really didn't.
Everybody wrong.
I really didn't. I feel like that turned around week 2, week 1. They just
my god!
Oh no!
I have never seen this. Holy s! All right, Comets, put your defending panties on because you are about to get crashed on here. As man, looks like Elusive already sending down to Puerto. This is this is disgusting.
This is
absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, and I mean, actually, one of the teams coming down on that eastern coast, 303, not gonna have a clear path into the circle, Poro. So that's a concern already. Looking at it.
Well, 303's on the north side. They've just got 2 up. They've got a free run into Puerto if they want and survive. I'm more concerned about Carnage, who's coming in from the south, and they've got literally everybody in front of them. Sonics, Fabled, Liberate, Clueless, Illusion, and they're making a run for the beach here. I'm not sure I'm not sure if that's the play. I mean, I would not be at all surprised if a lot of the players in this lobby are not super familiar with this terrain down here.
Yeah, well, purely because we don't see a lot of circles coming down here.
What are you doing?
I'm glad we didn't catch that one on camera. But,
I think they're out in the blue. They're out in the blue. They got caught up in a fight in Pozo and just never.
In Pozo.
Yep. They're in Chumacera right now. Slowly.
Okay, well, moving swiftly on.
Swiftly on indeed. Well, 303 Voxic has managed to make his way into the north side of Puerto, but he's got Wild Card just on top of him. You can see Sonics in a great position, overlooking everything. Meanwhile, Snow Patrol still on a rampage. They're going to run right into Fabled. And Snow Patrol has a compound. Fabled has the ridges. This is a tough fight to call. And it's going on just outside of the circle, you can see. And neither one really wanting to go for circle priority right now because you can see there's that road. That you have to cross that circle, essentially. So they want to see if they can maybe finish out this fight, maybe get a knock or 2 before having to go and cross the road. and leaving them exposed. It's really kind of a game of chicken here.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, that's not how you want to start things.
No, Snow Patrol falling and 303 falling in the kill feed at the same time. Obviously, we're on board here with the Fabled fight with Snow Patrol.
Oh,
I think this could be the end of their hopes of making it to the grand finals here.
Fabled just absolutely ripped them. They had a complete surround going on, and Snow Patrol had no clue. And they get destroyed. They've got one left up, and I'm not sure who it is. I think it might be Crawfresh. As you can see, he's just kind of in the south there. And yep, there he goes. He's going to get spotted out by Sonics and finished off. So there goes Snow Patrol. Their game is done. They will be playing in relegations most likely here. Comets, though, still in the center of the circle, still with a lot to fight for. 303, meanwhile, still alive. They do have Voxic. Solo. They've got one solo in Voxic. And Carnage...
He's made it...
Yep, go on. No, I was just going to say Carnage still 4 up on the southern coast, but now the circle shifted. They're going to make their way in, and Illusion is kind of gatekeeping them.
Yeah, Icetech actually picking up a kill onto Aceman. Not sure how Icetech managed to tuck himself underneath the compound there. Mime going to come over here, try to pick it. Icetech actually going to put him down. Mime will fall as well. Icetech gets himself 2. Profi comes along with the Groza. He doesn't lose those. Profi will finally clean up the Liberate lurker on the edge of the compound there. But great work from Icetech there.
Yeah.
Again, no reason for Mime to come and peek that solo. He didn't need to take a 1v1 there. Maybe that's a little bit of an ego chow. Not that it's going to matter in the grand scheme of things, but I'm not sure about why he wouldn't wait for a player there to come and counter peek that with him. But Fabled now moving on foot around on the west side of the circle. Probably going to try and wrap south towards the road, which is going to be problematic for Carnage, one of the teams you just mentioned down there. You can see just inside the circle, there was another obstacle as well. But Fabled have got time. They've definitely got some time. Actually, Carnage going to full crash onto Illusion here. Yeah, this is fantastic for them if they can turn this over. They need to get it ended quickly, though. Top Dog going to get Matchy down.
Oh, no.
Ripper and Zraygod stuck on the outside. It's just Top Dog left, so in a 1v2 situation, he's already found one. See if he can find anything else here. The nades do come in. Doesn't do a lot of damage to Top Dog. He's still at 64 HP.
Problem for Carnage is that this is getting overseen by Team Clueless, and they're just popping down here, and that's kind of one of the reasons why the man who rushed in got taken out so quickly, as he was brought low by a couple of shots as he was trying to make his way in. Here we go, the push coming in from the duo. They'll get, okay, good, well done, well done. Free Me Please goes down as well. Illusion is taken out, and Zraygod, looks like Carnage is still 3 up. Delta was holding from range on the cliffside. He's going to have to make a run in, but he should be safe in line of sight here, as you can see the bullets from Team Clueless still just flying over the top.
So wait, that's still one Carnage member over to the west, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
so they are still 3 up.
3 up.
So, I mean, looking at it now, again, 303 just needs to stay alive. Carnage is going to keep racking up kills, but Comets, we already know it's going to be a problem because they're sat in the middle of the circle.
Delta?
Okay.
I guess just run out in the street and get a free kill onto Greg's shot.
I mean, this is what they need to do. They need to split up and pick up these scrappy points if they want to secure their position.
He can
Please
flush that. There
Please.
you go. Oh, no. Tanaka going to find the headshot, and Delta going to go ahead and bleed out to the blue. I mean, look, they need the points. They need all the points they can get. So sacrificing Delta, I get it. You know, he got the down.
Sonic's losing another to just a rat, and just tucked behind a rock here. Unfortunately, Profi will fall. We know earlier he had the Groza. Ripper, actually, I think just jumped into a vehicle that had no gas, so he might actually be stuck out there at that compound. He's going to opt to pick another one. That circle again, just gifting Comets.
Oh, this is the worst news for Carnage, right?
Oh my god!
I mean, the fact that 303 is making it, they're still alive with Voxic with 4 kills. Oh my god, Ripper.
That vehicle, dude.
Jesus. Okay, Team Clueless aren't able to flush him out, but now Carnage still has to make their way inside the circle, and they've got Elusive just off to their west now, or east rather. Shrimsy's going to find Supernova before Supernova can get into the compound. Here comes Ripper. You can see the rest of Elusive just on the other side. Innate with the high ground. This could be bad. This could be bad. Oh no. Zraygod immediately going to get spotted out by T-Sock. with a quick flush. 3 kills for Carnage. I don't think that's going to be enough to do it unless Comets gets pushed here before they get 8th.
All I was going to say is that the only thing Carnage have going for them is that Comets are sat in the middle of the circle and they're not going to be being fed kills. Exactly. So the longer Carnage stay alive and losing one more member there, and it's just Ripper going to be up here. That, I think, is... I mean, it's tricky, but he can't move up onto the hill. Innate's already split up the hill from Elusive, so they have the information on this. I don't see any way of him getting out of this.
You can see your live leaderboard on the left there. 303 still holding on to 15th place. Carnage has jumped up to 16th by 1 point. Comets, though...
Victor just fell. Is that a push from Zenith coming out?
It looks like it might be. Zenith might be interested in coming and crashing onto Comet's compound here on the north side of this. Meanwhile, Voxic staying alive and just out of the purview of STK. He needs this. He needs to get as many placement points as he can. Roth going to try to make a push, but Sub-Zero going to spot him out. Look at him just snaking on the side here. Victor going to take a few shots, but immediately get laid low. Kickstart goes down as well. Comet's turning things around here. Mystery is going to find V-Treats.
Oh, no.
303 has gone down. Voxic has been spotted out by Alo. The push still coming out from Zenith here. 2 down for Comets. 2 down for Zenith. Is Victor going to try to hold off the push from Leda?
This could be absolutely huge, this team fight, Power.
That's a good nade. Oh, my goodness. Gets them down to about half HP. The res comes through for both teams. So they're back up to 3 strong. Leda, they know where he is. The problem for Zenith here is that they've got Tactical 8 just off in the distance. You can see him in the bright pink. They're going to have to make their way into this, and they could third party at any given time. As we wait and see where the next circle is going to go. There you go, Comets. If you're going to do it, this is the time. You can see Ripper still alive for Carnage down there. I managed to avoid Elusive for the time being. But Comets absolutely needs to survive this. They can't afford to go out in 8th here. They've only got 1 kill. 1 placement point is not going to do it. As STK, STK coming from the south side, saving the day. They get the down in the later, and they're going to force Mystery and Kickstart to push away from this. And Comets gets to hold on.
As I said, the problem being now we're into the placement point territory, so anybody that goes out now is going to be jumping. So the longer Carnage stays alive and Comets don't get any more kills, it stays the same. It stays exactly the same, Power.
Carnage, you can see 4 points shy of 303. And 303 is out.
Oh, no.
Comets in 17th. They're tied right now. You can see, I can't really see the graphic, but I believe Carnage has the edge on kill points right now. As Ripper still surrounded by Elusive. He's going to find one.
Oh.
He'll get the down on a T-Sock. Can he get the flush as well? Not going for the flush. Okay, he's going to get the flush. Pistola time. I think here's the shots for Team Clueless. They're coming over the top.
If Clueless wipe Elusive here, that's going to be, like, actually insane. There is one member of Team Clueless down behind Ripper, though. You can see down there on the minimap, and I think actually they're gonna stumble across Ripper here.
Nitrogen was wrapping around, but it looks like he's going to turn around, and he's making his way back. So Ripper going to avoid the push from Clueless, going to avoid the eyes of Elusive.
This blue's coming in.
But the blue, as you said, right on their backs. And Ripper has to make a move now. He's going to wrap around. Will any of the Elusive players spot him? He takes a little bit of blue damage, breaks down to half health, and no, Innate is going to spot him out. Now Carnage has 16th by 1 point. It is all down to Comets. Can they survive a little bit longer? Can anybody else get taken out? And here we go. This could be placement points picked up.
Yeah,
Innate gets spotted out.
If Elusive fall here, Comets get the placement point, obviously, for another team being eliminated, and that's heartbreaking for it to be decided like this.
So close. They haven't spotted him out just yet. But look at this. Clueless right on top of it as well. Fizzle going to try to survive as long as he can. And there you go. Elusive will go out. And I believe that might guarantee things here for Comets no matter what happens at this point, just off of placement points, as Tactical 8 is eliminated as well. So Comets now earn a top 5 spot. And now the question is, I guess, can STK clean up what's left of this lobby and make a run for Oath's position? As you saw, STK came into this game, I believe, 18 points shy of Oath. They've put up 3. They're up to 306 now, and that's not including placements. So Oath with 314. We'll see if STK can maybe pull off a few more kills here. They are wrapping onto Team Clueless right now with a nice shot from Purdy on a Pistola. Meanwhile, Zenith trying to stay alive here. You can see them off in 5th place. They're very comfortable. There you see it on your live leaderboard. Comets have earned that 16th spot. And here we go. Luke will find 20 FPS. Pistola time will get spotted out by Guabi from Liberate. And Team Clueless starts to fall apart here. A 23rd spot for them. Overall, as they will be setting up for the relegations battle. Ooh, Nitrogen will find Alo, though. And get the flush as well.
Yeah, Zenith fall as well in pretty much the same breath, Poro. So that'll be Zenith out over on this side. You can see the cluster of players here. Look, everybody's just stacked up on each other. STK have found a little crevice. They're going to double peek on. Uncivil will get Guabi down. And the flush. Luke 12 spots out the last member. Lands the headshot initially, but can't follow up on that damage just yet.
9 kills for STK already. They've been having themselves quite a game. And looks like they might try to smoke off Purdy. Nope, Nitrogen going to go ahead and finish that off. As STK does find Lush. And there goes Liberate, finishing in 4th place.
They could do this.
We will see them in the grand finals. Team Clueless, Nitrogen trying to stay alive for a little bit longer. But STK, you can see the duo. They're rapping. They want this. They want to finish this guy out. They know that Comets has the compound. They just want to make sure that they take out everybody else from range. Uncivil will get the kill onto Nitrogen, and now it is the 2v3.
I think all STK needs here is a down and a flush. I'm not sure if I don't ever trust my caster
math is notoriously sketchy.
They might just need a down and a flush here. I'm not sure if we...
There you go.
Yeah.
313. 313.
I mean, it's definitely doable for them to yoink 2nd place in the last game. And what better players for it to fall on? Luke 12, the notorious pinger, and Uncivil himself. We'll see what they can do here. Comets, obviously, they have been fed a little bit. Only 1 kill on 2 of the players, 2 in total. That was roundabout. I read that wrong, but I covered for it nicely.
You did. It was
that was
impressive
smooth.
verbal gymnastics. I gotta say,
you can't teach that.
You can't. Yeah, no, that is a born trait. As Yaxley tries to come in for the wrap here. Looks like, I mean, Comets playing about as well as they could. They heard the shots coming out from, I believe it was Luke, and you can see them slowly kind of pushing this STK boys into a corner. Don't loot it. Don't loot it. You're going to loot it, aren't you? You can't help yourself. Okay.
It's looted.
It's looted. Feels bad, man. And here we go. STK in their crevasse once again as they hang out and wait for the circle to show up, or perhaps Comets heads to just peek over the ridge. STK, you got to say, I mean, obviously this is a little bit slow at the end, a little bit of an anticlimactic ending, but they've had a hell of a day for themselves here today, putting themselves in position to take that 2nd place back away from Oath. Sonics, of course, just absolutely nutty performance by Mime, getting that win and kind of essentially stealing it right out of the pocket of STK. But man, we are set up for a really, really entertaining grand finals here between some of these teams, and I am very excited for it. Okay, Yax.
Oh my!
Oh, the molly!
Yaxley actually got all the way down there. Luke needs to go for that flush. He's on fire! Oh no, Luke! Oh no!
Perfect. Beautiful,
not like this.
Beautiful, beautiful molly. But look at this. Yeah, as you said, he needs to get that flush, I think, to guarantee that they come out on top. He's throwing down the smokes, trying to survive. I think he realizes that. You look at me. He's going for the flush. He's going to get it.
There we go.
and now he immediately gets traded out. Comets will come in first place with 4 kills.
Oh my god.
Securing their spot into the top 16 and into the grand finals. But Carnage, heartbreak. You got to say, heartbreak. I mean, they did everything they could coming from that south side and in what was essentially just a really crazy circle.
Do you know what? That's the way I wanted to see some of these teams play, though. And again, maybe if I want to find something to criticize, maybe not leave it until the very last game. If they'd have played like that for the last 3 games, you know, we could be looking at a different point layout here. But it's fantastic to see the step change from a couple of teams. Obviously, Snow Patrol and Carnage are the 2 I'm talking about. Talk about the PUBG God's blessing. Comets got themselves a very, very nice hand there.
They absolutely did. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And Comets, you know, for in defense of them, I mean, they got lucky with the compound, but they defended it well. They came out and they won. They won the game when they absolutely needed to. So you can't fault them for anything there. I got to say, a lot of these teams that didn't qualify weren't not playing the same as they did during the qualifier. So I'm interested to see if they, when they get to relegations, if they turn into the old teams that they were. But that might be something for the analysts to talk about. We're done. We're done with the group stages. It's going to Challengers Cup next weekend, and then we got the grand finals. Analysts, take it away.
Thank you very much, Hypoc and Porosaurus, for bringing us all that action in the final game of the day. It was active, and there was a period of time, guys, where it was kind of an up in the air. Carnage or Comets, who's going to advance? But I think Comets put a pretty strong stamp on their position and their right to be in the top 16. Am I wrong?
Oh, no, completely right. I mean, I know they came out of that with only just a handful of kills, but they played that smart. They knew what they needed to accomplish. They played the zone well. They played it smart, and they played up until that very last moment against SGK. Of course, you know, getting that chicken in the end. So, I mean, it's what we really needed to see from them today.
It is exactly what we needed to see to them. They stepped up. They got involved. Let's take a look back at the highlights from the last game before we get to all the other fun leaderboard and stuff. I think we saw some pretty cool step changes, as Hypoc put it, as teams that have been a little sleepy over the last couple of days really stepped up in this final game of play. Godspeed.
Yeah, definitely some of the teams that stepped up. For some, it wasn't enough. For some, it actually helped. But, I mean, Fabled is one of those teams that were just on the cusp. They were able to keep their shot, or excuse me, their spot. They went for a fairly aggressive play there, which was nice to see. Sonics, meanwhile, kind of got clipped. Unfortunately, one of them here, they lost Mime to Ice Tech, who you said yourself, you taught him how to play. That's got to be a proud moment for you right there. Carnage Gaming, man. My heart goes out to him, but at the same time, they know what they needed to do. They were so close, and I'm hoping a trip down to relegation actually does help them out a little bit. That was a really nice shot by Tanaka, by the way. And then, yeah, Luke, also kind of a little bit of a heartbreak, was just one kill away from, you know, taking the top kill spot. He's really got to be kicking on Civil in the back, being like, dude, what the hell's your problem? You literally stole 2 kills from me. I don't know why you wanted to take $500 away from me, but you did. So I'm sure there's going to be a little spat between those two. But yeah, I mean, overall, it was a good way to end the group stages. I'll just say that.
Civ can order him some delivery to his place in Australia.
2 kills.
Sorry.
He stole 2 kills from him.
He's for $500. Really,
for $500, yeah. Was it worth it, Civ, just to get a couple extra points, man? I don't think so.
Civ's like, yeah, it was.
Cold-blooded.
Cold-blooded. All right, guys. Well, I've got good news for you. It is time. You get to choose the PCS1 North American Group Stage MVP. You cast your vote on Twitter at PUBG Esports. You only have 24 hours starting after the last match right now. So head over there. You get to see who your nominees are. You get to cast your vote and see about that $500. Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe Luke 12 will be on there and you get a chance to award him what Unciv stole. Maybe not. So go check it out. I'm not going to tell you who the nominees are. The only way you can see it is to go to @PUBG Esports and cast your vote. 24 hours to help determine the destiny of some of the greatest players in North American PUBG. Go @PUBG Esports. I could say it like 3 more times, but I think we got the message @PUBG Esports.
Go.
All right, so let's talk about how teams did in this last couple of games. It was wild. We saw STK come alive today, played really well, got a bunch of top finishes, and In fact, let's take the match leaderboard up because I want to look at STK's performance this time around because I think they got very close, if not were able to do it, taking over that second place and knocking Oath down to third. STK does come out with second in terms of placement, but 18 total points, Godspeed.
18 total points, 12 kills, again, 2 of those stolen from Luke. But yeah, overall, I mean, I think they actually did squeak past Oath, so Oath is actually going to end in third, and that's, again, just due to the fact that they just dropped too many goose eggs throughout the series, even though they did have those 10 wins. Comets, meanwhile, really showed today that they wanted to be here, they deserved to be here, and even with a little bit of circle up, they did fight tooth and nail, and this is one of the teams that, although they were on the bottom, they were one of the scrappier teams, so it's great to see. Liberate, obviously safe. Clueless, we saw a nice little resurgence from them to try to get as many points as they could today. Unfortunately, it was just a little too late. But overall, I mean, it still just came down to carnage. The 303 even was super on the back foot, and they managed to squeak in just at the end. And there we see it, Luke with 5 kills instead of the 6 he needed.
You know,
that's gotta
shout out
suck.
to Team Clueless, though. Despite the fact that I think they only dropped 3 in that last game, Nitrogen, Pistola, both putting in work, not giving up, and trying their hardest. And that's one of those things I like to see when a team isn't in the top 16. They got relegations around the corner. It is easy to get kind of down on yourself, and to see Clueless come out and put up some numbers in the last game is actually encouraging as we look towards relegations later on. Overall leaderboard, let's take a look at it right now. Sonics is at 335, and they do claim the top spot, but Shoot to Kill passes Oath at 314. They're tied, but the kills matter. Guys, I show you the score every single day when we start games, and I say that 1 kill point can be a big deal. Yet again, we see positions separated by 1 point. So congratulations, Shoot to Kill, for pulling ahead at the end of that match. Let's go down to the 16th. We see 303 Esports makes it to the cutoff by 3 points over Carnage Gaming. Carnage is going to spend the next couple of weeks looking back at their tape, thinking about where could they have picked up 3 points at any given time during the last 3 weeks. And that's often what it comes down to. Godspeed, in a lot of ways, when you look at the leaderboards, you see, despite the scope, despite the size of the teams that drop, despite the map, PUBG is a game of inches, not a game of miles.
It's true. It really is a game of inches, and I think none of that is more apparent than this right here. Luke 12 tied with Relo, but as far as I understand, Relo actually wins the tiebreaker just because his highest kill game was actually 8 versus 7 for Luke. So even though Luke got there, again, with no help from his teammate Uncivil stealing those 2 kills from him, I'm pretty sure Relo still actually wins this tiebreaker.
Clover?
It is kind of exactly that. Relo, overall, kind of outperforming. Take another look at damage as well. We could just see how close it came down to. But like you said, 1 point, 1 game. I mean, every little bit mattered here in the end. Luke gave it his best, but maybe that toxicity you kind of called out to Uncivil at the end of the match might be that conversation that they're having in team chats right now, just because of how close it was.
I'm just giving Civ a hard time just because he's my friend, but man, that's gotta be a little irritating though for Luke. He's also gonna tie in first for Nox. God, Luke's nuts, man.
I'm not really sure what the tiebreaker status is or how they're going to handle that. I'm sure we'll see a statement relatively soon.
Yeah, Nox is awkward.
This sort of thing.
Yeah,
all this stuff. You don't really expect it, right?
Sure. I mean,
so that's. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I wouldn't even know how you begin to tiebreaker Nox. Kills I can kind of understand, but yeah, Nox is a little awkward.
Excellent. Your thoughts on assists, Clover?
You know what? Wildcard started off the day strong. We said Keenan did kind of have a bit of a chance. He did close the gap, but they kind of struggled a bit during this match. We saw them go out early as they made that rotation. They were onto the east, and I think it just took away those extra opportunities that they could have had if they had made it a little bit later in the game today. That said, I mean, you still can't discount how well they played today.
Can't do it. Just can't do it. Well, guys, that is it. We saw who qualified. In just a little while, we're going to see sort of what you're going to be getting coming down the pipeline. Remember, you can go to PUBG Esports and cast your vote for the MVP. Let's go over a little bit of the final thoughts on the day, how your predictions panned out. I think, Clover, you chose
I chose
Oath to start the day. Yes.
I did.
I did
Too.
too.
I was
Not
worried
just
that both Sonics and STK sharing a lobby might have canceled each other out, but they both in their own right did do a good job to climb up onto this leaderboard. We saw a lot of action from all of the teams today, and ultimately, as we saw, it came down to kill points for that little bit of a tiebreaker. So shout out to Oath, guys. You played so amazing on days 1 and 2, but you know what? Shoot to kill, Sonics, guys. I mean, just amazing way to round it out.
They definitely set what I think might be a one event or 30-game chicken dinner record for sure. Godspeed, I believe your pick was Sonics coming into this one.
No, it was actually Oath. Like I said, I've stuck with them the whole time. My pick for the underdog was Comets, though, and they ended up squeezing through. They were on the bottom, so that was good to see. And then with Oath, Sonics just, again, they decided whatever happened in the first couple of games to them, which was low point games, they just completely turned it around and they just dominated, and that's why they won. They absolutely deserved that win. I don't think anyone could even try to take that away from them. Yep. And STK really showed up at the end as well. And for Oath, they know where they made mistakes. 10 chicken dinners, they absolutely should have won, but they just had too many poor games in between that, and that cost them. So overall, it's been a really exciting group stage, man. I really like this 24 team layout that we have going on in the rotating groups. I think it's great.
I like that it does that, and then it filters down to the 16, right? So there is a little bit of there's a chance you can make some mistakes, but the best of the best rises to the top. Now, Clover, you did list 303 as your X factor for today. You thought that they'd have a big impact and probably show up, and do you believe they lived up to that standard?
You know what? I think that especially in the first half of the day, they really did. This last match, I was a little bit disappointed. They got 3 kills on Radiance. They were in a really nice position, but SDK kind of came in, shook it up, down to just one player, and it just kind of fell apart in the end. And this is something that we have seen from them just a bit. Now, that said, I'm really proud of what they've accomplished, but I still think they've got a little more room for improvement.
Excellent. Any other thoughts you've got on the games that we watched today and sort of where these teams are going or bright spots?
I think that, especially now that we've kind of seen the first 3 weeks, everybody's gotten more comfortable. We've moved away a bit from the charity showdown. There is no excuse for rust. There's no real excuse about whether or not there's cohesion and communication. At this point, all teams should know what they need to work on going forward. And really, I mean, I expect to see everybody's best going forward for the Challengers Cup and the Grand Finals.
Overall performances, Zenith Esports comes out with 247. They got themselves to 5th place. We said we need to see a little more out of them today. They do manage to step up. For me, other teams that we haven't talked about a lot today or in the last week or so, Radiance, Houston Hardships, any trolls in the chat. ATC is a team that we saw do pretty well sort of in the early stages, the first weekend. They finished in 8th place with 182 points, which is well below winning top 3 in terms of going to the final 16. So if you're one of those teams like ATC or even Exodus, which is pedigree, they should be doing way better. What is your mentality? How do you prepare to go into the next stage? Godspeed.
I mean, you just go back and look at the mistakes you made. I'm sure they've already kind of spoken about some of the ones that caused them to have their lowest point games, and then you just take it from there. You talk about what you can do better, what the options were that you could have taken, what to look for in those situations if you ever find themselves in bad situations again, potentially trying out new rotations or really utilizing scrims to potentially just find out new ways to avoid problems that they've had in the past. I think overall this is really good. Everyone is getting used to each other, and I think that's also going to be coming into play as well once we move forward into the Challenger Cup as well as the Grand Finals.
You bring up the Challenger Cup. Let's take a look at who will be attending the Challenger Cup to either defend their spot in the PCS or to earn their spot in the PCS. Clover, why don't you break this one down for me?
There we go. And now taking another look here at the qualified teams, this is going to be a really good shakeup mix for all of this. Of course, only the top 8 are going to come out on top. That said, we've got a couple of teams from this league that are going down that have been underperforming. They've been a little bit careful, comfortable. They haven't played as aggressive, and they're going to be going up against teams coming in for the Challenger Series that have been playing aggressive. They've had those insane rotations. They've gone for the kills. Dawn, One Eye Open, Orion GG, East Coast Red Zones. There are a lot of PUBG Esports veterans on these teams, and that means that the top 8, or the bottom 8, I should say, really from this series that are going down need to be ready for that fight because they are not going to get in that easy.
All right, let's take a look at what I think a lot of people are the most excited about. Grand Finals. the teams that are going the Big 16. Sonics, Shoot to Kill, Oath, Wildcard, Zenith Esports, Radiance, Houston Hardships, any trolls in the chat, Exodus, Liberate, Tactical 8, Elusive, Illusion Comets, Fabled, and 303 Esports. You can see the dates on the top of your screen, June 25th to 26th and July 2nd through 3rd. A unique dynamic, guys. We're going to have a break right in the middle of the grand final, so teams will have a chance to reset, reload, and re-prepare for themselves as they go to the second half of that. So it's going to be a very unique grand final, and I'm excited to see it, guys. It's going to be a ton of fun. Let's go to last thoughts. Tell me what you think, what your take is, and what you're looking forward to in the next set. Close me out, Godspeed, and then we'll get our last thoughts from Clover.
I'm just really excited to see how these teams have finally gotten used to each other and adapt to going into the grand finals. I think that's going to be very telling. Obviously, our most consistent teams will probably be the ones to stay at the top. But at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw maybe one of the teams like Radiance or ATC or even Hardships who are towards the top, but also middling around that 5th to 8th place, really start to shine and figure out where they want to be in the group and how well they want to perform. So I think grand finals is going to be a hype, man. I can't wait. It's going to be awesome.
Clover?
I think as well, Oath has just absolutely taken everything away by storm. I don't know if maybe that discouraged some of those teams up to the top. That's going to be an opportunity for a fresh start, everybody to kind of hit the ground running. So if you're somebody who's been trailing behind for quite some time, I mean, it's your chance to shine, your chance to come out. You did mention ATC. They kind of came in on a technicality into this, and I think that it could really go any way to some of these squads. They've just got to really focus.
I couldn't agree more. I think it's going to come down to it. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us this week. It's been an absolute blast. Make sure you're back for the finals and make sure you vote on the MVP. From myself, Clover, Godspeed, Matchroom, Poro, Hypoc, and Cammy, thank you so much for choosing to hang out with us. It means the world, and we'll see you soon. But until then, play more PUBG.